The Grouchy One, by Leslie North. Chapter 1. Felicity. Late, I scolded myself as I dashed through the lobby of my building. Always late. When am I going to learn? I was wearing a black pencil skirt, which prevented me from breaking into a full-tilt run, and the heels I'd borrowed from my roommate, Nina, were shaped to her feet, not mine, and I kept worrying they were going to fall off. I paused to glance in the giant gold mirror above the flower arrangement to make sure there was nothing in the teeth I'd forgotten to brush, making Carl the doorman laugh at me. He'd worked in the lobby since I'd moved into Nina's apartment, which meant he had a front-row seat to the mess that was my life. "You look gorgeous, as usual, kid," he said, his Bronx accent bouncing off the walls. He slid out from behind the desk to beat me to the door. "Prettiest tenant in the building." I knew that was a lie, because the Central Park Tower was also the home of models, mistresses, and well-preserved ladies who lunch. It was a luxury building I had no business being in, all thanks to the rich aunt who'd left her apartment to Nina when she passed. "You flatter me, Carl. I feel like a total mess." I managed to grin back at him as I retucked the back of the fitted pink blouse into my skirt. Hopefully I can fake it because this is an interview with Veritique. I really want this job. And I really needed it, but I wasn't about to admit that out loud. My gig work as a marketing and PR strategist for small businesses was keeping my bills paid, but just barely. I didn't like looking at my bank account because the reality of how dire things were for me was always right there in black and white. Living like this, as a freelancer with my fingers perpetually crossed until the next gig materialized, was too stressful for me. I needed an income I could depend on, and hopefully one that would finally let me build up some savings for a change. Then, Nina and I could finally start thinking about how to make our dream of starting our own bookshop a reality. That's where this interview came in. It was my ticket to stability and, eventually, my next big step. "Well then, best of luck," Carl said as he reached for the door. He tipped his head at me wearing the tight smile I'd seen him use with the fancy folks in the building. I wondered why he'd switched to being formal when we were used to gossiping and cackling together, but then I saw movement near the elevator out of the corner of my eye. Someone was coming. Our casual friendship was probably considered outré by some of the snobs who lived here. For my part, I didn't give a damn what they thought of me, but I didn't want to get Carl in trouble, so I followed his lead. "Why, thank you, sir." I winked at him as I stepped out into the bright morning sunlight. "Give 'em hell," he whispered, making me laugh. I felt like luck was shining on me as I stepped out into the late winter sun because someone was just getting out of a cab right in front of my building. Perfect. I wasn't usually that lucky. My life was more about near misses and almosts. But I intended to change that, and this interview was the way to make it happen. "Taxi!" I screamed and waved my hand, even though the windows were closed and the driver engrossed in his phone. I fumbled with my purse, making sure I'd remembered to grab my wallet so I could actually pay for said taxi. I was so busy digging through the massive thing I barely noticed the dark form striding past me, until he knocked into me. "Excuse me," the deep voice said, somehow making it sound like I'd stepped in his way even though he'd drawn first blood. I stumbled a few steps. "Yeah, excuse you," I retorted, finding my footing and finally snagging my wallet. The sidewalk was huge. Why the heck was he invading my space? I realized why when he slid up to the cab. Oh, hell no. "Hey," I shouted, indignant that he was going to try to steal my taxi. "What do you think you're doing?" He paused with his hand on the handle. "What does it look like I'm doing?" The asshole didn't even bother to turn to face me, like I didn't warrant his full attention. The irritation practically dripped off of him, which made me even angrier. "It looks like you're trying to steal my cab," I retorted, fuming. "I was here first." He finally let go of the handle and turned around so we could have a proper face-off. I got my first good look at him, and I had to ignore every impulse to gasp in shock, because the man was fucking gorgeous. I'd initially thought, as I stared angry daggers at his back, that maybe all he had going for him was his height, but now I could see how wrong I was. He was handsome in that haughty, don't you know who I am kind of way, like he was so good-looking that getting what he wanted was a way of life. Dark brown hair that managed to be styled but not fussy, a strong nose that was probably part of his generational wealth, passed down from father to son for ages, and a jawline any male model would kill for. The suit was charcoal wool, and even though I wasn't a fashion girly like Nina, I could tell by the way it fit him that it was made to order. He might have looked like he belonged on a movie poster if it weren't for the judgy way he had of staring at me that made me feel like I'd just crawled out of a sewer, even though I was as put together as I could manage. "If you were here first," he said in a tight voice, "then why are you still half a sidewalk away from the cab?" But I was..." I gestured around me, getting angrier by the second. "I know you heard me yell to the driver," I shot back, loudly enough that a few passers-by turned to gawk at me. "Stop pretending you didn't." "I don't pretend," he replied in a flat voice, face like he'd bitten down on a lemon. Obviously, I couldn't imagine him doing anything remotely creative or fun. The guy looked miserable, and I had to wonder if it was his everyday expression or if something terrible had just happened to him, like his latest supermodel canceling their date last minute, or his gigantic stock portfolio dipping 1/16%. "Doesn't matter," I slashed my hand through the air. "This is my taxi." We were now facing each other by the cab. He was back to gripping the handle, but I positioned myself so he couldn't open the door without it crashing into me. Given the way he was glaring at me, I wouldn't put it past him. I straightened my posture and glared back at him. "Bring it, asshole." Neither one of us said a word as we stared each other down. The hairs on the back of my neck started to prickle, and I had to force myself not to lick my lips as his eyes bored into me. Hazel eyes, I noted, not green, not brown, but somewhere in between, like the algae that clung to the bottom of boats, or an oil slick in a puddle. He was clean-shaven, without even a hint of stubble, and I hated to admit that the man had gorgeous skin. Probably got facials every week, I snorted to myself. He was so handsome he almost didn't look real, which made hating him even easier. "I have somewhere to be." He sounded exasperated, and as he let his eyes travel up my body, I could tell that he was silently judging me. "Somewhere important." As opposed to my minor, unimportant task of going on an interview for my dream job, I narrowed my eyes. "Where do you have to be that's important enough to make you act like a complete asshole?" His head jerked back in shock. Clearly, no one ever dared to talk to him like that. "And why would I tell you that? Based on the way you're spiraling about a cab, I'm guessing you've got your own issues to worry about. There's no need to concern yourself with mine." My blood went from a simmer to a full-tilt boil at his tone. The condescension. I was so furious I couldn't even find words to express it. He took my silence as an opportunity to keep needling me. "Since you seem to be in such a hurry, why don't you tell me where you're going?" he asked. "A job interview," I spat out, confident that it beat whatever dumb errand he was running. He wrinkled up his nose as if he smelled hot garbage. Clearly, someone like him, in his perfectly tailored suit and spit-shine shoes, wasn't familiar with the concept of interviewing for a job. I could see his daddy's buddy from the country club hooking him up with a corner office gig right out of college. Or maybe he was a trust fund baby looking to invest his inherited billions in some ridiculous startup app that pointed out where the naughty, sexy MILFs were in your neighborhood. "A job interview," I repeated. "That's what people do when they're hoping to actually earn a job," I said slowly, over-enunciating like I was talking to someone who didn't speak the language. "You know, instead of getting whatever title you want handed to you on a silver platter." His expression darkened. "Oh, trust me, you have no idea what real work looks like, but I hope whatever retail establishment," he wrinkled his nose as he said the words, "you're applying to thinks twice about hiring you. You're rude as hell." "I'm rude!" I shrieked so loudly that it echoed around us. "You practically trampled me to get to this cab. Ever heard of chivalry? It's easier to be chivalrous when the person on the receiving end isn't throwing elbows like a linebacker." He ran his hand down his blazer, adopting an injured expression. "I think you bruised a rib trying to keep me from the cab." "Ha!" I jabbed my finger at him, victorious. "So you did know I wanted the cab. That confirms it. You're a certified jackass." He leaned closer to me, smiling in a way that wasn't at all kind. "I never said I didn't know it, I just didn't think you deserved it." I made an outraged noise that was a mix between a shout and a growl, breathing like I'd just run a sprint. "You might want to close that pretty mouth of yours." He pointed to the bags piled up on the sidewalk by the corner for garbage collection day. "The flies are brutal already." If I didn't think he'd have me carted off to jail, I would have connected my curled fist against his perfect jaw. I wasn't violent by nature, but I also stood up for myself when I had to. "Okay, that's it. Get out of my way," I shouted as I stepped closer to him. "Hold on," he said, throwing his arm out in front of me but not actually touching me. "Let the driver decide." The guy bent over to rap on the window. "Sir?" The driver rolled it down with a world-weary look. He seemed right on the verge of giving up on both of us and heading over to Central Park to find a nice, unargumentative tourist to drive around. "Yeah?" "This woman," he said it as if he wanted to call me something else, "and I are having a dispute about who gets the cab." He pointed at me, and I wanted to bite off the tip of his finger for getting too close. "So which of us do you want as your fare? And before you decide, let me just say that I can pay triple your regular rate in cash." The driver slid his eyes to me. "Sorry, sweetheart. You're cute, but this guy wins. Just let me see the money first." When the asshole grinned at me in triumph, his entire expression transformed. Gone was the judgy furrow, replaced by, well, by the most incredible face I'd ever seen. I was about to stagger from the shock of being caught in his high-beam smile and crinkled-up hazel eyes, even if it was because he was gloating. But then, the smile faded as he slapped his chest, then his ass, searching for his wallet. He said, repeating the slaps and pulling open his blazer and staring into it as if staring hard enough would suddenly make what he was looking for appear. "What's wrong?" I asked sweetly, smiling up at him. "Wallet missing?" "Hold on. Did you— Oh my God, are you accusing me of stealing your wallet?" I asked, incredulous. "Are you actually calling me a thief now?" The asshole went silent, and I could see him retracing his steps in his head as he stared off beyond me. Fuck! I left it behind. "Okay, you win this one, Fagin. The precious cab is yours." I froze when the unexpected name came out of his mouth. The leader of the pickpockets in Oliver Twist? Did the man read Dickens? Because he looked like Maxim magazine was more his speed. "Yeah, thanks for nothing," I said, but he'd already buried his nose in his phone as he walked away. "It was mine all along and you know it," I shouted after him. He turned on his heel to face me, struggling to find the right insult to hurl back at me. "Hey, you might want to close that pretty mouth of yours." I smiled at him as I got into the cab, taking my time and drawing my legs in slowly, then posing like a pin-up. "Remember, flies are attracted to garbage." I slammed the door and leaned back in the seat, choosing to focus on this tiny victory instead of the fact that I was now running even later for my interview. I gave the address of the Veritique headquarters to the driver, and as he pulled away from the curb, I finally felt like my luck was turning around.
Chapter 2. Cameron. I couldn't quite gather my thoughts after the run-in with the gorgeous taxi thief. She was obnoxious, yes, and loud and demanding. But there was no ignoring the way she'd looked. Dark blonde hair pulled up in a messy chignon, a tight blouse and ass-hugging skirt that made her look like she was cosplaying a naughty secretary, and brown eyes so dark her pupils disappeared. The woman was hell in heels, and she kept invading my thoughts, despite how much planning and rearranging I now needed to do for the busy day ahead. The text from my friend Tyler this morning had me worried, hence my needing an ASAP cab. My driver Jimmy was already on his way to my place to pick me up at my usual time, but he was driving in from the Bronx and wouldn't be here for a while yet. Meanwhile, I had to get over to Tyler's place to see him before work. I wasn't in the mood to make the trek back up to my penthouse given our historic building's ridiculously slow elevators. So I reached out to my house manager, Daniel, to make the necessary arrangements for a temporary driver. He texted back immediately without asking for details, but that was the beauty of our working relationship. 10 years of supporting me meant Daniel could read my mind. Invaluable in business situations when every minute lost meant money down the drain. And even more important in this scenario, when Tyler's demons might be getting the best of him. I scrolled to my last text exchange with Tyler, the one that had spooked me into running out the door without my wallet. The latest garbled message was apologizing because he couldn't come over to walk Boris due to rough night prior. Of course, Daniel could step in to find someone to walk my beloved giant schnauzer, but that wasn't the point. I'd tasked my oldest friend in the world with dog walking because I could pay him well. And more importantly, because it made him accountable for something other than himself. It got him out of bed and into the world, where he was forced to interact with people, because Boris loved everyone and always wanted to make new friends. Tyler and Boris had become something of a fixture around town, to the point where people knew both of their names and assumed the lovable black dog was his. Without the daily dog walks, I worried Tyler would spiral into depression over the state of his life. Sudden stardom, non-stop adulation, then an equally fast descent into obscurity when his sophomore album tanked. No matter how much he loved music, playing to groups of 10 people in a dank basement bar couldn't hold a candle to his memories of selling out stadiums. The drugs had become part of his lifestyle during the height of his fame. And now, I didn't know if he used them to remember the glory days or to help him forget them. Either way, he'd been leaning harder and harder on that crutch lately. Around me, he stuck to booze. But who the hell knew what he used when I wasn't around? And even the alcohol had been getting out of hand, which was probably the explanation for said rough night. I could only imagine the trouble he'd gotten into. A black town car slid up beside me, and the driver jumped out. "Mr. O'Connor." He nodded as he opened the door for me. "Hi, Robert," I said. I hadn't seen the gray-haired man in months, but I never forgot a face. One of the few lessons I took from my father. I tallied up my many stressors on the drive to Tyler's dingy apartment. My friend's mental state, our company's current PR nightmare, the marketing campaign to counter it. I'd always had a lot on my plate as CEO, but lately the pressure was getting to be too much. I sighed, closed my eyes, and leaned back against the headrest. And the first image that popped into my mind was the fucking gorgeous Spitfire on the sidewalk. Normally, I wouldn't even have acknowledged her, but there was something about her insistence that she was right, and her fearlessness in calling me out, that intrigued me. No one stood up to me, and it was a shock to discover that I sort of liked it. Sparring with her had been fun. "Would you like me to wait outside Mr. Boyd's building?" Robert asked as he parked. I hadn't even realized we'd arrived. "Yes, thank you," I said as I slid out of the car. "I won't be too long, then I need to head to the office." New York was just starting to wake up after a long winter, but you wouldn't know it from the state of Tyler's Washington Heights neighborhood. The area was run down, bleak, and gray in every season, and depressing as hell. I'd offered to put him up in a rental closer to me, but his pride wouldn't allow it. I jogged up the narrow stairs to his place above a fast food restaurant, ignoring the pervasive hot grease smell and hoping it didn't permeate my clothing. How did he live here? I rapped on his door, only to discover it was open. "Tyler!" I peeked in, just in case he had company. My friend still managed to score his share of beautiful women, both groupies who remembered him from his glory days, as well as new fans who couldn't resist his smoldering charm. "Yeah?" I followed the sound of the groan through the dim, messy apartment and discovered him face down on the couch, surrounded by beer bottles and an empty pizza box. I sat down in a chair across from him. "Dude, what are you doing?" I asked. "What does it look like I'm doing?" "Sleeping," he slurred, not even bothering to open his eyes. "It's like 6 in the morning. I should be asking you what you're doing. I already told you I can't walk Boris today." "Ty, it's 9:45. You're not supposed to walk Boris until 2. I came to find out why." He finally sat up, squinting at me. It was then I saw the cuts on the side of his face and a light blue bruise on his cheek that was probably going to turn purple by the end of the day. "Why are you such a pain in the ass?" Tyler yawned and fell back against the couch. "You annoy me, dude." "Thanks." I knew better than to take his insults to heart. He'd always been a bear when he was hungover, which was another conversation we needed to have. "How'd you get that shiner?" He scowled at me, then touched his cheek and winced. He answered with a shrug. "Not cool, bro. I said. If you got so drunk you can't remember how and why you got a punch to the face, then we need to have a serious conversation. I'm worried about you. For fuck's sake, he growled at me. Not now, okay? I'm still waking up. I don't have the headspace for a Cameron O'Connor intervention. I threw my hands up in submission. Fine, just know it's coming. Now as for Boris, Tyler sighed heavily. Yeah, I know. He needs his Uncle T, and no other dog walker can compare. Got it. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. The last chick who subbed for you claimed to be an expert dog walker, but she was terrified of Boris. Well, that's stupid because Boris is a total teddy bear, Tyler yawned. Like, he doesn't even try to chase the pigeons. He's a gentle giant. It was true. My 80-pound dog looked intimidating with his piercing eyes and beard, but he was a purebred goofball. So will you be there today or what? I asked Tyler. Even though he was hungover, I knew getting some fresh air with a good dog was exactly what he needed. He stared at the ceiling doing some sort of mental accounting, then finally fixed his gaze on me. Sometimes I saw glimmers of the guy I knew, the guy who was creative and fun, filled with a passion for life and music. I still hoped he'd find his way back to that version of himself. Yeah. Okay. I'll be there. But not for you, because you annoy the shit out of me. For him. The corner of his mouth crept up. Of course not for me. I'm the worst friend ever, I know that, I joked back. Tyler warmed to our familiar ritual. You are, dude. I mean, you freaking bought me a new guitar when I misplaced my last one. It didn't have any dents or scratches on it. Easy to tune, and incredible sound. Ugh, what a dick move. I ignored the fact that Tyler had forgotten the guitar in a club after getting wasted. Exactly. And I force you to walk a rabid monster through the streets of Manhattan. Who does that? He chuckled and shook his head. I freaking love that dog. Same. At least something good came from that breakup, he mused. You got yourself a little heartbreak, buddy. The only good thing to come out of my relationship. Hey, Carolina gave you the ring back. You beat me on that too, Tyler said, still trying to spin the shitty story into something positive. Roxy freaking kept the one I gave her. Not like I'd want to recycle the cursed thing, since I had it designed for her. But it might have been kind of fun to smash it with a sledgehammer or something. Symbolic, you know? He stared into space silently for a few seconds. Never again. Any guy who blows that kind of cash on a chunk of rock and a hunk of metal is out of his mind. And there's the reason I hired you to walk my dog and not write my ad campaigns, I said dryly. Tyler blinked, and then his mind clicked back online. Oh yeah, how's that engagement ring campaign thingy going? I could tell he was fighting hard against his hangover. I was touched by his concern. But that was Tyler, the rock star with a heart of gold. Or former rock star, which seemed to be the core of his issues. I sighed loudly. The campaign is scattered, messy. No one knows their head from their ass, and I'm doing everything in my power not to lose my shit on the entire team. Veritique was still trying to dig out from an avalanche of bad press. We weren't the only jewelry company highlighted in that big exposé about subpar working conditions in South African diamond mines. But all the other companies had the good sense to take some face-saving actions. My dad was never one to apologize, though, and he sure as hell wasn't one to allow public pressure to make him do anything, even to save his own skin. Which was why he'd gotten ousted as CEO, leaving me in the hot seat to try to make things right and get our reputation out of the toilet. So far, it had been an uphill battle. We were taking a beating every damn day. You'll figure it out. You always do. You're a winner, Cam. His face shifted into a frown. Wish some of that luck would finally rub off on me. Reflected glory, you know. Tyler looked around and found an unopened bottle of Miller Lite next to the couch. He propped the top of it on the edge of his pockmarked coffee table, then brought his fist down on it, sending the cap flying. Dude, seriously? Now? I hated that I sounded like a parent, but I wasn't about to let it slide. What? It's hair of the dog. He tilted it up and gulped down half the bottle. I'll be fine. Ty. He threw his hand out at me. Stop. You're in my house, so just stop. I refrained from saying anything else as he downed the rest of the beer. I hated seeing my friend like this. He was backsliding, big time. I reached for the only thread available. "Please don't walk Boris while you're drunk, okay?" I said in a quiet voice. "He's a powerful dog. He could pull you down or run off. I need you to be able to look after him." "And yourself," I added silently. "I love that dog," he shot back at me, defensive as hell. "I would never put him at risk, and I'm pissed you even suggested it." "Jesus, you're turning into an old woman. You know that?" "Nag, nag, nag. It's getting tiresome, bro." He leaned forward to scan the floor, and I figured out he was looking for another beer. It didn't matter how busy I was. I needed to break through whatever darkness that had a hold on my friend. "Breakfast, you and me, now." Tyler's eyes widened in surprise. "Do you really have time for that? I'd have thought you'd be too busy." I felt a little ashamed that he was right. I hadn't been making enough time for my friend. I stood up. "Never too busy for you, bro. Let's go. Greasy eggs and hash browns, stat." He nodded and got up slowly, wobbling once he was standing. "I could go for that. But not one of your fancy restaurants, okay? I don't think they'd let me in." I scanned him. The ripped black t-shirt, holey jeans, and beat-up face would definitely raise eyebrows at Balthazar, but no one would outright forbid us entry. Given who I was, I could get away with just about anything. But he was right. This was a day for diner food. My work could wait. We headed downstairs, and Tyler turned to me suddenly. "Before I forget, are you coming to my gig at the Sty?" The West Village bar was indeed similar to a pigsty, but right now, it was the only type of venue he could book. "Of course. Maybe if I'm there I can run front and keep you from getting another black eye." I flashed a wait signal to Roger idling in the car as we started down the sidewalk, and he nodded back to me. Tyler punched my arm. "Oh man, remember that bar fight we got into after our gig at that house party? You hit that guy over the head with a chair." I grimaced at the memory. Our friendship had started off in a high school garage band, The Torture. I'd dreamed of being a drummer and badgered my parents into buying me a fancy drum kit and lessons from top-tier musicians. When I'd seen the post about a local guy needing a drummer, I'd jumped on it. When we finally met, I didn't care that Tyler was from the other side of the tracks. I just cared that he could play guitar like no one I'd ever heard. As for him, all he knew about me in the early days was that I was a moderately talented drummer who liked partying as much as he did. He'd never mentioned how I always picked up the tab, or how I seemed to have unlimited funds for anything we needed, like posters and t-shirts. I liked being a normal kid with him. Our band was a brief escape from the demands of being an O'Connor. "My fighting days are over," I said. "And yours should be too." He shot me a look, and I knew it was time to shut up and enjoy being together, and forget about the endless list of work shit I needed to deal with. For now, I leaned into being just another guy in search of the perfect breakfast burrito.
Chapter 3. Felicity. The Le Monde diamond winked at me from across the Veritique lobby. Or should I say, a Le Monde replica, since the real 100-carat gem was currently on exhibit in the Dubai Museum. Industry gossip suggested that a prince was currently trying to buy the massive thing, but the EVP wasn't having it. I knew everything about everything when it came to Veritique, the good and the bad, and right now there was plenty of both. They were an amazing brand with a long, storied history, but their current PR disaster was a mess for them and a huge opportunity for me. Was I a little nervous about the work ahead of me if I got the job? Well, sure, of course. It was a challenge on a way bigger scale than the stuff I usually dealt with. No one cared that the company's new CEO was finally taking the right steps toward dealing with conditions in the mines. People only cared that the ginormous jackass who had been the previous CEO had done literally nothing but shout back at everyone who criticized him and then pouted like a toddler when, big shocker, no one wanted to buy from him anymore. He'd basically shit all over his brand, and cleaning that shit away wasn't going to be easy. But I was nimble, and I looked at challenging scenarios with a fresh perspective, which was why I'd been called back a week after my initial interview for more meetings. I was a little sweaty and shaky, but so far I was killing it. The social media director position was within reach, if I could just ace my last meeting of the day. I'd been at the office for hours, moving from conference room to office to lounge as I met with various executives. All that was left was an interview with the CEO. I was ready. Nothing could knock me off my game. "Felicity, you're still here," a voice rang out behind me. I turned to find Sandrine, the VP of Corporate Affairs and Strategy, walking toward me. "I am. Just one more meeting." I smiled at the woman, who'd been my easiest interview of the day. "With Mr. O'Connor." "Oh, okay." Her pleasant expression shifted to a frown, so fast I almost missed it. "That should be fine. Anyway, I'm glad I caught you because I thought of another social media question for you." Before I knew it, we'd jumped right into a discussion about measuring return on investment from micro-influencer product placement campaigns. I knew a ton about it, so I took my time explaining my perspective, relishing the way Sandrine drank it all in. I barely noticed the elegant chignon-ed blonde drifting toward us. She stood off to the side while I showed off my knowledge, shifting her weight nervously. Sandrine finally glanced at her. "Alessandra, can I help you?" The woman glanced at the tablet she was clutching. "Yes, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Felicity was due to begin her interview with Mr. O'Connor 5 minutes ago." Sandrine frowned again, and I felt a nervous clench in my stomach. Why were they both so on edge about the CEO? "Of course." Sandrine turned to me and gave me an apologetic smile. "Let me walk with you to let him know I'm the reason you're running behind. He can be a stickler about timing, and I should take the blame, not you." Shit. I knew I should have done more research on the CEO, but with him still pretty new to the job, I'd figured there wouldn't be much out there, so I'd focused my prep work on other things. Plus, his photo was the only one missing from the executive page, which clued me in that things were still shifting into place at the company. Was lateness a big pet peeve of his, big enough to keep him from hiring me? Punctuality was tough for me. It was a trait I'd willingly offer up during an interview when asked to talk about my weaknesses. Admitting to being late occasionally was usually considered a minor sin, but apparently not when it came to the big man. Noted. At least in this case, I'd have Sandrine to speak for me. We chatted as we made our way down the long hall to the executive suites until her phone interrupted us. She glanced down at the number. "Oh no, I completely forgot about this conference call. I need to run." She grimaced. "But please, tell him it's my fault. I'm sure he'll understand. Good luck." My heart sank as we ended up in front of double doors with a handle so big it required Alessandra to bend at the waist and wrench it open with all her might. My ally was gone. "Mr. O'Connor, Felicity Rhodes is here." She backed out of the room quickly, right as the leather chair in front of the windows swiveled around. It took me a second to square the fact that the drop-dead gorgeous man frowning at me, who held my future in his hands, was the exact same one I'd called a complete asshole a week prior, right before I'd come to Veritique for my first round of interviews. My heart dropped to my heels. "You're late!" he barked at me as he stood up, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head as he added, in a voice dripping with sarcasm, "Couldn't find a cab?" So that was how it was going to be. Right then, dream job, right out the window. Should have known my luck hadn't changed after all. For a beat, I considered playing polite, maybe apologizing, trying to convince him to give me a chance. But no. The cold look in his eyes told me this wasn't a man who gave second chances. He'd made up his mind about me from the moment we'd met. Apologizing would be a waste of my time, and of the little bit of pride I still had left. Screw politeness. This interview was blown anyway. I might as well just say what I felt. Shockingly, I didn't have to wrestle any spoiled baby men to get one today. Lucky me, I snapped. And I'll have you know I was early to my first meeting this morning at 9. With Mr. Cook, I paused. He told me that if he had his way, he'd hire me yesterday. He laughed at me. Good thing Roger doesn't have the final say. I'm the only one who knows the real... He paused to glance at his laptop. "Felicity Rhodes." He said my name like it tasted foul on his tongue. "Yes, and I'm happy I already have an understanding of your leadership style, Mr. O'Connor. Please, call me Cameron." It came out fake, like he was a cat gently toying with a mouse before delivering the killing blow. No thank you, Mr. O'Connor, I sniffed. Anyway, as I was saying, I have no desire to work for a company that values personal gain over fairness. I'm confident my vision won't mesh with your direction. It was a struggle to say the lie, because up until this very moment I'd never wanted a job quite as badly as I wanted this one. I knew I could help find a way out of the disaster they were facing. Just sitting in the interviews all day presented me with a half-dozen possible directions. I respected Veritique despite their current struggles. I adored their products. I'd vibed with every person I'd met so far. I liked the office culture and the salary. Mouth-watering. That's why I had to force myself to pretend the job didn't matter to me. I couldn't let on just how much walking away was going to hurt. And how would you know what my direction is? I laughed in his face. Do you need me to say it out loud, Mr. O'Connor? He swept his hand out in front of him. Please, I'd love to hear your take on Veritique. I'll let your recent press do it for me. I cleared my throat. Veritique remains mum on diamond mine working conditions in South Africa despite public outcry. The New York Times. Veritique is lone holdout on mine conditions statement amid calls for reform. Washington Post. Top 3 diamond retailers unite to create a universal mining and conditions code of ethics. Veritique is lone holdout. The Atlantic. I paused to stare at him. It took you forever to come out with a statement about your workers' deplorable treatment, and in PR, delaying your response is a response. I thought I could join the team and help change the public's perception, but now I'm discovering that's probably not possible. Now hold on, he fumed, stomping toward me. Those headlines don't take into account that it was my father who refused to make a statement or bring about change. Things are different now that I'm in charge. I laughed in his face. Oh, is that a fact? You're the ethical billionaire? I beg to differ. You seem to think that one stupid incident can sum up the entirety of a person, he seethed. But if that's the case, what do you think it told me about you? I steeled my spine. If he thought he could tear me to shreds with his words, he was welcome to try. He wouldn't be the first. I can see you're dying to tell me, so why don't you? I shot back. Oh, you want to hear it? Can't wait. My skin prickled under the weight of his gaze. The air in the room was charged with static, and my pulse was racing. He watched me with an intensity I could only write off as pure loathing. I didn't enjoy fighting with the man, but I also didn't not enjoy it, although enjoy was the wrong word. I felt alive as we bickered, like I had to think fast on my feet to keep up with him. Nothing was sexier to me than an intelligent man, although I wasn't about to admit I found him sexy. Even though I did. I don't see how that would be worth my time. I think we're done here, Miss Rhodes. I nearly stomped my foot like a child because he'd beat me to the punchline. I wanted to be the one to end the interview, and admittedly I'd been a little curious as to what he really thought of me, but there was no way I was going to let him see my disappointment. You took the words right out of my mouth, I lied. So we agree on something, he shot back. A first for us. I took a few steps toward the door. Normally, I'd say thank you for your time, but I know firsthand that manners aren't important to you. His jaw was working overtime. You are out of here, I finished for him, backing out of the room and closing the door behind me. I'd gotten the last word, which made me happy until I realized I'd just argued my way out of the best job in the world. But then, if it meant working with that man, it couldn't be that great, could it? Maybe I'd dodged a bullet. At least this way, I'd never have to lay eyes on him again. Is the beer helping? Nina asked, leaning close to shout in my ear above the noise of an old Grateful Dead song. My beloved roommate had dragged me out after I gave her a play-by-play of the disastrous interview. Normally, I avoided overcrowded dive bars, but one of the bartenders at the place had lived on our hall in college, and out of old Lafayette Hall loyalty, she slipped us free alcohol. Given my underemployed status and Nina's job as a librarian in the Hunter College Special Collections section, we needed all the free mood-altering drinks we could get. I shook my head at her. Not really. Maybe some good music would do the trick, she hollered back at me. I think the band is getting ready to start. She craned her neck to get a better view of the stage, which was all but impossible given that she was about a foot shorter than the people in front of her. Nina and I were opposites, our love of books being the one thing we agreed on. But our many differences bonded us tightly together as well, like we were sisters. For someone whose job was to make other people look good, my own appearance was pretty low on my priority list. I was a hair-up, soft pants kind of person. By contrast, Nina lived her life like she was on a catwalk. Even though few people came into her branch of the library, she styled her red hair and dressed to kill every damn day. Tonight, she looked the part of a devoted concert attendee in a vintage Def Leppard concert t-shirt and ripped jeans. I didn't want my sour mood to ruin her night since she loved live music, so I let her grab my hand and drag me closer to the stage so she could see everything. "Oh my gosh," she leaned over and sighed to me as the lead singer took his position behind the mic stand. "Look at him. Gorgeous." Even though skinny rocker types weren't my thing, I had to agree with her. The guy was clearly at home with every eye on him, even as he fiddled with his guitar trying to tune it. He oozed that magnetic something, from his floppy dark hair that kept falling into his eyes to his lanky frame. He was born to be on stage. Nina grabbed my arm and squeezed it. "Hold on, I think that's Tyler Boyd." The name didn't ring a bell. I shook my head at her. She rolled her eyes. "Carved on My Heart? You don't remember that song? It was everywhere, or Bad Decision?" Nina pumped her fist in the air as she sang, "You're the best bad decision that I ever made." I squinted at her. "Maybe? I need to beef up your music education. You're hopeless," she laughed, glancing back at the guy who paused a half-second on her as he scanned the room. As much as I wanted to go home and fall into bed for the next week or so, I sucked it up so Nina could enjoy the night. The music was good, and I tried to lose myself in it, but I couldn't quite shake off my day enough to really let go. Nina, on the other hand, never stopped dancing. "I need to hit the bathroom," I shouted in her ear. She gave me a nod and went back to rocking out. I threaded through the crowd of young, too-cool types who had piercings in places that looked painful and wore clothing that would work in a Nirvana video. For once, my jeans and ratty t-shirt made me fit in. I tried to keep my head down on my way back to Nina to avoid eye contact with any of the hungry-looking guys, but my eyes were drawn to check out a figure just on the edge of the room, maybe because he looked so out of place in the crowd of people vibing to the music. The guy was standing ramrod straight, eyes locked onto the stage with such laser intensity that he had to be the band's manager or something. I only had a three-quarter view of him, but he was way overdressed from what I could see, in a blazer surrounded by a sea of denim. Maybe he was an industry guy, scouting the band? They seemed good enough to get some attention, or at least the lead singer was. The out-of-place guy turned abruptly, and when I saw his face, I almost dropped to my knees to hide from him. Shit! What the hell was Cameron O'Connor doing at the sty? I ducked behind two guys headbanging until he refocused on the band. Luckily, Nina was on the opposite side of the stage, near a column I could hide behind to make sure the enemy didn't spot me. There was no way I wanted to chance running into him, especially given my sewer rat appearance. I needed to leave now. I slid up to Nina and leaned close to yell in her ear. "Do you mind if I bail? I'm not feeling it tonight." She pushed out her bottom lip as she grasped my hand. "I'm sorry. Do you want to go somewhere else? We could get ice cream, or cookies. There's an Insomnia Cookies not far from here." "No way am I cheating on my Levain bakery," I replied with a smile. "Just because you've been seduced to the dark side by their hours." The bakery was famous for being open until 3 a.m., which meant it was right up Nina's night owl alley. "You don't need to babysit me. I know you've got your batshit book club tonight." Nina was a charter member of the late-night horror and paranormal book club that met in a different creepy location each month. She kept pressuring me to join, but my bookish tastes ran more to light-hearted romances. She insisted she didn't mind skipping it if I wanted company, but I assured her I'd be fine and headed for the door. I slunk out of the place with my head down, so there was no way the cab-stealing dickhead would see me. After a long subway ride home, complete with breakdancing panhandlers and more loud music, I could barely keep my eyes open. But did I take the direct route from the station to our building? No, of course not, because I was still avoiding the indie bookstore on the way that had quickly gone from my favorite spot in the city to my arch nemesis thanks to a window display that was a slap to my face every time I saw it. They didn't do it on purpose, of course, and it wasn't like I could say anything to Maggie, the owner, because talking about the problem would draw more attention to it, and that was the last thing I wanted. Instead, I opted for one of my favorite coping techniques: avoidance. I walked an extra 3 blocks so I wouldn't have to pass by the thing that was making my life more miserable than losing out on the job of a lifetime.
Chapter 4. Cameron. My ears were still ringing from the show as I strode into my building. "Evening, Mr. O'Connor," Carl said with a head tip as he opened the door for me. "Carl, when are you going to stop calling me Mr.?" I groused at him, only half serious. "Do I have to start docking your pay or something?" His face went white. "Oh, no, Cameron, you don't have to do that." I came to a stop in front of him. I hated that Carl was still nervous around me, despite the fact that he'd been opening the door for me every day since I bought the building 2 years prior. Of course I wouldn't. I'm kidding. It's just that the former owner— "Randall Fitzgerald," I said, trying not to frown at the memory of my father's old golfing buddy. The two men were cut from the same cloth, and it had been particularly satisfying to take the special building out of his portfolio. Fitzgerald had dozens of properties he ignored. I wasn't that sort of owner. Carl nodded. "Yes, Mr. Fitzgerald. He insisted we never use his first name. I just figured you'd want— Trust me, I'm not like him," I replied quickly. "Okay, Cameron. I'll do my best, from now on." I clapped him on the shoulder, then headed for the elevators, wondering if the hearing in my left ear was going to come back eventually. I loved watching Tyler perform, but I preferred his unplugged solo sets, and not just for the sake of my hearing. The guys he'd hooked up with for tonight's gig were decent musicians, but they didn't gel as a true band. As usual, Tyler outshined them all. He was still too damaged to admit he was in a different league from anyone else in the bar circuit, which was part of his problem. Until he believed in himself again, he'd just keep treading water and feeling bad about it. And worse, drinking away his sorrows. The reminder of Tyler's struggles, the asshole tendencies of my father and his friends, the Veritique crisis, and my throbbing head all made for the perfect storm of a trash mood. I was worn to the bone. Of course, my phone sounded off with a Google alert right as I got on the elevator, as if I needed one more thing to deal with. I'd set them for any reporting about Veritique, and seeing as it was after midnight, it could only be bad news. What now? "Oh my God. Are you stalking me tonight?" a voice rang out from behind me. First, the sty, and now in my own home? I turned around to see her, the annoyingly gorgeous woman I couldn't seem to avoid, whether on my sidewalk or in my office. And how did she know I was coming from the sty? "Excuse me, Miss Rhodes. You're in my building. You're the one who seems to keep popping up everywhere I go." I scanned her slowly as the door closed behind me, pausing on her Converse sneakers. She was dressed for a bodega run, but she still looked fucking breathtaking. I was close enough to her that I could see a spray of freckles across the bridge of her nose, so stupidly adorable that they looked painted on. And her mouth. Frowning, of course, frowning, but pouty, kissable. The sweetness of her face was contradicted by her thin t-shirt and holey jeans, which promised a lush body beneath. "What?" she demanded. "Why are you staring at me like that?" I wanted to kick myself for being so obvious about checking her out. I cleared my throat and grabbed for something to say to cover up for my lapse. It's not like someone who dresses like that could afford this place. "So why are you following me? Changed your mind and decided you want to beg me for the job, What?" Her eyes went wide with fury. "Now hold on a minute. I live here." A loud thumping noise interrupted what was probably going to be another tirade, and the elevator jerked to a stop. I closed my eyes and let my head fall back against the wall. "Shit. Shit," she echoed, sounding more nervous than angry with just the single word. Central Park Tower was a flagship structure with a rich history, But in New York, that also meant old building problems. It didn't matter how expensive the place was. An old elevator meant unpredictability. Brian, the building manager, had the Otis elevator techs on speed dial. "We need to report," Felicity began. "Already done," I said as I pushed send on the text. "I just messaged the building manager." "Oh, let me guess. You're one of those, let me speak to the manager types, right? Lots of complaining until everything is exactly the way you like it. That tracks." I had to force myself to not grind my teeth. "I own the building. I'm on top of building maintenance issues to ensure my tenants remain happy. Even the ones who don't deserve to be here." Felicity sputtered at me, unable to form words. Good. Maybe she'd finally stop insulting me. She started pacing from one end of the elevator to the other with her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "I don't like this." "You think I do, Fagin?" I countered. The chimes on my phone kicked up until they started sounding like a snoozed alarm clock. "Better text your clingy girlfriend back," Felicity taunted. I gave her a withering stare, trying to ignore the fact that her face looked pale. Was she nervous being alone with me in close quarters? "Please," I scoffed at her, refocusing on the torture device in my hand. "It's work." I scanned the alerts. Our new marketing campaign, #AskHer, was generating plenty of attention. But my stomach sank as I realized that it was for all the wrong reasons. The campaign was supposed to be playful, a way to encourage fence-sitting boyfriends to finally propose. Obviously, our goal was to generate positive press for a change, but someone in marketing hadn't done their research. Fuck. I clenched my hand in a fist as I kept reading. The number sign #AskHer belonged to Her Refuge, a charity for victims of domestic abuse. The awareness campaign encouraged people to gently probe for details with friends and family members who appeared to be in dangerous relationships and listed what to look for in domestic violence scenarios. Veritique not only seemed clueless with our campaign, we looked outright insensitive. "Oh, is Bossman in trouble with his little lady?" Felicity asked in a baby voice. I glanced up from my phone to scowl at her as I cranked out a scathing email to my team. "Hold on, is everything okay?" There was no mocking in her voice. "No, it's not," I answered gruffly. "It's not at all. Someone in marketing fucked up royally." I did a quarter turn to lean against the elevator wall as I tried to begin damage control. "Marketing? Tell me what happened," she said as she moved in front of me. "Maybe I can help." I was about to insist there was absolutely no way she could help me, but then I remembered the feedback about her from my team. They'd raved about Felicity Rhodes and come close to calling me out for cutting off her interview before it had even begun. Of course, no one dared say anything like that to my face, but the implication was there. I'd fucked up, and Veritique couldn't afford any more fuck-ups. I briefly outlined what was going on and tried to ignore the way her face shifted from disdain to disbelief. "Oh wow," she breathed out once I finished. That's not good." I scowled at her. "Yeah, thanks. I know." She started pacing again, frowning with her eyebrows drawn down. "But it's salvageable." "How? How in the world can we turn this around?" Felicity held up her hand and ticked off her fingers. "First, acknowledge the mistake. Then accept accountability." Yeah, then say, "We deeply regret the oversight." I sighed. "I know. That's standard." Felicity's head jerked back in unconcealed disgust. No, that's 100% wrong. We deeply regret is not an apology, and calling it an oversight is downright insulting." I paused. She was right. "Okay, then what do you suggest?" She leaned against the wall opposite me, clutching the rail behind her back and accidentally giving me a front row seat to her breasts, which were absolutely worth the price of admission. With an effort of pure will, I managed to pull my eyes away. "You need to offer a real apology, from the heart, then show how Veritique is going to make it right, and my suggestion is to do some sort of partnership with Her Refuge." "Go on." Her eyes lit up. "Scrap the hashtag, it belongs to them. Start a completely new campaign that shines a light on the prevalence of domestic violence. Center it around a product that isn't related to marriage, like a simple gold chain." Felicity paused to look something up on her phone. Yeah, a chain works, because you can use the hashtag #, breaking the chain. So, you'll donate a portion of the proceeds of any gold chains sold during a certain time frame to her refuge, then offer a matching contribution at the end of the campaign. It made a lot of sense. My father had always insisted that admitting wrongdoing was weak, but I knew better. The problem was that I was so steeped in his way of thinking that sometimes I didn't stop to question what I was doing or why. The faux apologies, or worse, no apologies, needed to become a thing of the past. I like it, I said simply. Direct, actionable, yeah, it works. High praise, Felicity smirked. Thanks. No, the high praise is me telling Sandrine to put your plan into action ASAP, I replied, as I quickly typed instructions to my employee. It struck me as I hit send that my team had been right about her. Felicity was a standout. I'd been too stubborn to get past my first impression. Maybe I was more like my father than I was willing to admit. And if so, that was something that needed to change. The old my way or the highway perspective had gotten us in the crisis we were currently facing, thanks to my father. It was up to me to get us back out. Consider my help a freebie. Her eyebrow arched up. Which is all you'll ever get from me. I don't accept freebies, I replied as the idea quickly took shape. I didn't want to second-guess myself, so I kept talking. Which is why I want you to reconsider working for Veritique. She'd gone back to the relentless pacing, but my offer made her stop in her tracks. Excuse me? You're good, Felicity. You came up with a make-right plan within seconds, and crisis management wasn't even on your resume. She snorted out a laugh. Oh, you mean you actually read it? I'm shocked. I did, before I knew it was you, I admitted. Yeah, but I am me, and we already know that you and I, she gestured between us, do not work. So, thank you for the offer, but it's a no, Mr. O'Connor. That wouldn't do at all. People didn't say no to me. Did you talk compensation with Andre Thibault during your interviews? Yeah, shocker, she laughed at me. Your HR rep did mention the compensation package. Crazy, right? And I'm still saying no. I ignored the sarcasm in her voice. When I made up my mind, I didn't stop until I won. And this scenario in particular was one in which I was determined to come out on top. I coughed. Wrong word choice, given the way I watched her ass every time she started pacing. I'll double it. Her pink lips dropped open, which seemed to be her go-to expression when she was struck speechless. I sort of liked that I could do that to her. She stuttered. Say yes, I shrugged, confident I'd won her over. It's as simple as that. No. It was my turn for my mouth to fall open in shock. Excuse me? No? No, she said in a firmer voice. Are you not hearing me, Miss Rhodes? I'm taking an already generous package and offering to double it. Are you so flush you can walk away from an offer of that size? Because that really would surprise me. I gestured up and down her body. She stomped her foot, her face bright red. And that's exactly why my answer is no. She fumed at me. You're insufferable. And rude. Do you really think more money will make it easier for me to deal with you? A lot more money, I reminded her. Whatever, she shouted back at me. It doesn't matter, my answer is still no. I'll triple the initial offer. The air in the elevator went still while Felicity slowly turned to me. You can't be serious, she said in a soft voice. Try me. But, she mouthed some quick calculations to herself. No way, that would be enough for… Enough for what? I asked, taking note of the tiny smile she was trying to hide. Nothing, she said quickly, arranging her face back into the tense, annoyed expression I was used to. She returned to pacing. Why are you always in motion? I demanded. Stop already, it's really annoying. I hate enclosed spaces, okay? She shook her hands like they'd fallen asleep and felt prickly. This is stressing me out, and I'm doing everything I can to avoid losing my shit. You being in here too definitely isn't helping. I wanted to backtrack immediately because Tyler felt the same way. I'd seen him have a full-blown panic attack the time his label had forced him to make his entrance on stage in a coffin-sized box, and it wasn't pretty. Okay, I understand, I said calmly, backing up as much as I could to give her more space. Take a minute to center yourself while I check to see if Brian has any updates. We'll be fine, I promise you. Felicity bent over at the waist and placed her hands on her knees, letting out long breaths. She was worse off than I'd realized. Brian texted me back within seconds to let me know the techs were working remotely and were close to figuring out what had gone wrong. Almost there, I reassured her. She craned her neck to look up at me. It's not just my claustrophobia that's making me freak out right now. I tilted my head at her, waiting for her to continue. It's that I'm saying yes to your offer. And with that, the elevator cranked back into service. Life was about to get very interesting.
Chapter 5. Felicity. I hoped I didn't look as overwhelmed as I felt. Of course, I knew I looked good in the outfit Nina had helped me pick. New gray pants that showed off my assets and a yellow blouse, both from Ann Taylor. Even if everyone else in the room was probably wearing labels I'd never heard of. But what really had me rattled was the fact that I was sitting elbow to elbow with some of the most powerful people at Veritique, in a window-filled conference room that looked down on the skyscrapers around it. We were so high up I swore I could see Pennsylvania on the horizon. I was now in the big leagues. I'd been rushed through the onboarding process so I could be a part of this strategy meeting. Apparently, Cameron not only wanted me to be a part of the team, he needed me. It was nice to know I had a bit of power in the situation, but it was scary too. Cameron was putting a lot of faith in me. Screwing up was not an option. The mood in the room was tense, with everyone frowning and talking in low voices. We were all waiting for our fearless leader to get the meeting started. Sandrine slid into the open seat next to me. "I can't tell you how happy I am that you're here," she leaned over and whispered. "You're a fresh voice with a really interesting take on our direction. With you here, we definitely won't be making any more missteps like that Nalar ask her disaster." My stomach twisted at the responsibility of it. I was totally excited to rise to the challenge, but I would have liked at least a few days to settle into my new position. That wasn't going to be an option. "Wow, no pressure or anything," I laughed awkwardly. She was about to answer me when Cameron's assistant Alessandra rushed into the conference room, which was clearly the harbinger of the grump to come, since everyone quickly made their way to their seats. The whispers stopped when he breezed in. The vibe in the room shifted immediately, like a thunderstorm was brewing. Based on the straight backs and serious faces around me, we all felt it. "Good morning," Cameron glanced round the room at everyone before sitting down. There were a few murmurs in response, but no one wanted to say anything loudly and risk drawing attention to themselves. "Is everyone ready to brainstorm?" he asked, clapping his hands together once. I finally glanced at his face and realized he was staring directly at me. My cheeks went hot, and I focused on the new tablet I'd been given while everyone around me mumbled more indistinguishable words that sounded vaguely like agreement. "Before we get to it, I need to make sure we all show our newest employee some appreciation. Felicity Rhodes, will you stand up, please?" There were 20 people in the room, but it wasn't like they didn't know who I was. My face burned at being singled out first thing, but I rose to my feet, waving both of my hands like a dork. I started to sink back into my chair after a few seconds. "Hold on a sec," Cameron said, pointing his finger up at me. I froze in a half squat, hovering above my chair. "We're all well aware that the number Ask Her campaign was a nightmare." He paused to glare at a guy I'd just met named Glenn. Judging from the way he shrank in his seat, that nightmare had been his idea. "I want to make sure everyone knows it was Felicity who came to our rescue by suggesting the number Break the Chain campaign in cooperation with the Her Refuge organization. We took some early hits because of the mistake, but Sandrine's nearly immediate apology video, coupled with the announcement of the partnership, really turned things around. So let's take a moment to thank Felicity for thinking on her feet even before she officially joined the team." The round of applause felt genuine, and now my cheeks burned for a totally different reason. I'd hoped we'd at least discuss how my campaign was going during the meeting, but I was totally unprepared for being singled out for praise, especially by him. Maybe my new boss wasn't so bad after all? If I could look past how freaking judgmental he was and the superiority complex that practically oozed out of him, and how distractingly hot he was. How did he expect people to be able to concentrate when he was wandering around looking like that without even the decency to include a warning label? Like today, with him sitting at the head of the table, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed over his chest, with that face of his, all angular and modelly. A part of me could imagine climbing up on the conference table, crawling the length of it down to him, then grabbing him by his navy blue tie and twisting it around my fist before slowly pulling him closer to me and— "Felicity?" Cameron said, his expression hovering between amused and annoyed. "Are you still with us?" I snapped my mouth shut, even more embarrassed that it had been hanging open without my awareness. "Yes, of course," I answered quickly. I fiddled with my tablet, trying to turn it back on. "So what are your thoughts?" he pressed, narrowing his eyes at me. Shit. What had he been talking about when I was drooling over him? "The engagement ring campaign," Sandrine whispered out of the corner of her mouth to me. "The engagement ring campaign," I echoed triumphantly, silently thanking my new best friend for the life preserver. "Yes, of course. I actually have a ton of thoughts." Everyone was staring at me, which made me feel a little shaky. Of course, I was totally prepared to contribute during the meeting, but I had no idea I was going to be in the hot seat to serve as the primary stormy brain for the damn thing. "The floor is yours," Cameron said smoothly. I still couldn't get to my notes on the new tablet, which made me look like I didn't know how to work it, which I totally did, but I might have forgotten where I'd put them. I had a full plan, but it wasn't ready for general consumption quite yet, especially since I hadn't priced it all out. Again, I wasn't expecting to have to present it within my first hours of starting. Time to sink or swim. "Okay," I said. My palms were so sweaty I was afraid to put them on the table because I knew they'd leave streaks behind on the glossy surface. "Okay. So I'm thinking we need some sort of outside influence to help bring more attention to Veritique." I saw Cameron frowning at me all the way down the mile-long table. Couldn't he at least give me the benefit of the doubt before judging me? "It's not that we need help or anything," I quickly clarified, because Veritique is a powerhouse, but my idea is that we can double our exposure by partnering with an influencer who is in the business of love, who can amplify our message. People eat that sort of thing up, and it's super scalable. "We don't do partnerships," Cameron scowled. "No model collabs, no capsule collections. We're not about that sort of thing." I wasn't surprised he immediately shot me down. I already knew Veritique considered themselves above the sorts of marketing alliances most companies worked into their budgets every year. "And has that been working for you?" I asked simply. A few people gasped. Clearly, I'd entered a minefield just by being a little bit sassy. "Okay, a lot bit. Whatever." "Do you want to see our annual report?" Cameron glowered back at me. "Trust me, we're doing just fine." "Not as well as we were before the fallout from the mine conditions crisis," a man I'd met that morning named Jeffrey said quickly. Cameron seemed to be ready to combust in his leather chair. "Exactly," I said, hoping to take some of the heat from Jeffrey, since he'd stuck up for me in a roundabout way. "Which is why a new approach might be a good thing." "Fine, keep going," Cameron said begrudgingly. I dug deep and found a reserve of kick-ass I didn't know I had. "I propose," I laughed self-consciously at my little joke, "that we partner up with Lucy Dubois. Does everyone here know her?" I looked around the table to find most heads nodding because, of course, the marketing folks knew her. The woman had built an influencer empire that almost rivaled the Kardashians, with product tie-ins that resulted in major gains for her partner brands. She had a rabid following that did whatever she told them to. Connecting with Lucy was an even bigger no-brainer partnership because she was known for her forever ever or never ever trend, where she could predict which celebrity couples were going to make it to the altar and which were going to split up. She was eerily good at it. No one else had a track record as strong as hers. "Who the hell is Lucy Dubois?" Cameron asked in a frustrated voice, looking around the table and frowning like it was our fault he wasn't up to date on pop culture. "She's an influencer," Sandrine answered for me. "Or should I say she's the influencer when it comes to romance and relationships." The smartboard behind him shifted to an image of a smiling Lucy Dubois, then a slow scroll through her feed. Cameron turned to it and frowned at the screen. It's all Hollywood stuff. Hollywood romance stuff, I corrected, which works perfectly for us. So far, none of her brand deals have explicitly tapped into that part of her influence. It's mainly been makeup and clothing lines that she uses and wears. But if we connect with her and get her to pair her wedding bell predictions with our rings, tons of eyeballs, and probably a ton of copycat purchases, people want to act like celebrities, so if they can have a celeb-adjacent ring, brilliant. I love it, Sandrine said. Spell it out, Cameron barked, staring only at me. Give me a concrete example of what you mean. This I could do. Okay, so right now Lucy is predicting that Joe, the lead singer from Calculated Mischief, and Jen R. from That Baking Show are going to get engaged within the next 3 months. She could do a post and say that Joe should propose using our Veritique iconic ring, since they're an iconic duo. Or maybe we could do a staged paparazzi shot where Jen is in our flagship store with Joe, and then Lucy makes the prediction about which ring they're considering. There's a ton of ways we could work this partnership. The murmurs around the table sounded positive. I stared at Cameron, waiting for him to defy logic and shoot me down. I like it. Shocker. The man could see reason. I tried not to break into a victory grin. But, he continued, I need numbers, and I want our research department to go deep on her background before we approach her with an offer. She needs to be squeaky clean. Once all of that's complete, I want to meet her in person. If I don't like her, it's not happening. I had no idea if Lucy would clear Cameron's hurdles, but I was thrilled he'd given my idea an initial green light. Maybe things were going to be okay with my boss hole after all. We could also try reaching out to celebrities directly to avoid involving a third party, since Veritique usually doesn't do that, Glenn suggested, clearly trying to get back into Cameron's good graces. There's this guy, an author, who has the hottest book on the market right now. He's right on the cusp of becoming a household name, so we could probably get him for cheap. I froze. I had a creeping sense that I knew where the conversation was headed. No, this wasn't happening. Where's the romance angle? Cameron asked. It's not like we can do a tie-in with a thriller writer or an American history author. I'm guessing you don't read bodice rippers, Glenn. No, that's the thing, it's like love stuff a guy can read. Glenn perked up. His name is Stephen Brudney, and my vision started to blur, and my stomach lurched as I clutched the polished wood table in front of me. How was this possible? Was my ex always going to haunt me? The smartboard now showed an image of his book cover, which I hated to admit was really compelling. A bright blue background with a vintage-looking tattoo heart graphic, stuck through with a dagger and the words, "Unhinged Heart," printed in script on the banner in front of it. Wrote a few fancy book club books I never read, but his latest has really caught fire. Glenn leaned into his idea, getting more animated as he spoke. It's not a trashy romance book, because I wouldn't read that crap. He laughed derisively. It's more like a dissection of everything that went wrong with his last relationship. It's funny as hell and brutally honest. I mean, he talks about how he used to envision other women when he and his ex were, anyway, it's raw and unflinching. Yeah, so raw he also talked about how grossed out he was by my morning breath and how clingy I was toward the end of our relationship. He made me sound like an obsessive stalker, when the truth was I just wanted some answers from him. I mean, Stephen ghosted me after 3 years together. I wasn't hysterical. I was heartbroken. My reactions to the end of our relationship were all normal and understandable. But none of that came through in Unhinged Heart, which was way more focused on showing how he won the breakup and how much better off he was without me. And if it wasn't humiliating enough to have his utter contempt for me spelled out in black and white, the goddamn book was everywhere. In bookstore windows, on morning talk shows, in the hands of people on the subway, and now even here, in my brand new chance-of-a-lifetime dream job. No matter where I went, I couldn't escape how very stupid I had been to waste all those years on Steve in the first place. "I'm not getting the romance from the story, Glenn," Cameron said, fiddling with his phone like he was bored. The screen changed to Steve's author photo. A few women made admiring noises because it was a damn good picture of him. No, hold on, that's the thing. The book pivots to him meeting the girl of his dreams, and the final part of the book is all about how perfect she is and how she taught him the real meaning of love. I looked her up and she's gorgeous. It sounds like he really traded up. A few more guffaws from around the table. I had to force myself not to shoot eye daggers at the guys, my new colleagues. They didn't know. No one did. I bit the inside of my cheek as tears welled in my eyes. "Okay, I like it. Let's add it to the list of possibilities," Cameron answered. "Felicity, do some research and let me know what you think." There was absolutely no way I was going to entertain doing anything with Steve Brudney, but it wasn't like I could refuse my boss in front of everyone. Not without an explanation, I very much did not want to give. I tried swallowing the lump in my throat and mustering up a smile, but my eyes just kept watering. Shit, I was crying on my first day. This wasn't possible. I needed a minute alone to collect myself. I pushed back from the table quietly, hoping I could slip away without too many people noticing. "Whoa, you're leaving already, Felicity?" Cameron laughed, and every head swiveled to me. "Can't take the pressure. You better buckle up. This is nothing." The absolute nerve of making me into a spectacle when all I was trying to do was catch my breath. I raised my chin, hoping there was no evidence of tears. "No, I'm good," I said in a steady voice. I reached for the empty water glass in front of me. "Just need a refill, that's all." I've always been able to think on my feet. "Alessandra can take care of that for you," he replied smoothly. "Sit. We've got another hour or so before we're done here." He said it like I was an unruly child in a classroom, and my face burned. And for the next 58 minutes, I was trapped between the twin gazes of my ex smiling smugly at me from the screen and the boss hole at the end of the table, ready to treat me with an equal lack of respect. This job was a fucking huge mistake.
Chapter 6. Cameron. I loved being in our flagship store. With the clean lines and signature silver and black color scheme, the place managed to walk the line between being the fairy tale bucket list location every bride-to-be wanted to experience and being masculine enough so our male shoppers didn't feel out of place. Nearly every woman who walked through the double doors mimicked the scene from the 1950s movie that featured our shop, Very Veritique, doing a twirl on the iconic circular mosaic in our lobby. We were gathered after hours for a meeting with Lucy Dubois, piggybacking our first official meeting with her, and the internal reveal of a new line of engagement rings. It was a select group, just Sandrine, Glenn, Clara, our lead designer, Dominic from legal, and Felicity. Of course Felicity. She was the reason for the meeting that I hoped wasn't a complete waste of time. Lucy had obviously passed our background checks, and now it was a matter of a chemistry test. Could a storied brand like Veritique really connect with an influencer? I was having a hard time imagining it. But every argument I tried to form against it in my head just sounded like my dad and his utter refusal to adapt to anything new or hear anyone out. That wasn't who I wanted to be. I needed to at least try to be open to this new direction. Lucy and Felicity seemed to be hitting it off, chatting away in a distant corner of the shop. It gave me the chance to scrutinize the woman who'd been nothing but a nuisance since her first day with us. No, that was a lie. Felicity was already doing a phenomenal job. It was more a matter of our oil and water personalities that put me on edge. Everyone else on the team adored her, and the feeling seemed to be mutual. So why was I always on the receiving end of a glare? Like now, I was merely taking note of what she was wearing. A bright blue dress that showed off an hourglass figure. And she shot me a narrowed-eyed stare that made me feel like I'd been caught leering at her. Of course, the possibility existed that I was leering, because the woman was a fucking goddess. It wasn't like she dressed to show off her body. Everything she wore was more than appropriate for our somewhat buttoned-up office culture. But even the little slits in her skirts that showed off the back of her knees were enough to make me think of what she had going on a little higher up. I laughed at myself. I could bed any gorgeous woman I wanted, yet here I was, getting hard at the thought of a knee thanks to the new hire. "Why don't we get started?" I said loudly, my voice echoing around the grand space. Everyone moved toward the display where our most senior retail associate, Bernard, was waiting with a black velvet pillow. Felicity wound up standing right beside me, but she managed to avoid meeting my eyes. It was as if she couldn't stand the sight of me. "Welcome, everyone," Sandrine said. We're so excited to be spending time with Lucy Dubois tonight. Everyone clapped and the influencer beamed at us, miming clapping movements back at the group. She had that practiced way of holding herself, like she was poised to be photographed at any moment and was always ready to present her best angle. She was attractive in that Instagram model sort of way, with overdrawn dark eyebrows and lips that had seen their fair share of needles. Standing next to a natural beauty like Felicity, my first thought was that the woman looked slightly alien, but then I berated myself for being too judgmental. For our purposes, her looks were inconsequential. What we needed was her reach, and she had plenty of that. Lucy was a pro at her job, and if everything went according to plan, the partnership was going to be a home run. We wanted to start off today's meeting with an introduction of our latest engagement ring line, so Lucy can get those creative juices flowing, Sandrine continued, directing a smile at the influencer. I am beyond about this opportunity, Lucy exclaimed. Like, pinch me moments galore. Okay, the woman's enthusiasm was charming. I hoped it would translate to positive press for us. Clara, why don't you step up and begin our tour? Sandrine said. Our lead designer was the quintessential creative with a severe black bob, matching wide-rim black glasses, and some sort of black avant-garde dress and cape combination I couldn't figure out. Nor was I going to ask, because she would tell me, at length. She wasn't always the easiest personality to handle, but she was the best in the business. Of course. Tonight, we begin with the Eternum, Clara intoned, her German accent making her sound somber. She plucked the ring from the black velvet pad in front of Bernard and held it in the air. A pear-cut, 5-carat diamond with 50 chevron-shaped facets in it, set on a pavé-studded band. This is a statement ring that demands attention. Oh, it's glorious! Lucy squealed, clapping. But I need to see it on someone. Not me, because these paws haven't had a manicure in a week. She turned to Felicity. Look at your perfect hands. Put it on for us. Felicity blanched, glancing at me out of the corner of her eye. Oh no, I couldn't. Let's have Sandrine. What's your ring size, Felicity? Bernard asked with a knowing smile. A 6, perhaps? She paused, staring at the ring like she was afraid of it. I have no idea, actually. All of our rings are presented in a size 6 in store, and I know for a fact that Sandrine is a 7, but I think the Eternum will fit you. Felicity picked up the ring like it was a bomb about to go off. She glanced at me, then slid it on her finger. Wow, it's stunning, she sighed, turning her hand back and forth and then holding it up next to her face. Perfect fit, Bernard said proudly, like your Cinderella. Lucy already had her phone out, recording the casual try-on. You should see how it sparkles on video. I don't even need a filter, she exclaimed. Oh, my followers are going to love this content. I glanced at Dominic and gave him a pointed look. Lucy. Dominic adjusted his glasses. You can't post anything yet, since we still need to work out the contracts. And this is just an internal reveal. We're not ready to go public with this line yet, Sandrine added. Right, Lucy said, still recording. Of course I won't post a thing yet, but it'll help me with my brainstorming later. Felicity was staring at the ring on her finger. It looked beautiful. I'd approved the design after all, but it wasn't right for her. The Eternum was a big, flashy piece, better suited for a woman who felt like she had something to say to the world, at top volume, a status seeker. I didn't know Felicity well, but that didn't seem like her. What do you think of it? I asked her. She was close enough to me that I got a hint of peach in the air around her. Of course she smelled sweet. It's something else, she replied, still fixated on the ring. I think it's a couple years' worth of rent on my finger. And it's heavy. She shook her hand back and forth gently. I feel like I'm wearing a kettlebell. Are you telling me you're too weak to carry 8 carats? I chuckled at her. You're in trouble. Just wait until you see the brilliant. You won't be able to pick your arm up off the counter. I took her hand in mine because I wanted a closer look at the ring's facets, not realizing I was taking her hand in mine in front of a room full of people until I heard Lucy awe about it. At that point, letting go and backing away would have been more awkward than continuing, so I brazened through. Felicity jumped like I'd electrocuted her, but relaxed when she realized I was giving the ring professional scrutiny, and nothing more. "What do you think, Romeo?" she asked in a lighter tone than I'd heard her use with me. "Am I a worthy Juliet?" She did a little curtsy. "Number, I don't know if it works on you," I said honestly. She snatched her hand back, looking wounded. "And why not? It's not a good match. Somehow the ring looks like costume jewelry on you." "Excuse me?" Her eyebrows shot up. "You're saying I make it look cheap?" "That's not at all what I'm saying," I grumbled at her, taking her hand in mine again. I studied the ring on her finger, even though she was trying to squirm out of my grip. Pale skin, almost translucent, and silky soft. The ring was a giant, shiny speed bump on her delicate finger. I looked into her eyes. "There's no question the Eternum is an outstanding piece of jewelry, but it's not your ring. The right ring complements a woman. It doesn't try to upstage her. The ring best suited for you will be a reflection of pure, natural beauty. The truth is, someone like you could wear a piece of twine around their finger and still make it look like $1,000,000. They were statements of fact that I'd say to any shopper. But saying them to Felicity while holding her hand had a different vibe in a way I couldn't quite explain. Her mouth went into that pretty little O shape, and I swore I heard a literal squee come from Lucy. I glanced over and saw that she was filming us. "Remember, you can't," I began. I know, Lucy laughed at me. "No posting. I just want to capture these moments because it's a total swoon fest." As soon as I realized what she meant, I let go of Felicity's hand abruptly. Sure, it might look like there was something brewing between us because we were two attractive, red-blooded humans with needs. But how could Lucy miss the undercurrent of wary tension between us? It radiated off of Felicity, although her hand had relaxed into mine in a way that felt almost familiar. No, there was no way. I had to have imagined it. I was about to stress to Lucy that Felicity and I were nothing more than colleagues, but Clara tapped the glass display case with her giant emerald ring, reorienting everyone back to her. "If I may continue," she said in a serious voice. Clara didn't like foolishness, but it wasn't like I did either. Bernard placed another ring on the black velvet pad in front of him, and Clara picked it up and held it in front of her. "The Novo," she said solemnly. "Featuring 2 round, brilliant diamonds precisely set to frame a 3rd round center stone. At just 3 carats total, it's smaller than the rest of our new collection. But our Novo stones have an unparalleled clarity that sets them apart." Clara held it out to Felicity, and she gamely tried it on. "Me likey!" Lucy sang out when Felicity held up her hand. Everyone oohed and ahed over the ring, but there was only one I wanted to see, because I knew it would be perfect for someone like Felicity. "Bernard, please get me the Eternity," I said in a low voice. He pulled out the ring and slid it to me on the pad, right as Felicity was taking off the Novo. I held up the Eternity and cleared my throat so everyone turned to me. "Clara, if you don't mind, I'll describe this one." Clara bowed her head to me like I was her king, and I was reminded of her flair for the dramatic. "The Eternity is a 6-carat cushion-cut center diamond with perfectly aligned internal facets, set on an inlaid platinum with 4 high prongs. The slender band of micro-pavé set diamonds gives this ring a sparkle, quite unlike anything we've ever offered. It's a stunning ring that unites modern sensibilities with the soul of a romantic." I turned to Felicity. Every eye was on us, including Lucy's unblinking phone. "May I?" I asked, holding the ring toward her. It was at that moment Dominic, glued to his phone as usual, opted to take a step toward me but tripped instead, careening against my back. The jostle sent the ring flying from my hands, and I immediately dropped to the floor to snag it. I wound up on my knees in front of Felicity as I grabbed it. She had her hands clutched over her mouth because she knew tens of thousands of dollars worth of diamonds had just clattered across the marble. "Oh my gosh, please don't move, you two. This is gold." Lucy's desperate voice rang out. "I'm taking a gazillion photos. Now put it on her." Felicity giggled at the influencer's insistence, which got a smile out of me in spite of myself. How ridiculous was it that we looked like I was doing a real proposal? "What Lucy wants, Lucy gets," Felicity said. She flipped her hand out to me, and I slipped the ring on her finger as quickly as I could, then stood up. I was about to make a joke about what had happened, but I glanced at Felicity and discovered her staring at the ring with round eyes. "Oh," she breathed as she examined it. "It's absolutely perfect." "It's my favorite," I admitted. I gently grasped her fingertips to pull her hand closer, so I could examine how the ring looked on her. It was no surprise that it was perfectly at home on her finger, like it was made for her. "Okay, you guys, call me crazy, but I have the best idea," Lucy said as she skittered over to us. "Celebrity couples are totally my thing, but what if for this campaign we brought things a little closer to home?" Sandrine drifted over to listen. "And how would you do that?" I asked, a sinking feeling settling in my stomach as her gaze danced from me to Felicity over and over. "I'm so freaking brilliant for coming up with this," she squealed. "You two are ridiculously adorable together, so we could follow your love story, from the design table, to the ring selection, to the proposal, to the wedding rings. Your romance could be so perfectly integrated into what I normally do. You're obviously not celebrities, but given what you do for a living, you guys would totally get a pass. And you're both gorgeous, so—" She scrolled through her phone and showed the photo of me on my knees in front of Felicity. "You look incredible in pictures." Felicity and I leaned closer to look at the image, and in that moment we did indeed look like two people utterly besotted with one another, which just went to prove that photos lie. Felicity wasn't caught up in a romance. She was smiling at me because I had to crawl around on the floor to find the ring. "We're not a couple," Felicity said quickly. "We barely tolerate one another." I tried to hide my frown. I was now tolerating her just fine. Did she not feel the same? Whatever. I didn't need her to like me. I just needed her to do her job. Exactly. It's a working relationship, nothing more. "What?" Lucy shrieked. "No way, that's unbelievable! You two have crazy chemistry! You totally fooled me!" She paused for a moment, and a smile cracked her face. "And maybe that's what we could do. If you could make me believe you're the real deal without even trying, then I'm sure you could fool the world." "Oh, now hold on," Felicity said quickly. "That was for like 3 minutes. There's no way we could do that long term." Did the woman actually shudder at the thought of it? "It's not a bad idea," Sandrine offered hesitantly. "There are so many ways to commodify a fake relationship. We could totally control the arc of your love story. And I'd make it seamless for you," Lucy added. "You'd leave all the planning to me and just show up looking gorgeous." I didn't like where things were headed. I could barely handle a real relationship, so trying to muster up emotions for a fake one was off the table. Sandrine and Lucy were already discussing churn metrics and watch times, while Felicity listened with a shocked expression. She kept touching her thumb to the diamond on her hand, like she was checking that the precious ring was still there. "Excuse me, can I get a word in here?" I finally interrupted. "This brainstorming session is supposed to focus on the rings, remember? Then we need to determine whether a partnership between Dubois Enterprises and Veritique is even in the cards." I felt like an asshole for dangling the contract over Lucy's head, but I needed her to know that I steered the ship. I didn't like it when things spiraled out of my control. I turned to Felicity. "Ring, please," I said, holding my hand out in front of her. Her mouth turned pouty for an instant. Then she wrenched the thing off and slapped it into my palm. "Clara, let's move on to the Celeste, please." I needed to focus on something other than the way Felicity's hand had felt in mine. Chapter 7. Cameron. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" My younger brother, Aiden, glowered at me, nostrils flaring. We were in the narrow hallway near the bathrooms in 11 Madison Park. Our already awkward dinner now made that much worse by what he'd just admitted to me. We'd agreed to meet so I could finally check out the mystery woman he'd been with for a few months. Aiden liked to play the field, so the fact that a woman had made it beyond 3 dates made her something of a novelty. He wasn't eager for me to meet her. I'd had to force the dinner, so I went into it concerned that something was up. The moment he'd walked in with his date, my worst fears were confirmed. He'd been secretly dating none other than Megan Bartholomew, eldest daughter of our biggest competitor, Barth & Company. And he'd just admitted to me that he was thinking about proposing to her. "You heard me," he fumed back. "I want to marry her. I love her." "You love her? You barely know her," I growled at him. "Aiden, this is wrong on so many levels. How can you not see that? A Bartholomew? She could be a corporate spy for all you know. First of all, what kind of intel could she get from me? I'm on the board, sure, but I only show up to the office twice a year. I'm a part of Veritique in name only, you know that. And Meg has her own interior design business. She's not a Barth employee. He paused. I'm in love with her, Cameron. Why the hell can't you understand that? Aiden's expression shifted to wounded, and for an instant I felt bad for him. He'd always lived in my shadow. He even looked like my dark-haired evil twin, and his response was to try to be the exact opposite of me. That meant it had taken him a while to find his own path. But for the past few years, I'd thought he'd finally settled into something good. Well, good for him, that is. He was an art dealer who loved hanging with the creative types I just couldn't understand. But whatever. As long as he was happy, I'd support him. In most things, that is. Not in this. I sighed and tried to dig up some grace for him about the predicament, but I only felt fury over the mistake he was about to make. Listen. I know firsthand that rushing into things always ends in disaster, I said, struggling to keep my voice even. Why can't you learn from my mistakes? Just because you had shitty luck in the romance department doesn't mean I will, Aiden shot back at me. I was hoping you'd be supportive, but since I'm not reading from your script, you obviously don't approve. Typical. A woman squeezed between us on her way to the restroom, so Aiden and I paced away from each other. A tension headache was forming in the back of my neck. All I'm saying is, take your time, I replied quietly, even though it was a lie. I didn't want him doing anything with Megan Bartholomew. Don't rush into things, especially with her. My hope was that slowing the relationship might help him realize getting married was a terrible idea. And if I had my way, I'd be beside him as he worked through it, pointing out all the landmines in front of him until he saw I was right. Look, there's nothing you can say or do that'll make me change my mind. Meg is an incredible woman, and if you'd give her a chance, you'd see it too. But no, you had to stare her down like she was a trespasser at our table. She's the literal enemy of our family business, I hissed, pointing back toward the dining room. Don't you remember how Barth and Coburn tried to get traction on that hashtag that made it sound like we like committing human rights violations? Huh? Cam, again, she doesn't work for the company. Aiden slapped his hand in his palm and enunciated like he was talking to a child, and I wanted to haul off and punch him for it. And that was ages ago, when Dad was still in charge. We scowled at one another in silence. Are you coming back to the table or not? Aiden asked. I pictured myself sitting down across from that woman and couldn't envision even pretending to enjoy myself. I shook my head. Sorry, Aiden. I'm not going to pretend I'm on board with this. You're making a mistake. I don't support this relationship. I braced for a blow-up, but my brother shocked me instead. Fine, he replied in a measured voice. But I'm going to prove you wrong. We're going to prove you wrong. I wanted to laugh in his face. I couldn't believe that after witnessing me going through my own personal relationship hell, he still believed it couldn't happen to him. Fine, you do that, I said. I'm going to excuse myself, and you two can have a wonderful dinner without me. I'll even pick up the check. I strode back to the table and said goodbye to a resigned Megan Bartholomew, then walked out into the night air. I needed to clear my head, so I told Jimmy to take off and headed home on foot. I hoped by the time I got there, I'd be in a better mood. I realized I was speed-walking when my tie started strangling me. I loosened it and forced myself to slow down. I couldn't stop grappling with how powerless I felt with the Aiden situation. How could he not see he was making a life-changing mistake that could impact not only him, but our business as well? Was my failed attempt at forever not enough to prove to him that jumping into marriage was an insane idea? I didn't even bother looking up as I navigated the crowded sidewalk, which was fine until it wasn't. I collided with someone striding out of Trader Joe's, knocking into her so forcefully that the grocery bag toppled out of her arms, spilling tangerines down the block. I'm sorry, that was my... Yeah, it was your fault, Romeo. I finally looked at who I'd run into and sighed deeply. Fagin. Of course it's you. Just what I need tonight. Felicity scrunched her face, clearly taking that as an insult. I started collecting tangerines so I didn't have to look at her because, damn it, she was stunning even with the messy ponytail and no makeup. Where were you stomping off to? She asked as I handed her the final piece of runaway fruit. She juggled the 3 bags she was trying to carry. Wherever it is, I pity the people on the other end. Not tonight, Fagin, I sighed, rubbing my eyes. I'm going home, okay? Been a rough couple of hours. She took me in for a moment. I must have looked as bad as I felt, because her tone was a little gentler when she spoke again. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm going home too. Why don't you walk with me and tell me all about it? Getting it off your chest might help. It was a surprisingly kind offer coming from someone who normally acted like she couldn't stand me. I wasn't in the mood to talk about my family problems with my employee, but now that she knew we were both going in the same direction, I was stuck with her. Fine, I sighed. Hand me one of your bags. I'll help you. Felicity paused. You, chivalrous? Now that's a shocking twist from the cab thief I thought I knew. You have no idea what I'm really like, I groused at her as she gave me a bag filled with what felt like bowling balls. Fair point, she said as we set off. Now talk. Tell me what happened. For a moment, I considered spilling the mess with my brother and that woman, but I realized it would be better to keep the professional boundaries in place. There was something about Felicity Rhodes that destabilized me, and I wasn't used to the sensation. It was almost like I needed a reason to keep my distance from her. She was beautiful. That much was obvious, but she was also fearless and smart, and not afraid to speak her mind, even to me. She kept me on my toes, something few people were capable of. It would be too easy for a woman like that to mess with my head, and I couldn't let that happen. Wow, it must be bad if you're actually keeping your mouth shut. I whipped around to respond and saw a little smile turning up the corners of her mouth. I'm kidding. You don't have to say a word. We can just walk in silence, like you're my personal assistant helping me cart my groceries home. I snorted. Sure, that works. We walked another block and Felicity stopped abruptly. She looked down a side street nervously. I need to go this way. I frowned at her. We're literally a block away from the building. Why would you go that way? It's 3 blocks longer. Did you forget where you live? She shifted her weight a few times, glancing in both directions. There's a little park down there that I love. Hanwell Park? Do you know it? It has a bunch of places to sit and enjoy nature, and it's really charming. Yeah, of course I know the park, I interrupted. But it's dark and cold now. Why the hell do you want to go there at night with all of your groceries? It's one of my favorite places in the city, and never mind. It's fine. You're an enigma, Fagin, I said, as we picked up the pace again. I don't get you. The feeling is mutual, she fired back at me. We passed by the indie bookshop I always wished I had the time to visit. I glanced at the window display, and when I saw the book featured in it, it was my turn to stop in my tracks. Hey, that's the book Glenn was talking about at the brainstorming meeting. By the size of the poster in the window and stacks of hardcover books piled around it, it was clear that Glenn knew what he was talking about. Unhinged Heart looked like a blockbuster. Have you read it? I glanced at Felicity. Her body was angled so that she was staring straight ahead, like the bookshop was a monster she couldn't bear to acknowledge. Are you okay? I asked. What's going on with you? She sniffled and shook her head, still not looking at the window. This was dipping past odd and into worrying. What could possibly have her so rattled? Whatever it was, I didn't like the way it made her hunch in on herself like she was hurt or scared. You're acting strange. Talk to me, Fagin. Let's walk, she said, jutting her chin forward. I don't like standing here. We continued with Felicity staring ahead, and me staring at her. She finally glanced at me and made an exasperated noise. Fine, I'll tell you, she said. Felicity took a deep breath. Stephen Broodney is my ex. Unhinged Heart is about me. Her voice cracked at the confession. I couldn't have come up with a more off-the-wall theory about what was wrong with her. She was the crazy ex in the story everyone was talking about? I didn't know Felicity well, but she didn't strike me as the scary ex-girlfriend type. I mean, sure she could get intense, but her reactions weren't unbalanced or dangerous. And what was it Glenn had said about the author trading up with his current girlfriend? What could possibly be up from Felicity? How is that even possible? I asked, still incredulous. Did he talk to you about it? Ask your permission? She let out a harsh laugh and shook her head. He absolutely did not. I never would have signed off on the garbage he put in that book. But I don't have a leg to stand on lawsuit-wise, since he changed details about me. His girlfriend in the book is called Felicia Raines. I frowned. And what sort of stuff does he accuse you of in the book? If you don't mind me asking, that is. Felicity stared at the sidewalk, like she was trying to find the courage to talk about it. You don't have to, I began. He said I was obsessed with him, Felicity said through gritted teeth. He claims that I pursued him, almost like a stalker, until I wore him down. That's not even close to the truth. He totally pursued me. He kept showing up at the coffee shop where I used to hang out, and he'd always find a reason to stop at my table and talk. Or should I say, he'd stop by and monologue, because I could never get a word in edgewise. I hate people like that, I muttered. I do too, so I have no idea why I agreed to go out with him. I mean, yeah, he's a decent-looking guy, I guess, but holy shit, he's boring. All he talks about is himself. I have no clue how I put up with it for so long. I chuckled at her intensity. There are so many lies in that book, she continued. He actually has a line in it where Felicia says, "You're the best lover I've ever had. I wish you could fuck me every day for the rest of my life." Felicity made a gagging noise. First of all, and second, it's not even true. He was selfish as hell in bed. He's not even on the list of my top 5 lovers. Why did I like hearing that the handsome best-selling author didn't thrill her in bed? Of course, my next thought was who held the #1 slot. And then, Felicity's voice went up an octave. He made me sound all soppy and sentimental, like something from those super trashy bodice rippers my grandma used to read. Do you think I would ever say, "My king, tonight our souls kissed as you made love to me"? I couldn't help but laugh out loud at the ridiculousness. That's the kind of writing that qualifies as a bestseller these days. Right? She shrieked. It'd almost be funny if it wasn't so damn sad. But I guess he had to make all that crap up so he can pretend he was totally justified in dumping me out of the blue with no explanation. That whole chunk of the book where I was supposedly chasing after him, begging him to take me back? I did reach out to him a few times, but it wasn't because I wanted to get back together. It was because I wanted closure and an explanation. I thought he owed me that. She grimaced. I didn't expect him to share the explanation with the whole world, though. Or for it to be 40% bullshit and 55% outright lies. I realized we were making jokes about something that was pretty devastating. I couldn't imagine what Felicity was going through, watching her reputation get trampled. You're staying away from the reviews and comments about the book, right? I asked. She shrugged and refused to look at me. Felicity, that's not healthy. I know, but I couldn't help it. At first, I thought maybe reviewers would be trashing his writing or realizing he was talking out of his ass, and that no woman would ever act like the one he described, but it turned out they were saying terrible things about me, like how he dodged a bullet, and that I was an obsessed nutcase. And worse. We'd reached our building, but I wasn't ready to end the conversation. Hey, hold on. I reached out to gently grasp her elbow. I'm going to make you an offer. Do you want me to have him taken care of? Cameron, are you serious? Felicity's eyes went wide. She glanced around nervously, then leaned closer to me. You're asking if I want to have him killed? I stared at her in shock for a beat, then doubled over with laughter. Murdered? You think I'm offering to do a mob hit on your ex-boyfriend? I wheezed a bit longer while her cheeks went pink. I mean taken care of professionally. I know people in publishing and in the media. I can't stop the book from being published, obviously, but I bet I could turn the heat on it way down if you want. A tiny giggle bubbled out of her. Okay, phew. I mean, I sort of like the idea of you taking him out, but I'd never agree to it. She paused to consider my real offer. And you don't have to kill the book either. I raised an eyebrow at her. I hate him. I hate Unhinged Heart. But I'd rather direct my energy to something positive, you know? Like my new job. The corner of her mouth turned up at the mention of it. The more time I spend thinking about him, the more he wins. I don't want to give him any more real estate in my brain. I mean, I do kind of like the thought of the irony. Half of the book is about how all of the problems he faced were always my fault, because he loves blaming things on me. So it would be pretty cool if I actually did have the power to rain on his parade a little. But then would that mean he was right about me? She shrugged. I think the best way forward is to never, ever speak of him again. So Felicity Rhodes wanted to take the high road. Yet another surprise from the person who kept me in a constant state of puzzlement. If that's what you want, that's what we'll do, I reassured her. Strike Stephen Broodney from the records. I juggled the grocery bag so I could hold the door open for her and saw who was waiting for us in the lobby. Felicity, I said quickly. You better brace for impact.
Chapter 8. Felicity. I swiveled my head to try to figure out what Cameron meant and saw a giant black blob sprinting across the lobby toward us. "Oh my God, are we getting attacked by a dog?" I asked in a panic. "Sort of, but in a good way," Cameron laughed. He placed my grocery bag on the ground and crouched down to absorb the hit from the oversized dog. What I thought was going to be a scary takedown turned into a goofy hello from a dog who looked like he didn't understand how to move his body. It was a blur of paws, tail, and slobbery snout as Cameron tried to pet the pup. "This monster is mine," he laughed. "Meet Boris." In an instant, the dog discovered there was another human to greet, so he dashed to me and started the same playful spinning and jumping. Whoa, hold on, mister," I said, trying to set my grocery bags down so I could pet him. "Sorry, guys," a voice echoed down to us. Boris turned, then dashed toward the man running across the lobby but changed his mind at the last minute and juked right to go say hello to Carl the doorman. "Looks like somebody needs a dog trainer." Carl smiled as he petted Boris. The other guy finally collected the leash and walked over to us, with Boris finally under control. "Well, that was my workout for the day. Remind me to keep a tighter grip on the leash," he said with a sigh when he reached us. "He was literally running circles around the lobby. He's fast." "And strong," Cameron agreed, leaning down to give his dog a kiss on the head. He straightened and glanced between us. "Felicity Rhodes, meet my old friend Tyler Boyd." "Hey, I'm not that old," Tyler laughed. I squinted at the handsome, dark-haired guy. "Why is your name so familiar?" He smiled awkwardly for a minute and shuffled his feet. Not sure." I stared at him. "We've met? I'm sure of it." "Oh, trust me, if our paths had crossed before, I'd never let you forget it." He winked at me playfully. "Oh, come on, you're relentless, Tyler," Cameron groused. "Now I remember." The flirty vibe brought it all into focus. "I saw your band at the Sty with my friend Nina. We were in the front for a while. You were amazing." "Oh, wow, okay," he bobbed his head. "Thank you, I appreciate that. I wouldn't say those guys are my band, though. We just sort of jam together." "Tyler's more of a solo artist, if you ask me," Cameron added. "He's at his best when he's up there on his own." Nina had said he'd had some big hits back in the day, right? I'd meant to find the videos on YouTube, but that was the night I got stuck in the elevator with Cameron, and after that, every thought of Tyler had totally slipped my mind. Tyler punched his arm. "My biggest fan. You guys going up?" Cameron nodded. "I'm going to help Felicity get her groceries to her place first." "I'll help too. I've got a free hand, as long as Boris doesn't take off again." He cradled one of my bags on his hip, and we all headed for the elevator together. I swallowed a dorky grin because I knew Nina was going to absolutely shit herself when her musician crush walked into our place. I hoped she was still dressed from work, because she'd looked especially devastating when she left this morning. I wanted to warn her, but there wasn't enough time. "I'm right over here," I said when the elevator door opened, leading the way down the hall. I knocked as I unlocked the door. "Nina, are you decent? We have company." "Who's with you?" "Jenny?" she asked, referring to the girl across the hall who sometimes joined us for margarita nights. "Jen, if that's you, you should know I'm better than decent," her voice echoed out. "My bra is off, my sweats are on, I'm downing my second glass of wine and life is good." She came out of her room, saw the group of us, and froze. "Hi," I waved cheerily. I pointed at Cameron and Tyler. "Company!" "With a dog," Nina squeaked out. holding her wine glass out in front of her. Hi. She glanced back at the guys and froze again. Oh my God, you're Tyler Boyd, in my apartment. What the hell is going on? I'm here with my buddy Cam and this beast, he answered. I guess I carried a watermelon. He shifted the bag in his arms. Hold on, did you just quote Dirty Dancing? Nina asked incredulously. Guilty, he chuckled. I heard you were at my last show, thanks for coming. Tyler upped the wattage of his smile and Nina nearly swooned. I remember you. That red hair is something else. Really? You actually saw me? He beamed at her. How could I miss you? You sang nearly every word of every song. I almost handed you the mic. Oh my gosh, I could never! She cracked up at the thought. I can't even do karaoke. Well, maybe I need to find that out firsthand, Tyler said. I'll be the judge of your voice. Stop! She gushed flirtatiously, flipping her hand at him. I'm the worst. Boris pulled away to say hello to Nina, then explore our apartment. Tyler barely noticed. Which song from the set did you like the best? He asked. I hope you didn't hear me go off key during that night. You did? You sounded perfect to me. I really liked A Toast to Us, but you changed the chorus, and that caught me off guard, Nina said, walking closer to Tyler. I liked what you did with it, but I was super curious why you sang totally new lines. Tell me everything. Tyler smiled sheepishly and began explaining how the changes in his life made him want to switch up the lyrics, acting like there was no one else in the room but Nina. I finally caught Cameron's eye and nodded toward the kitchen. Can you help me unpack? I could use some extra hands. He understood that something interesting was brewing between our friends, so he followed me into the small space with Boris just a few steps behind him. He's quite the charmer, I said as we set the bags on the counter. Should I be worried? Cameron scowled at me as he started unpacking. About Tyler? Nah, he's good people. But he's like a rock star, I said, pointing out the obvious as I pulled the tangerines from the bag. They're not exactly known for stability. I love Nina like a sister, so if Tyler is a mess, please tell me. I'm serious. Cameron handed me a loaf of brioche, trying to hold it high enough so Boris couldn't grab it. And I love Tyler like a brother, so I get it. I'll always be on his side, but to be perfectly honest with you, he's had a rough go of it. I tisked. So I should warn Nina to keep her distance. Now hold on, Cameron said, sounding defensive, or maybe protective. Tyler the man is incredible. He's got the biggest, best heart. Empathy like no one else. But Tyler the rock star, well, he's in a different headspace. Ty hit it big, fast, and that does something to a person. He ran with a crowd who liked to party hard, and he got caught up in that lifestyle. When his sophomore album flopped, all those new friends who had become his whole world ditched him, and it broke him. Now he's trying to find his footing again. Sometimes he slips up, and I have to step in to deliver a friendly beatdown. That's actually what I was up to the morning we met. I was worried about him, and I was trying to get to his apartment quickly. Hearing that Cameron wasn't just being a selfish prick about the cab shifted everything about that initial encounter. How else had I been wrong about him? He's lucky to have you, I murmured, focusing on searching my crowded cabinets for open space instead of the warmth spreading in my chest. Thanks. I'm right there with him, every step of the way. Cameron placed a box of tea on the counter. He's an amazing friend. So he's not a pump and dump kind of guy? I asked, peeking into the bag to see if I missed anything. Cameron froze, holding a box of pasta in the air. Did you seriously just say that to me? I slapped my hand over my mouth because until that moment, I'd half forgotten Cameron wasn't just a dude in my apartment. He was my boss. Sorry, I'm just looking out for Nina, I said, my shoulders up by my ears. We unpacked in silence for a few minutes. But is he? I asked in a quiet voice. I held my breath until Cameron finally cracked a smile, then dissolved into laughter. I haven't heard that phrase since college. What the hell, Felicity? It's an important question, I insisted. I'm looking out for my girl. Okay, let me put it this way for you. I love my dog more than anything, and I let Tyler take care of him. Do you think I'd trust this beast with just anyone? He dropped to one knee to pet Boris, and the dog danced in place. Okay, you trust him with your dog, point taken. I don't need to warn Nina about Tyler. I watched Boris stare adoringly at Cameron as he got back to unpacking. Where did you buy him? He's a gorgeous dog. I don't buy dogs, Cameron replied in the derisive voice I was more familiar with. He's a rescue. I ignored his tone. No way. Why would he need to be rescued? He's basically a perfect giant schnauzer. Yeah, he is. He's exactly what the breed standard describes. But a dog is more than just a set of physical characteristics, and unfortunately, not everyone realizes that. Cameron frowned. He was originally purchased as a puppy out on Long Island by a family who didn't know anything about what a working dog needs. He grew out of the adorable puppy phase and demanded more attention, but the family didn't have any interest in providing it. He turned destructive, and their solution was to move him from the house to the garage. No, that's awful. Cameron nodded. Yeah, it is, but it gets worse. He started chewing holes in the walls and barking all day and night. The family thought it might be a better idea to leave him in the yard, but he's smart as hell, so he figured out how to scale the fence. He took off and got hit by a car. A good Samaritan brought him to the vet, and when they called the family to tell them what happened, they said he was too much trouble and never came to pick him up. It was my turn to drop to my knees to pet the sweet dog. Boris, you poor baby. He wiggled and licked my face like he was trying to reassure me he was fine now. Adopted by a billionaire? I'd say he was better than fine. I looked up at Cameron. How did he make his way to you? I could feel him watching me pet Boris, which made me self-conscious. Was I doing it wrong? When I glanced up at him, he was smiling at us with so much warmth in his expression that it made my heart stutter. I quickly refocused on the dog. My assistant Daniel was visiting his parents out on Long Island and ended up taking their cat to the same vet where Boris wound up. He heard the whole story and immediately thought of me. I'm a sucker for a hard luck story, so of course I adopted him. It was hard for me to imagine Cameron being a sucker for anything but fat sales reports. Could it be possible that he was actually a softie deep down? I set up a little fund for the clinic for other animals in the same situation, Cameron continued. Turns out people dump their pets at the veterinarian all the time if the cost of treatment is too much, or the animal is old or just unwanted. It's heartbreaking, but now there's a cushion to make sure those animals get treatment and wind up in a safe place. I chuckled at the thought of his little fund. I'm sure Cameron had provided enough financial support to create an extra wing for unwanted animals. I gave in to Boris's demands for more pets and sat down on my kitchen floor. The dog plopped onto my lap and rolled onto his side, so I had full access to his belly. He really likes you, Cameron mused. Please, I saw how he was in the lobby. He likes everyone. No, this is different. He's sort of obsessed with you. For the briefest moment, I wished Cameron was talking about himself, but reason took over. Why would a billionaire have any interest in someone like me? And besides, the kind-hearted dog owner stuff was just a tiny facet of the person I knew as a complete bosshole. But which part was the true Cameron O'Connor? I need to get him home, or else he's going to start helping himself to your groceries. He knows when it's dinner time. I laughed as Boris went from a full recline in my lap to upright alert at the mention of dinner. Told you, Cameron chuckled. Anyway, thanks for taking my mind off the bullshit I'm facing. Tension briefly flashed across his face. I owe you thanks for being my grocery Sherpa. I stood up and paused, and for being an ear about the unhinged heart stuff. I thought we weren't ever going to talk about that again. Right, of course. I pretended to cross it out in the air in front of me, striking it from the records. Exactly, he said agreeably. We stared at one another in silence for a few seconds, like neither one wanted to move out of the bubble we'd created in my tiny kitchen. Boris broke the spell for us, running to the doorway, then turning back to bark at Cameron. See what I mean? Dinner? He said, following his dog out. Tyler and Nina were still engrossed in conversation in our family room, so much so that they didn't even notice when we appeared. Boris and I are heading upstairs, Cameron said. I kept forgetting my boss lived in my building. I sort of liked the idea and hated it at the same time. Right, me too, Tyler said quickly. Nina finally woke up from the spell he'd cast on her, blinking like she was adjusting to bright light. "It was so great talking with you. Thanks for the advice." "Advice?" Cameron frowned as he glanced between the pair. "Are you an aspiring songwriter?" She laughed. "No, not even close. Tyler told me about a fantasy series he's reading, and now I want to read it too." "We could start a texting book club to discuss it," he said, sounding adorably excited. I glanced at Cameron, and he shrugged helplessly. "Anyway, we're out of here," he said. "See you Monday, Fagin." Why did it feel flirty? The minute the door shut behind them, Nina squealed silently and jumped up and down, clapping her hands. Did that really just happen? Tyler Boyd was in our apartment? "Don't get too excited. He's besties with a boss hole," I said, trying to ignore the fizzy sensation in my chest. Nina snorted at me. "Boss hole? That guy? Did you see the way he acted with his dog?" "I guess," I said with a non-committal shrug, "but who doesn't love dogs? I think you forgot to tell me something very important about your new boss." I tipped my head at her in confusion. "He's hot as hell." She covered her mouth and burst into laughter. "Nina, no he's not." I grabbed a pillow and tossed it at her, hoping she didn't see my red face. "Oh, but he is. You're just too stubborn to admit it, and methinks he might have a little thing for you." My heartbeat quickened, but I tried to ignore it. "Methinks?" I laughed at her. "Okay, Shakespeare, maybe I need to get you out of the stacks." "Whatever," she said as she tossed the pillow back where it belonged. "I'm just telling you what I observed." "Maybe it was pure hatred you picked up on, because we've had a bumpy getting acquainted stage." Well, as the bard says, the course of true love never did run smooth. "True love," I sputtered, mustering up a laugh. "Please." But a teeny tiny part of me wondered if a guy like Cameron could ever fall for a girl like me. I choked on the thought. Yeah, right. We'd be lucky if we got to tolerating each other.
Chapter 9. Cameron. "No," I groaned, rolling over in bed to check why my phone was blowing up. "It's early!" Once again, my Veritique alerts were going off. But I couldn't think of a single thing that could be causing problems. We'd had a blissfully stable few weeks, and while I couldn't completely credit Felicity for the positive change, it sure felt like she had something to do with it. I squinted at my phone. What the hell is number ringing in the romance? It wasn't a hashtag I was familiar with. Not that I had a hand in every single thing the media department was doing, but still. They at least included me in emails when something was going to launch. I scrolled until I found a link and clicked through it. "Oh, fuck," I said, when it took me to Lucy's Instagram account, and I saw a still of me and Felicity from the night we had our meeting in the Veritique showroom. What kind of bullshit drama did she cook up? Signing Lucy was a no-brainer, but I still wasn't completely comfortable with how much freedom we'd given her, within certain parameters, to post what she thought would be the most effective, without having to get sign-off on it from me first. When we'd put together the contract, she'd argued she knew best what her followers would respond to. I couldn't exactly argue with that. But that didn't mean I was always thrilled with how she got her results. I know I'm going to hate this. Boris decided I could use some support and jumped up beside me in bed. He refused to sleep next to me, opting instead to sleep close by in his own luxury dog bed. I pushed play and discovered that Lucy had zoomed in on us bickering about why the Eternum ring wasn't right for Felicity, and ended the clip with me describing how the perfect ring would complement her. What I hadn't realized in the moment was the way Felicity looked at me as I described the symbiotic relationship between ring and wearer. Her eyes were locked on me, and her expression shifted from anger to awe as I spoke. Lucy had added little floaty hearts around us toward the end of the clip. Okay, not terrible. I couldn't actually see the ring in the clip, so she hadn't blown our reveal, and I stood by everything I had said, so the message in the video was solid. But why was everyone reposting the clip and tagging Veritique along with hashtag #ringingintheromance and hashtag Camlicity? It was good content, but didn't seem viral to me. Then I read her caption. "How swoony are these two? The Veritique CEO and his marketing associate have been hiding a romance from us. So when's he gonna put a ring on it? Come on, Cameron, pop the question and make Felicity yours for good. Team number Camlicity." I jolted upright. No, this wasn't happening. But the more I scrolled through social media, the more I realized it had already happened. Camlicity was everywhere. There was no putting the genie back in the bottle. And worse, as much as I hated the idea of a fake romance with Felicity Rhodes, the rest of the world loved it. Veritique was going viral in a big way, and not for something negative for the first time in ages. It didn't matter. Lucy had gone against my plans. I'd said that a fake romance was out of the question. I'd forbid it. I was about to type out an angry email when I paused to consider what I'd said that night, so I could repeat it in writing in the message. Fuck me. I'd never actually forbidden it. I'd ended the brainstorming session but never outright told Lucy not to proceed with the fake relationship. Clearly, she was an ask forgiveness not permission kind of person. A text popped up from Felicity. Can we talk? She'd seen the hype as well. Meet me at Juniper's in 30. I typed back quickly, mentioning the little coffee shop around the corner. I'll be there in 45. I smirked. As always, Felicity was going to do things her way, and on her own schedule. I got ready for the day in a haze, trying to figure out how we were going to make the mess go away, because I absolutely couldn't play along with the fake relationship, not a chance. But if I was honest with myself, I was intrigued by the possibility of Felicity playing the role of my adoring girlfriend. I'd experienced a hint of it the night I carried her groceries, and I'd caught myself thinking about that smile of hers more than a few times since. I wound up waiting for her at the coffee shop, uncharacteristically torn between the two options I was being forced to face. Put a stop to the good press Veritique was currently getting or pretend to be in a relationship with a woman who wasn't afraid to go toe-to-toe with me. Neither choice sounded doable. I scrolled through the various posts using the hashtags while I waited for Felicity to finally arrive. I sighed and glanced toward the door, only to spy two young women trying to pretend they weren't watching me. They giggled when I looked at them. I frowned at the thought of being observed and refocused on my phone. The more I scrolled, the more my perspective shifted to a place I didn't want to be. Numbers didn't lie, and I couldn't deny the impact of what I was seeing. The bell over the door sounded, and I felt like I had to catch my breath when I saw Felicity breeze in. Why did she have to be so insanely attractive? And it was effortless. She just twisted her hair up and slipped on a simple dress, but she still wound up looking better than the runway models I'd dated. She gave me a tight smile when she spotted me. Hey, Felicity dropped into the chair across from me. So, what's new with you? I laughed despite all the bullshit we were facing. Not much. You? Oh, just embroiled in a hot love affair with my boss that's captivated the nation in the past 24 hours. No big deal. She gave me a half grin. Oh, right, that. We stared at each other, sharing a moment of commiseration. Coffee? I asked, breaking the spell. I'm guessing we're going to need it. Yes, please. Ask for a Dutch chocolate mocha. It's not on the menu, but they make it just for me. Of course, she'd charmed the local baristas into creating a special drink for her. I wondered when I was ever going to be on the receiving end of that charm. Coffee in hand, I headed back for our table, trying to ignore the fact that I felt like people were watching me the entire time. It wasn't like my life was exactly low profile. I'd made the society pages my fair share of times, especially whenever I was dating anyone particularly famous. But the stares had never felt this concentrated before. Was this going to be my new reality? Felicity took a sip and closed her eyes. My favorite part of the day. I took a few seconds to admire her. Damn it, why did she have to be so fucking gorgeous? Anyway, she continued. It's not happening, right? We're going to clear things up ASAP, because I've got Lucy on speed dial and I can make this all… Hold on now, I interrupted her. Not so fast. Have you had a chance to go deep on the coverage? She frowned at me. I took a peek, but I haven't checked the metrics or anything. I didn't feel like it was necessary since we both agree the idea is ridiculous. There are good reasons why we blew it off the first time she brought it up to us. Yeah, it's lowest common denominator marketing. I would never have signed off on this sort of bullshit if the idea had been run past me before it went online. But the fact is, Lucy followed her gut. I paused. And it's working. Felicity gave me a blank stare. So, I began cautiously. I think we should go with it. Her mouth dropped open. You're speechless for a change? I joked. She bristled. No, Cameron, I'm not. I have plenty to say, so strap in. She glanced around the room and leaned closer to me. My response, in a word, is abso-fucking-lutely not. Pardon my French. I threw back my head and laughed at her. Am I that bad? There's no way you can envision faking being attracted to me? Well, She stammered for a few seconds, realizing she was insulting her boss. Number, you're not that bad. But it could never work. I leaned closer to her. And why not? And when you answer me, please keep in mind that the peanut gallery is watching us. She screwed up her face in confusion, and I flicked my eyes toward the table with the junior paparazzi, who were doing a terrible job hiding the fact that they were recording us. Felicity pretended to look in her purse and glanced in their direction. Are you kidding me? She complained, hiding her displeasure with a neutral expression. That's my point. The story is out of our hands now. It's a living, breathing thing I think we should harness and control. The other option is to suffer the consequences of coming clean. I fiddled with my phone. Can you imagine how bad it's going to look if we publish some sort of retraction? And on the heels of the domestic violence stuff? She shook her head, and a few tendrils spilled down onto her cheeks. There has to be a way to contain this. We can still spin a retraction that'll work for us. Okay, Miss Marketing Expert, how? Lay it out for me, and if it's doable, I'll agree to it. Felicity sat up straighter and cleared her throat, like she was ready to brainstorm. I think we could start by, she drummed her nails on the table. If we take the approach that we were, exactly, I said, after letting her stew in silence for a few minutes. We're painted into a corner. Her shoulders slumped, and I tried not to feel insulted that she was so resistant to pretending to like me. I can make it worth your while. Felicity met my eyes. Oh yeah? How? Well, first, I intend to make it clear to Lucy that we'll both have to sign off on anything that goes wide. No more gotcha stuff. You'd get final approval on the photos and text used. And I'll provide professional hair and makeup anytime you want. She bristled. Are you suggesting I need help with that? I let out a long, frustrated sigh. Felicity, no, not at all. You're basically flawless. I stopped talking abruptly, angry at myself for letting my subconscious take control of my mouth. What I meant was, since it's the company's fault for sticking you in the spotlight, the pressure would be off you to have to worry about all the little details that go with that. I'd take care of everything, so you wouldn't have to worry about what you wore last time, or if your manicure looks right. That's nice, but that's the sort of thing that would come standard in this scenario. She shrugged. I'm still not seeing how this makes it worth my while. I threw down my winning hand. I'll pay you triple the going influencer rate per appearance. She froze. I don't think you understand what that means, she said slowly. Do you know what they get paid? I have a rough idea, sure. Veritique hadn't dealt much with influencers before, but I had plenty of friends running other companies, and I knew how much they'd had to pay for that sort of thing. Felicity glanced around the room and leaned across the table. Would we have to kiss? She sounded horrified. I moved closer to her, placing my elbows on the table. If we're getting fake engaged, then yes, we would, probably often. My pulse hitched at the thought of it. Hold hands? I felt the corner of my mouth turn up. Do you want to outline all of the physical stuff before you agree to it? Well, yeah, I do, she replied, sounding adorably stressed about potential kiss quotas. We need to keep this romantic relationship professional, you know? Maybe we should get an intimacy coordinator, like they do on movie sets, or even draw up a contract. Felicity, I know better than anyone that contracts are important. But you have my word that I'll abide by anything we agree to here. It's not like I'm thrilled about all of this. She rifled through her bag as I spoke, then tossed a small notebook and pen on the table between us. We'll write it down and sign off, okay? I shook my head at her, frustrated and charmed at the same time. Fine. Let's start with the big stuff. Kissing is allowed, but only when cameras are present. She raised an eyebrow at me, her pen hovering above the page. Of course, I said quickly, hoping the image in my head of taking her into my arms would blur. And no tongue. Definitely, no tongue. I wasn't able to block a brief flash of pressing my lips to hers, and our tongues ignoring the rules. I felt a familiar stirring below my belt. She continued scribbling. Holding hands is okay, both on camera, and when we suspect people are watching. Like now? I asked. Her eyes darted to the girls. Yes, like now. She licked her lips nervously. I reached my hand across the table and threaded my fingers through hers. The girls let out an excited yip. Is this okay? I asked in a low voice. Felicity tightened her grip and let her thumb caress my hand. Damn, she was a surprisingly good actress. She adjusted her expression, softening her eyes. It is. She scribbled a messy note with her free hand. Walking arm in arm? I asked. Duh. Of course. She scribbled again. As for the engagement itself, I'll pick the ring. Felicity started to sputter a response but realized how it could look if she appeared outwardly frustrated with me. She gave me a sweet smile, even if I could tell her teeth were clenched. I'm basically being forced into this. Can I at least have a say in that part? And you think I'm not being forced? I was smiling, but I was sure she could hear the frustration in my voice. No, Felicity, I'm the ring expert. I get to choose. She narrowed her eyes to glare at me for a moment. Fine. She scribbled another note. I'm including my rate on here. Perfect. I think that about sums it up, I said, glancing at my phone again. I need to get going. Felicity let go of my hand and ripped the paper from the notebook. She slid it toward me. Sign. I tipped my head at her, smiling deviously. Manners, my darling. She widened her eyes, and I could tell it was taking all her strength not to scream at me. Maybe this little charade was going to be fun after all. Sign, please. Her voice was syrupy sweet, and she had the nerve to bat her lashes at me. Dearest. I scribbled my name below the messy checklist and handed it back to her. Now it's official. Something changed in her face, like she was shifting into character. Her forehead relaxed, her eyes took on a sparkle, and the smile she beamed at me looked 100% genuine. You're going to learn very quickly how important appearances are in the social media world, she said in a soft voice. You think you know what it takes, but you have no idea. So follow my lead. Following wasn't my style. I was about to protest when she stood up quickly, laughing like I'd said something hilarious. She looked in her bag and walked toward me, deliberately catching herself on the leg of my chair and falling directly into my lap. Oh my goodness, I'm so clumsy, she laughed, letting her hands snake behind my neck to play with my hair. This felt way too real, and it wasn't even 9 o'clock. Ha-ha, I managed, sounding wooden. Yes, you are, sweetie. She gave me a quick kiss on the cheek and hopped up. We need to get to work, honey. You made us late this morning, you naughty boy, she pretended to pout. Fuck. This was going to be way harder than I'd anticipated. Yup, let's go. Felicity linked her arm through mine as we headed for the door. Hi, excuse me? We turned to find the 2 girls standing behind us, phones at the ready. Hi there, Felicity said warmly. Are you Camlicity? The shorter one asked. Felicity let out a peal of laughter that echoed around the coffee shop. You caught us. Yes, we are. Would it be okay if we took a picture? The other girl asked tentatively. Well, I began. You've been recording us the whole time, so I'm surprised you even bothered to ask. Cam! Felicity squeezed my arm and gave me a look. She turned to the girls. Of course you can. She repositioned us, so we were in front of the door without anyone visible behind us, and dropped her head to my shoulder. The girls snapped a few photos, thanked us, and scurried away. We walked out into the early spring sunshine, and she slipped away once we were around the corner from the coffee shop, glaring at me. You have a lot to learn, mister, and we're taking the next 30 minutes to go through a primer. Hanwell Park, now. She stomped down the sidewalk. This public fake romance thing was going to be way more challenging than I'd realized.
Chapter 10. Felicity. Ooh, your boyfriend beat us here. Nina bumped her shoulder into mine as we walked into Frankie's Tavern, the latest dive bar where Tyler was performing. Meeting Cameron at the bar for Tyler's gig was a perfect way to soft-launch our public couplehood after our accidental date at the coffee shop a few days prior. The photos and videos the girls had posted had set the number hashtag ringing in the romance tag on fire, and interest in us was gaining even more traction. That said, I couldn't imagine a rundown bar being a hangout spot for romance fangirls. I'd dressed with care just in case anyone noticed us, but I also had backup plans for other places where we could be caught together if there ended up not being any content from tonight. Nina and I wound our way through the crowd to the table, and I tried to ignore the butterflies in my chest as we got closer, because Cameron was bringing the smolder tonight. He'd opted to skip his usual uniform of a suit and tie and was in a simple black t-shirt and jeans, although the way the shirt fit him was anything but simple. I was treated to biceps and forearms that made me wonder if he spent all his free time at the gym. His eyes lit up when he spotted us, and he jumped to his feet. For a second, his excitement at seeing me almost felt real. "Hey, hi, sweetheart," he said in a strained voice, glancing around to see if anyone was watching. I laughed softly. The man needed to learn how to lean into pretending to like me. Clearly, it was a stretch for him. "Hey, babe," I said, going up on my tiptoes to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. It was the second time I'd been in close contact with Cameron, a no-big-deal peck that was the equivalent of what I'd give my grandfather, yet it still rocked me to my core. He had this aura around him, a warmth almost, that made me want to nuzzle closer to him. And the way he smelled? Incredible. I'd gotten hints of it when we were trapped in the elevator together, but going in for the kiss gave me a full hit of his spicy scent. And unlike those guys who bathed in cologne, he wore just enough to make you want to lean in closer. I wished I could park my nose against his neck and breathe him in for a couple of hours. Purely for research, of course. "You just missed Tyler," he said as we sat down. "Did he seem nervous?" Nina asked. He texted me and said he was feeling a little shaky about tonight. The two had been texting nonstop since meeting, which made me equal parts happy and worried. I wanted to trust Cameron that Tyler was a good guy, but good friend didn't always equal good boyfriend. Frankly, it was hard for me to imagine how he could be a good boyfriend for Nina given his lifestyle. How could a guy who plays gigs in the middle of the night be right for a bookworm who liked staying in? Cameron shook his head. No, he wasn't nervous. He's in a good headspace right now. He's all wrapped up trying to perfect a new song. That's why he's not out here hanging with us. Nina perked up even more. New song? Does it have to do with dragons? He didn't say. Cameron laughed. Maybe? Nina squeezed my arm and leaned closer to me. He told me about the song. It's about the book we're reading together. Okay, that was totally sweet. A rock guy writing an ode to a dragon-filled fantasy novel? Maybe Tyler and Nina were a better match than I'd thought. I glanced around the room to see if anyone had clocked me and Cameron, and was disappointed to discover we were apparently the least interesting people in the room. I wanted an excuse to pull my chair a little closer to Cameron's, maybe hold his hand. I might have felt resistant to it when we were outlining our fake relationship, but now that it was a go, I was ready to sell it. Plus, I needed to model the right sort of social media behavior for him, since it didn't seem like it was easy for him. Loving glances, big smiles, stolen kisses, the sort of stuff that would make people want to follow our story. And maybe, just maybe, we'd both learn to enjoy it a little. Fuck, Cameron muttered as he stared across the room. My brother's here. A splash of ice water hit me. We were doing family stuff already? How much did his brother know? How was I supposed to act around him? We hadn't talked about involving loved ones during the contract negotiation at the coffee shop. Obviously, I'd told Nina the truth, but I had no idea what kind of relationship Cameron had with his brother. Was he someone we could trust with a secret? You don't like your brother? I asked in a quiet voice. I love my brother, Cameron shot back with a glower I hoped wasn't meant for me. It's his girlfriend I can do without. I didn't invite her. Nina and I watched the good-looking, dark-haired guy stride toward us. I craned my neck to try to spot the awful girlfriend in question. He's in a sling? What the hell did he do to himself? Cameron muttered angrily. The pair slid into the empty chairs at our table, and I got a good look at them. His brother had the same strong jawline and piercing eyes as Cameron, but he seemed more easygoing and quick to smile. His girlfriend was a gorgeous blonde who looked vaguely familiar to me, but then again, stunning women with perfect blowouts were fairly common in my social media world. "Hey, what did you do to yourself now?" Cameron asked, nodding toward his brother's arm. "Oh, this?" He laughed and lifted it slightly. "Megan wanted us to buy roller skates, and it turns out my balance is absolutely shitty. Fractured my wrist." He glanced toward Nina and me since Cameron didn't introduce us. "Hi, I'm Aiden, and this is my girlfriend Megan. You must be Felicity. Cam's told me absolutely nothing about you." I laughed, not sure how to take it. "Hi, you're right, I'm Felicity. This is my friend Nina." Everyone made pleasant small talk but Cameron, who seemed busier than usual on his phone. "Aiden, we need to chat," he said, after a few minutes of silent treatment. "Let's go." He stood up and walked away before his brother could answer. "The king hath summoned," Aiden said wryly. "If you'll excuse me, ladies." The moment we were alone, Megan put her hand to her chest and let out a weary sigh. "Wow, he hates me." Nina and I leaned closer to her, eager to get the scoop. "Why? If you don't mind my asking," I said gently. She glanced between us. "I can sum it up like this: I'm Megan Bartholomew." "Holy shit," I said before I could help myself. "Of the Barth and Company? Bartholomews?" "Who?" Nina asked, confused. "Megan's family and Cameron's family are basically the Montagues and the Capulets. Diamond rivals," I told her. "Long-standing blood feud." Megan gave me a half-hearted smile. "I wouldn't go that far. Let's just say things are touchy between our families and have been for years. But I don't even work for the company, and neither does Aiden, so it's not like we have a direct stake in the game, you know? Not that it matters to Cameron. He looks at me like I'm a mail-order bride asking for money to help my sick mother." She made air quotes. "I bet he's going to blame me for Aiden's arm." "I'm sorry," Nina said, frowning sympathetically at Megan. "That really sucks." "It does, but I get it. There's the family stuff. Plus Cameron also has a crappy history in the romance department." "Oh?" I asked, trying not to look as desperate for intel about him as I was. "What happened?" Megan glanced toward where the guys had disappeared. "I don't know all of the story, but Aiden told me things ended badly with his ex. Like, catastrophically bad. Cameron got his heart destroyed, which is probably also part of the reason why he hates me. I bet he thinks his brother is going to end up with a broken heart, just like his. But Aiden and I are in love. Real love. Like, forever love. Cameron will see it, eventually." She frowned and played with the glass of water in front of her. "At least I hope so." I chewed my lip as I considered this new insight into my boss-hole fake boyfriend. A broken heart? It barely seemed like he had one, but now the way he had been acting toward me made a little more sense. Cameron hated love. Awesome. Nina craned her neck to look over our heads, then clapped her hands together. "There he is! Tyler's just walked on stage. I'm so excited." "Looks like love is in the air tonight," Megan mused as she watched Nina. She leaned toward me, probably to ask about me and Cameron, right as Tyler greeted the crowd. The accompanying mic screech made everyone grab their ears. "Oof," Nina said. "Not a great start to the set." Cameron stormed back to his seat with an angry Aiden trailing behind him, and I think we all felt lucky that we could focus on the music instead of the tension in the air while Tyler played his solo set. Tyler was in his element alone on the stage with just his guitar. He played songs everyone sang along to, as well as one that mentioned a winged beast and a timeless love. I glanced at Nina to find her mesmerized by him. Watching him seduce the room left me even more worried for her. As expected, Aiden and Megan said their goodbyes shortly after Tyler finished up. Cameron relaxed a little once they were gone, and even more so once Tyler joined us at the table. "Well?" Tyler asked as we applauded him. "How was it?" A waitress interrupted us before we could go into a full-fledged gush, and Tyler ordered celebratory tequila shots for the table, as well as a whiskey for himself. "You were incredible," Nina said, staring at Tyler like she still couldn't believe he was in her orbit. And I loved the new song. You mentioned Astaroth the dragon. He smiled broadly at her. It wasn't the easiest word to rhyme, but caught did the trick. Do we all agree that Tyler needs to do more solo gigs from now on? Cameron asked, looking around the table at us. He's always good, but he's great when he's on his own. Hold on, a voice rang out from nearby. Are you trying to steal jobs from Ty's bandmates? A skinny, scruffy-looking guy with tired eyes and a tank top pulled a chair up to our table and sat down. What? Tyler exclaimed, staring at him with wide eyes. Jerry Jones is in the house. Come here, brother. He jumped up and pulled him into a back-slapping hug. I glanced over at Cameron to find him frowning at the stranger. I didn't blame him. There was something about the guy that came off as a little sinister. Jerry is a legendary guitarist, Tyler explained as they sat down. We played together during my West Coast tour 1,000,000 years ago. Yeah, been way too long, Jerry nodded at Tyler. And speaking of those good times, I know of someone who's very interested in hanging with you again. Mr. Brown is in town tonight. Tyler raised an eyebrow. Is he here? Sure is. Come on, let's go have a chat with him. Tyler's eyes landed on Nina for a beat, and it seemed like he was wrestling with the decision to go see his other friend. I didn't blame him, since the two of them were hitting it off. Hey, I'ma go say howdy to an old buddy, but I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. He pointed finger guns at us as he backed away. Do you know who he's talking about? Nina asked Cameron as she watched Tyler disappear into the crowd. He shrugged. Tyler's world is huge. He knows everyone. Probably some old blues guitarist. Cameron was a little distracted, like he was still grappling with the conversation with his brother. Sure, his default attitude was usually pretty grumpy, but even being with Tyler wasn't helping to lighten him up. You okay? I asked softly. His mouth went tight. Yeah, my brother just... He shook his head. He doesn't get it. He's so blinded by love and he has no idea that it's going to bite him in the ass. Maybe it won't, I offered. I briefly considered doing some cheerleading for Megan but opted to keep my mouth shut. Cameron and I seemed to be on an even keel, and I didn't want to risk pissing him off. I didn't think anyone was photographing us at the moment, but I couldn't be sure. Tyler and Jerry strolled back to the table, laughing with each other. I wondered if the shot he took, combined with the whiskey he threw back, were hitting him because he wobbled as he sat down with us. Hey, Nina said brightly. How was your friend? Tyler tilted his head back and gave her a slow smile. Really good. Really, really good. Jerry burst into laughter and covered his mouth with his hand. You've missed our friend Mr. Brown, huh? Guess I did, bro. Tyler laughed along with him. I could have sworn I saw Cameron flinch at him calling Jerry bro. We used to have so much fun together, Jerry said. Oh man, do you remember that time you, me, and Roxanne went into that liquor store and had to steal that bottle of tequila because we all forgot our money? And the dude caught us. Tyler was now hunched over the table, propping his head on his hand. He opened his mouth in a silent laugh. Yeah, and the only reason he didn't call the police was because he recognized me. One autograph and a backstage pass later, and we were golden. Hey, Jerry wagged a finger at him. You can't take all the credit. Roxanne showed him her tits. Right, Tyler said. His smile drooped a bit. She was always game for anything. Roxanne was a solid chick, Jerry said. Fucking hot too, if you don't mind me saying, bro. Nina squirmed in her seat and started glancing around the bar, like she would rather be anywhere but at the table. Tyler swished his hand through the air and knocked an empty glass off the table. Whoops! A waitress scurried over to clean it up, and Tyler grabbed her arm and pulled her closer. Hey, can you bring me another drink? I'm the talent. He gestured to the stage. Tyler was definitely drunk, or worse. Nina sat hunched in her chair with her purse clenched in her lap, like she was debating taking off. I decided to be her lifeline, because what had started off as a decent night was now super awkward. Guys, we're going to go. Nina told me she has an early start tomorrow. She gave me a grateful smile. Tyler didn't even notice. He and Jerry were huddled close, reminiscing. That's fine. Let me walk you out, Cameron said as he stood up. The bar was suddenly too noisy and crowded, and I was happy we were leaving. The vibes had been off all night. "I'll order a car," Nina said, hurrying ahead of me with her phone already in her hand. She burst out the door and I followed, trailed by Cameron. It felt like he was ready to take off with us. We ducked away from the crowd of smokers just outside the entrance. "Weird night, thanks for coming, I guess," Cameron said. "It was interesting," I offered, because we both knew it wasn't exactly fun given the brother drama and the Tyler weirdness at the end. Cameron had his arms clenched across his chest and his face looked tight, like the night's ups and downs had been too much for him. I moved a few steps closer, giving his arm a quick squeeze. "Hey, you okay?" He let out a sigh and nodded. "Yeah, it's just a lot right now. I feel like I'm babysitting both of them in different ways, you know? Normally I'd take you two home, but I don't want to leave Ty here with that asshole. I don't trust him." "I get it. I don't either." "The way he's acting tonight?" Cameron said darkly. "That's the old Tyler. He got like this for a stretch after his second album tanked. He went to a pretty dark place. But lately, he still has bad days, but I thought we were done with this stuff. It hurts to see him backsliding." Cameron's expression was so beaten down that I didn't even stop to think before circling my arms around him and pulling him into a tight hug. His body tensed for an instant, then gave in, and he wrapped his arms around me, resting his chin on top of my head. "Thanks," he said softly. "I didn't know how much I needed that." I was glad to hear he was getting something out of it, because I was enjoying the hell out of it, and I'd hate to think it was one-sided. We held on to each other for a few seconds, and I relished the sensation of being close to him. I hadn't been hugged by a man in way too long. Even if we were only tolerating one another, it sure felt nice in the moment. "Car's here," Nina yelled to us. We pulled apart reluctantly. "Take care, okay? Of Tyler and yourself," I said to him. He gave me a quick nod in return. "Thanks, I will." I felt like I needed to lighten the mood. "See you tomorrow, sweetheart." He chuckled. "Right, honey." We lingered a few seconds longer, the air between us sparking to life, until the driver honked. I ran off, wondering how someone who had seemed so truly awful could shift into someone pretty okay in the blink of an eye.
Chapter 11. Cameron Felicity breezed into my office without even knocking, holding her phone in the air and looking outraged. I know. I've already seen it," I sighed, leaning back in my chair. "Guess we need to assume there are always eyes on us." "I know that," she said. "I dressed with the idea that we'd probably be spotted, but after all that time in the bar without sensing anyone watching me, I figured it wasn't the right crowd for Camlicity, you know? Why'd they have to catch me at the end of the night, when my hair had gone all flat and my lip gloss was gone? Hey, I offered to have a stylist take care of things. Maybe they could have given you some products that would have kept you camera ready all night. Not that she needed any help with that. Yeah, her hair wasn't as perfect in the photo as it had been at the start of the night. But I liked it a little disheveled, as if I'd been running my hands through it. But of course, I wasn't going to say that to her. Nor was I going to bring up how cute she looked now. Her hair was a little wild, and the tie on the front of her cream blouse was off kilter. Her eyebrows drew down and she crossed her arms over her chest. I just feel weirded out that I didn't even realize there was a camera on me. Truth be told, I hadn't realized either, which was unusual for me. I usually had a better sense for that kind of thing. But then, Felicity hugging me had been one hell of a distraction. "On us," I corrected. "Whatever," she started pacing and scrolling on her phone. I still need to wrap my head around how public this fake relationship is going to be. I laughed at her. "You sure you're in marketing?" She came to a stop and glared at me. "Anyway, the metrics for Huggate are incredible," I continued. "And people are coming up with new hashtags. Did you see the one about trying to catch us together in the wild?" "You mean number catch Camlicity?" I nodded. "That's the one. It's like a contest or something. That's actually really cool. People are getting invested." She sighed and plopped down in the chair across the desk from me. "Okay, so that means our next move is to manufacture another moment, but splashier and more deliberate this time. The hugging shots are a casual day-in-the-life angle. Now it's time to sell the glamour. and then I can make sure I look my best. What are you talking about? I picked up my phone and scrolled to the series of us outside Frankie's tavern. Felicity was nestled up against my chest with her eyes closed, and I was staring off into the distance in profile with my chin resting on top of her head. The way our bodies were glued together totally sold that we were a couple in love. You look gorgeous, even in those jeans. Thanks, I think, she said, sounding outraged. What's wrong with my jeans? Oh my God, Felicity, I sighed. There is nothing wrong with them. But you're right, we're trying to manufacture a fantasy, so let's do it up big time. Time to turn some heads. I could see her mind spinning out as she tried to come up with the next idea. We need to build to a crescendo over time, so let's start with a sexy but attainable scenario. Dinner in a special spot. We need to make sure it's a place with a lot of foot traffic, and that they can seat us by a window. I snapped my fingers. La Nuit. You can't get much sexier than a French restaurant, and they have the perfect table right up front. The window is ringed with wisteria, so it'll look great in photos. You available tonight? Let me check. She did a half scroll and put her phone on my desk. Imagine that. I'm free. I shot off a text to Daniel, and less than 3 minutes later I got the confirmation. 8 tonight. Now we shop. Excuse me? You said yourself that your look has to be right. If we had more time, I really would call in a stylist, but since it's short notice, I'll do it myself. I have very specific thoughts about how my partners should dress. She wrinkled her nose like she smelled sour milk. Okay, that's creepy. You want me to be your human Barbie doll? I laughed at her. Not exactly. Let's just say I'd rather see you in Branson Couture than Lily Pulitzer. As if I could tell the difference between the two, she said. Again, you sure you're in marketing? I thought being up on that fashion stuff was part of it. Again, she said in a mocking voice. I'm usually the behind-the-scenes person in crappy jeans, not on-camera talent. This is new to me. Well, that makes 2 of us, I said, as I gathered my things and stood up. Now let's get to it. This could take a while. We've only got a couple of hours if we want to make it on time. Dress shopping first, then a quick trip to the salon for hair and makeup. She glared at me again. Fine, let's go. You're making it sound like I'm taking you to the dentist, I laughed as we headed out of my office. It's going to be fun, I promise. I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, I admit it, Felicity said, doing twirls in front of the mirror. I'm having fun. Told you, I replied, glancing up from my phone. Whoa. She stopped twirling and gave me a coquettish pose, with her hand on her hip and one foot kicked out. Oh, you like? Did I like the strapless pale pink dress that hit her on the high thigh and fluttered when she spun, showing off even more of her shapely leg? Like was an understatement. Yeah, that one's great, I said. Who's the designer? She grabbed the label at the bodice. Giambat. I can't pronounce it, but it sounds Italian and expensive. She squinted at the label. Hold on, $3,000? For a dress? For Giambattista Valli, yeah. It's stunning. But let's see you in the last dress you have in there. I have a feeling that's the one. That dress better be no more than $100, otherwise it's out of the question. I ignored her because I knew better. We'd essentially taken over the dressing room at Atelier B, a tiny semi-bespoke boutique that knew my preferences without even having to say a word. I'd only visited the place a few times with Carolina, though, because she preferred going to shops with more staff to fawn over her, and a Tony address that guaranteed paparazzi outside. Felicity was a breath of fresh air in comparison. She had no desire to court the cameras, and she actually looked at price tags. And while she knew all about the back end of marketing and publicity, she wasn't eager to be a face for it, unlike my ex. Carolina wasn't above stunts, like purposely dropping a shopping bag on the sidewalk filled with stacks of silky lingerie, then posing prettily as she picked them up and put them back. Page 6 had published a photo of Carolina holding up a strappy black teddy with the headline, "Cameron O'Connor is a lucky man." Couldn't have been farther from the truth. But now wasn't the time to think about my battle scars from my ex. The manufactured romance with Felicity was keeping me on my toes, and it was surprisingly enjoyable despite our tendency to bicker. Oh wow, I think I'm in love, her voice drifted out from the dressing room after a few minutes of quiet rustling. This is the most perfect dress ever. Well, show me, I said. Get out here. I felt a flicker of anticipation at seeing this gussied-up version of Felicity. She was a natural beauty, so fancy dresses were just icing on the cake, but it would be good to see her dressed in something tailored to really make her beauty shine. She drew back the curtain slowly, like she was nervous to come out. She took a few steps toward me, letting the dress do the talking for her. It was a fitted, strapless confection that clung to her body, embroidered with an explosion of colorful flowers from bodice to hem. Elegant, playful, but still incredibly sexy. I tried not to stare at the swell of her breasts peeking from the top. It was exactly right for attracting attention without seeming like she was trying too hard. Perfect, I agreed quickly. It's going to photograph great in the window tonight. She frowned at me in the mirror as she smoothed the skirt. That's it? What do you mean? I asked, perplexed by the question. You said the dress is going to photograph great, but what about me? Her gaze jumped between her reflection and mine. Is it just the dress, or do I add something to the equation? My first thought was that she was fishing for compliments, but she looked genuinely uncertain. It continued to amaze me that Felicity didn't understand the depth of her own beauty. Yes, the dress was a work of art, but it was Felicity that elevated it. I jumped to my feet and strode to her, then took her by shoulders and turned her to face me. It was a struggle to ignore the way her soft skin felt beneath my palms. How can you believe you are anything other than flawless? I asked. You could wear an extra-large white Hanes t-shirt and ponytail and still be the most beautiful woman in the room. She flicked her eyes to the floor, obviously embarrassed by my compliments. Stop. I won't. I'm being honest. It's not my opinion. It's a fact. Felicity glanced up at me and we stared into each other's eyes, trying to sort out this new level of intimacy we were facing. Thank you for saying that, she murmured. I'm not used to making a fuss about clothing and stuff. Remember, I'm usually hiding in the garage working on the engine, not actually driving the car. I smiled at her clumsy metaphor. Well, it's high time you put the top down and go for a joyride. She laughed and took a step away from me, holding her hands across her chest. Top down? What are you suggesting, Mr. O'Connor? Don't even go there, Fagin, I warned with a smile. That's not in our contract. I'm glad you remember, she wagged a finger at me. Topless dining was definitely not part of the equation. As much as I wanted to keep joking with her, I knew we needed to keep it professional. After all, she'd been clear in our contract, and I wasn't about to make her uncomfortable before we'd even begun. Why don't you take the dress off? Excuse me? She took a bigger step back from me, pretending to be horrified by the suggestion. So I can pay for it, I laughed. We need to get moving. Hold on. I want to check the price first, she said, twisting around to try to find the tag. I spotted it dangling in the middle of her back, so I pulled it off before she could grab it and start complaining. It's taken care of, I said, as I walked out of the dressing room. They have heels ready for you as well. Don't say a word. I glanced back at her right as she snapped her mouth closed. Fine. I gave her a wink. Good girl. So you can listen. Oh my God. Her indignant voice echoed from behind me as I strode to the register. Did you just praise me like a dog? I chuckled and kept walking. A short while later, the dress was in a hanging bag, and Jimmy was ferrying us to a salon whose owner had helped Veritique with a few advertising campaigns. The resulting promotion had been so incredible for her that she'd promised me an open door if I ever needed last-minute help. Felicity eyed the place suspiciously as we walked to the front door. Are they going to spackle and shellac me? Well, if we're staying with your car analogy, I'd say it's closer to buffing and waxing. She froze on the sidewalk. No, Cameron, come on. That's so not me. I don't feel comfortable caked in a ton of makeup. Do you think I want to be seen with someone who looks like a mob wife? I asked her. I promise you, Andrea is an artist. You'll love the way you look. If you don't, you can wash it off and have her start over. I paused. She'll hate you for it, but she'll do whatever you want until you're happy. She sighed and followed me in. This is so weird for me. Just go with it. Pretend to enjoy it, okay? I knew it would only take a few minutes in the staff's capable hands before she relaxed. I found my gaze bouncing between my phone and Felicity as they got to work, because something about her always seemed to draw my eye. And it was clear that it wasn't just me she affected. She charmed everyone she came in contact with. I knew from my team's feedback that Felicity had an easygoing, cheerful vibe, but I enjoyed seeing her in action. Sure, she had no desire to be in the chair with someone doing her hair and someone else working on her manicure, but she smiled and chatted away like she was having the best day of her life. I knew firsthand that she had no trouble standing up for herself if she thought someone was being rude to her. But when her hackles weren't raised, she really cared about treating everyone with warmth and kindness. It was quite a departure from most of the women I dated in the past. They whisked her away to another part of the salon, so I was finally able to focus on the work piling up. It was way too easy to get lost in Felicity world. I needed to keep my eyes on the numbers to make sure the legacy I'd inherited remained at number 1. Thanks to Lucy's "You're ringing in the romance shenanigans," the buzz around Veritique was all positive for a change. I took a quick break to navigate to Felicity's social media pages and noticed that she'd already hinted we were going to be out and about tonight. The woman was savvy as hell. Our partnership, both the professional as well as the manufactured personal side, was already paying dividends. I got lost in work, taking a few calls and sending a dozen emails as I waited for Felicity. When I finally checked the time, I realized we needed to get moving if we expected to make it to the restaurant on time. "Hey, Mr. O'Connor," a voice came from behind me. "What do you think of your scruffy little pickpocket now?" I turned to find Felicity absolutely transformed. She was back in the dress with her hair smoothed and shiny on her shoulders. I stared at her, awestruck. She walked closer to me, her smile widening. "You were right again." I shut my mouth and trusted the process, and I love the way I look. It's like me, but with more sparkle. Check it out. Felicity closed her eyes and leaned toward me so I could see the pinkish shimmer on her lids. I wanted to drink her in, to tilt her chin this way and that so I could admire every facet of her beauty. I swallowed hard. Sitting across from her all night and keeping my hands to myself was going to be a challenge. Given our charade, I'd be fully in my rights to take her hand in mine, to give her cheek a gentle caress. And hell, once the cameras showed up, I was contractually bound to lean in for a kiss. Or two. "You're not saying anything. You don't like it?" Felicity sounded worried, and she spun around to look at herself in a large mirror in the lobby. "Is the blush too much? Or the lashes?" "It's the lashes. They put those giant fake ones on me, and now I see that they totally look like spiders on my eyes. I'll have them take them off." I strode up behind her. "Felicity, stop. You look incredible." I was speechless, to be honest. She turned to face me. "Oh, so it's the opposite extreme? You're not used to seeing me look this good, and you're in shock that I can clean up. Got it." I shook my head in frustration. "Fagin, you exhaust me. You know that?" "Good," she giggled. "I like keeping you on your toes. Just so I'm sure, we agree that this look works for tonight?" She did a slow, model-esque turn for me, and every angle revealed something new to admire. The beautiful, creamy skin of her back and shoulders, her spun gold waterfall of hair, her full lips, slicked with a pinkish shine that would make kissing her a challenge, but which made them look so tempting that I knew I wouldn't be able to resist, even if it meant getting some of that gloss on me. I cleared my throat and tried to release the tension pressurizing me. Yes, it works. Okay, so now I can stop obsessing about how I look and start getting nervous about being the center of attention. Her happy expression slipped. "I think we're going to have quite the audience. I've been watching how our hashtag is trending." I resisted the urge to grab her hand. It wasn't time for that yet. "Felicity, listen," I began, waiting for her to stop staring at herself in the mirror and focus on me. "Yes, this evening is going to attract a lot of attention, but the core of it is us, together. And we already know you have no trouble holding your own with me, correct?" The corner of her mouth kicked up. "Correct. So just focus on that, and you'll be fine. Trust me." "Trust you?" She snorted out a laugh. "Nah, I'm not sure if I can do that yet, but I do trust the process and the contract you signed. So I guess you're right, I'll be fine." She winked at me and headed for the door with her shoulders back. It felt like false bravado, but as I reminded myself, the whole night was one big charade, even if it really didn't feel like one.
Chapter 12. Felicity. I hope they send out an entire meal of just cheese, I said as I popped a fancy little appetizer made of Gruyere and caramelized onions in my mouth, because this is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Cameron chuckled and pushed the massive white plate on the table in between us toward me. Please, take mine too. I paused and eyed it. Seriously? Because if you're expecting me to be all demure and say that I couldn't possibly, you're going to be in for a disappointment. All that makeover business has got me starving. His eyes twinkled. Go for it. I'm enjoying your enjoyment. I'm not used to seeing someone eat with such gusto. I paused with my hand hovering over the plate. What does that mean? Are you calling me a pig? Oh, for fuck's sake, Felicity. He closed his eyes briefly and let out a massive sigh. I can't win with you. Cameron stared at me, more disappointed than angry. No, Fagin, that's not what I mean at all. What I'm saying is that I appreciate that you eat, and that you enjoy your food. Trust me, that's a rare trait in the women I typically share meals with. It's usually sauce on the side and no bread at the table. I think it's wonderful that I can take you somewhere with great food and have you fully appreciate the experience. I grabbed the toast and bit it in half, feeling a little bad for putting words in his mouth. Okay then. And yes, I love food, I said as I chewed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Between the amuse? I paused. What did the waiter call it? Amuse-bouche, he answered. Right. Between that little caviar bouche thingy, which I would normally never try but was amazing, and this fancy cheese on toast appetizer, I can already tell I'm going to need to be cut out of this dress at the end of the meal. His eyebrow ticked up at the mention of me getting undressed, and my face went hot. Keep in mind we selected the chef's tasting menu so it could go either way. Chef Bernard has served me meals that stuffed me to the gills, and then others left me just pleasantly full. Well, either way, I pressed on. Thank you for this. I gestured around the room, taking a few seconds to appreciate it. La Nuit was the most beautiful restaurant I'd ever been in, but it was not at all what I'd expected. We were seated in the window for maximum exposure, and the wisteria ringing it was like a picture frame of purple flowers. I'd assumed Cameron would select a sleek, modern space since that seemed like his vibe, but the restaurant looked like it was out of a fairy tale. It was cozy and dimly lit, with the same purple flowers climbing the walls and ceiling all around us, like the plant was taking over and bringing the outside in. It felt like we were in someone's private country home, with just a dozen tables scattered around the room. I could only imagine how high the checks were given the restaurant's limited space and its Tony Manhattan address. The menu didn't have prices, which was probably for the best. I was happier not knowing. I leaned close to Cameron and lowered my voice. Has anyone noticed us yet? He nodded. I'm sure, but people in here will be very casual about it. No staring or anything, we probably won't even pick up on it. He scanned the room quickly. I see a trophy wife in the far corner who seems to be interested in us. I flicked my eyes toward the table in question and smiled at Cameron. Did you ever consider she might be wishing she was me? That guy she's with looks to be about 100 years old. I can tell the difference between a flirty stare and a curious one. I guarantee she's in on the Camlicity hunt. Nerves swirled up inside of me, making my hands shake a little. That was the whole reason why we were here, but it still made me a little uneasy to think of it as a hunt, reminding me that we were being stalked like prey. Why did I agree to this? Hey, Cameron said in an authoritative voice. Focus on me, remember? On us. Then you'll be fine. We both know this is already working. I took a deep breath and nodded. He was right. For some reason, when I directed all of my attention to him, I felt fine. Now, let's talk about something fun. Why don't you tell me about how you and Nina met? Oh, Nina, I smiled. She's the best. I really enjoyed getting to spend more time with her at the bar the other night, although the circumstances could have been better. Cameron's expression darkened for a moment, probably remembering the twin nightmares of his brother's relationship situation and Tyler's drunkenness. We've been friends forever, basically, I said quickly, hoping to keep him from overthinking. We grew up near each other and started off just casual neighborhood buddies, riding bikes and stuff, but I fumbled for words because I didn't want to get into the details about why we became closer. We really started bonding when we were about 10. We began hanging out more and more until we became inseparable. Turns out we had a lot in common. We both loved reading. The old stuff like Nancy Drew and Anne of Green Gables, and new stuff too. We'd grab our books and climb up into the treehouse in her backyard and read for hours. And we'd talk about everything. Our dreams, which boys we liked, who we wanted to be someday. My heart surged at the sweetness of the memories. We grew up together, We were roommates in college, and I guess we figured life was better together. At this point, she's my sister. There's no one in my life who has been there for me like she has. That's really special. You two are lucky to have each other. We are, I agreed. Those dreams for the future we used to talk about? We're still holding on to one of them. Oh yeah? What's that? Cameron asked. We plan to open an independent bookstore together. I was a little nervous telling Cameron, not only because he was my boss and hearing about my plans for the shop could make him doubt my commitment to my current job, but also because he was a businessman and might laugh at our plans. Retail shopping was a dicey venture, both Nina and I knew that, but there was something inside of both of us that kept pushing forward, like we had to go for it. Our business plan was finished. All we needed to do was gather the finances to make it happen. Hence the job with Cameron, which these days was paying better than ever. I was reminded that as lovely as our dinner was turning out, I was still officially on the clock with Veritique. Enough about me, I said, as Cameron poured us second glasses of wine. Tell me about you and Tyler. How did you become friends? His lips tilted up. I answered an ad. Oh, so you're a mail-order bride, I said with a knowing nod. That tracks. He laughed at me. Please, Tyler was forming a band. I was a newbie drummer and I thought I was better than I actually was. Well, that's cool. Cameron O'Connor, rock star. I swept my hand through the air like I was envisioning his name in lights. What did you call your band? He gave me a half smile. The Torture, which in the beginning was pretty accurate. God help the neighbors who had to listen to us practice. Obviously Ty was always gifted, but the bassist Brett and I were desperation hires. He shook his head, smiling. Our first gig was at a school dance at a neighboring middle school, which was bad enough, but I got nervous because it was my first time playing for anyone other than my parents. What happened? I asked, taking a sip of wine. He rolled his eyes at the memory. I forgot everything, every bit of every song. Tyler picked up on it pretty quickly, so he kept turning around and mouthing what I was supposed to be playing. It's a testament to what a great musician he was, even at that age. I limped through the set feeling humiliated, but once it was over, those kids acted like they'd just seen a Rolling Stones show. They asked us for autographs. Maybe you missed your calling, I teased. It's not too late to hang up the Veritique stuff and join up with Tyler, Cameron grabbed his wine glass and took a long draw. Oh, no way! I could never live that lifestyle. His eyes went haunted for a moment. Plus, even though I definitely became a better musician, I was nowhere near as good as Ty. The best I could have done as a professional musician would have been a job as part of an ensemble on a low-budget harbor cruise. Well, that's oddly specific. Let's just say I know my limitations. The waiter appeared at our table with our next course. May I present scallop carpaccio with purple radishes directly from Provence, layered with a lemon confit and topped with nasturtium. He gave us a little bow and walked away. I stared at the plate in front of me with my eyes wide. I don't know what any of this is, but the orange flowers are pretty. That's the nasturtium. Try it, Cameron urged. The flower? I scowled at him. Are you trying to make me look bad? I can just hear them in the kitchen laughing at me. Oh, look at the dummy eating the decoration. Cameron locked his eyes on mine, picked up the flower, and ripped it in half with his teeth, then chewed it without breaking eye contact. Edible. And delicious. I threw my head back, laughing at his serious face. Okay, maybe you're not making fun of me after all. His expression softened. You need to start trusting me, Felicity. I'm not trying to sabotage you. We're a team, remember? My stomach went tingly at the sincerity in his voice. We are. Cameron took a bite of the scallops. Oh, you're going to love this. If you don't, hand me that plate immediately. Wow, I sighed after I tasted it. This is beyond. Since it was an ultra-fancy restaurant, the entire dish was just a few bites I polished off way too quickly. It was delicious, but I was starting to doubt my initial assumption that I'd be too full at the end of the meal. Well, that was lovely, I sighed, sitting back in my chair. So there's one more course before dessert? Cameron burst out laughing. My dear, that was course 2 of 8. Buckle up, we're going to be here for a while. The thought of a long evening still to go filled me with inexplicable happiness. Sure, I was working, but I was also having way too much fun with Cameron. Hey, look at me, he said without preamble. I did as I was told and felt weird when he leaned closer to scrutinize my face. What? Cameron reached across the table and grasped my chin gently, which sent a flutter down my spine. You have a dot of lemon confit on your cheek. It was at that moment I noticed something in my peripheral vision, outside and just beyond the window. I didn't turn to glance out because I knew exactly what it was, or whom. Don't look, but we have an audience. Outside, I said, smiling sweetly at Cameron, who was still clasping my chin. Make this count, okay? His expression shifted to a bemused grin, like he couldn't believe how adorable I was with food on my face. He brought his napkin up to my cheek and wiped it gently while I cast my eyes down, smiling sweetly to telegraph that I was so grateful my knight in shining armor was taking care of me. There you go, my dear, he said, drinking me in so convincingly even I believed it was real. Oh wait, hold on. I missed a spot. Cameron leaned across the table and cupped my face gently, then angled it so that he could plant a soft kiss on my cheek, right where he'd just wiped it. He paused with his lips pressed against me, and for a moment, time stopped. He pulled away slowly to gaze into my eyes. I could tell he was asking permission to engage in the kissing clause from our contract, so I gave him an imperceptible nod. I leaned closer to meet him halfway, holding my breath. Cheek kisses were one thing, but lip-to-lip contact was going to shift our partnership to the next level. Cameron brushed his mouth against mine, and the sweet sensation immediately made me forget that a few people were gathered outside on the sidewalk, watching the fairy tale unfold. All I could focus on was how incredible it felt to share this moment with him. My body told me, in no uncertain terms, that I was going to be in deep shit if this kept happening. Cameron moved away reluctantly and sat back down. Well, that was, nice. Yes, it was, I agreed, like we were talking about the weather and not the fact that we'd just opened up a portal to who knows what. Do you think they got the shot? He asked. As much as I wanted to glance outside to see how many people had gathered, I forced myself not to. It was pretty cinematic. I have a feeling they did. The waiter reappeared with yet another course filled with things I couldn't pronounce, and I settled into the new rhythm that was the full dining experience with Cameron O'Connor. By the time we rolled up to our building after our meal, I was full, tipsy, and happy. Based on the way Cameron was acting, I wasn't the only one. We joked about the elevator getting stuck on the way up to my apartment, and I realized how far we'd come since that fateful ride just a few weeks prior. I'd expected to say our goodbyes in the elevator so he could head up to his own floor, but he got off with me to walk me to my door, even though there was no one around to see it, and we didn't have to pretend any longer. I fished my keys out of my purse and leaned against my door. Thank you. For everything. The amazing dinner. For this dress, I plucked at it. And the makeup to make me look all elegant and beautiful. I gestured in front of my face. Now, hold on, I take no credit for how beautiful you look tonight. That's all you. I hugged myself. Was this really happening? Was Cameron actually flirting with me, with no witnesses present? Turns out fake dating you isn't too bad. I had a wonderful time, I said, suddenly shy. He leaned against the door, just a foot away from me. His eyes traveled around my face, pausing on my mouth. "You don't even know," he murmured, moving to me and taking me in his arms. He paused a moment to give me the chance to back away, but there was no way I was going to miss the opportunity to kiss him, fully and for real. And when we did, my knees nearly gave out. All the pent-up tension from the sweet kisses at the restaurant funneled into a kiss that lit my body on fire. I felt a little animalistic as our bodies connected, like I couldn't get enough of him. He pulled me close, then closer still, and I loved that he seemed as into the kiss as I was. His mouth was a mixture of soft and strong, signaling that he was ready to go as far as I'd let him. But what the actual hell were we doing? We'd agreed to a professional fake relationship, with a contract and everything, yet here we were, making out with no one else around to see it. Just for us. Just because we wanted to. Even though it felt magical, I knew we had to stop. We needed boundaries if we were going to make this charade work, because without them, I had a feeling I'd do something I'd regret. Like wind up in Cameron O'Connor's bed. I moved away reluctantly and touched my fingertips to my lips, trying to ignore the pull to kiss him again. Cameron looked physically pained by my choice, but he respected it, letting me go without a murmur of protest. "Good night, Mr. O'Connor." Then, without another word, I slipped into my apartment and exhaled for what felt like the first time all night.
Chapter 13. Cameron. My entire body was buzzing. I'd assumed my night out with Felicity was going to be enjoyable. Maybe a little combative, but fun, the way things always were with her. But it had turned out even better than I'd imagined, both personally and professionally. The Veritique alerts on my phone were sounding off non-stop on my way up to my penthouse, and I'd peeked at one of the photos of us. As expected, it was perfect. Between the dim lighting, the lavender haze of flowers in the window, and the cinematic way we were framed as we kissed, the photo looked like an art director had composed it. I chuckled to myself. If these people swooning over our show at the restaurant could have seen our kiss just now by her door, they'd keel over. But I couldn't stop thinking about the way she'd stopped it so abruptly. It sure felt like she was enjoying it, and like she wanted more just as badly as I did. Was I misreading her? Had I taken our flirtation too far? I was so wrapped up trying to balance my stammering heartbeat with the reality of what had happened with the kiss, that I almost ignored the unknown number buzzing through on my phone right as I got to my door. Cautiously, I answered. "Hello? Is this Cameron O'Connor?" the brusque voice asked. "It is." An uneasy sensation flooded through me. Late hour, unknown number. This scenario felt too familiar. "Hey, this is Officer David Jackson at 10th Precinct. We've got a Tyler Boyd here for drunk and disorderly conduct. He said you might be willing to come down and bail him out. Is that true?" My shoulders slumped, and I let out a slow sigh. "Again, Tyler?" Yeah, I can do that." "I'll be down shortly," I replied quickly, taking stock of the fact that I had a very eager dog whimpering on the other side of my door. Before I could head to the precinct, I'd need to get Boris out for a quick walk, since I'd been gone all night. Tyler could suffer for a little while longer in the drunk tank. He deserved it. I disconnected the call and unlocked my door, which ramped up the intensity of the happy whining on the other side. "Hey, bud," I said as I entered, dropping to my knees to greet Boris. He was more excited to see me than normal. "What's going on? Are you okay?" I knew everything about my dog, so even a minor deviation in his behavior caught my attention. Tonight, he was almost frantic. He greeted me quickly, then pawed the door, his signal that he badly needed a potty break. "Okay, let's go," I said, grabbing the leash. As we walked down the sidewalk, I checked the security logs for my place and discovered Tyler hadn't shown up to walk Boris. So that meant he'd been out of commission for most of the day, which also meant he'd probably started drinking in the morning. He got wasted enough that he'd miss taking care of Boris? That was normally unthinkable. What the hell was going on with him? I fumed, angry enough to consider leaving Tyler in jail overnight. What the actual fuck, Ty? "Sorry, bud," I murmured to Boris. I hated thinking of him holding it all day. But then again, I wouldn't blame him if he'd had an accident. I wanted to strangle Tyler. Once back at my place, I looked around for any puddles and piles, only to discover a package of honey cough drops on the floor with empty wrappers scattered near it. Boris, what did you do? I sighed. He danced in place beside me, like he was proud of his foraging. I quickly checked the ingredient list, then cross-checked it online to make sure it wasn't poisonous. While the lozenges weren't toxic, Boris was almost guaranteed to have an upset stomach after eating so many of them. I hated leaving him alone again without the chance to be able to go out when he needed to. Normally, I'd call my assistant and tell him to come over to look after Boris while I was out, but Daniel was off visiting relatives. Then it occurred to me that I had another option to keep Boris comfortable, a certain woman who was probably getting ready for bed a few floors below me. I dialed before I could second-guess myself. "Hi," Felicity said. The sound of her voice was enough to calm me down a notch. "Holy crap, the coverage is next level already. Have you seen the napkin wiping photos? They're almost as good as the kiss." "Yeah, it's great, but that's not why I'm calling," I said quickly. "I need to ask a favor." I outlined what had happened, and Felicity offered to come up before I'd even officially asked her. My doorbell rang 5 minutes later. "Hey, where's my canine patient?" She walked past me and into my penthouse. "Wow, nice place." She'd changed into soft black leggings that clung to her ass in a way that made me want to stare, and a worn t-shirt. She'd washed away the makeup and washed the product out of her hair, which was still damp and pulled back in a low ponytail. She'd looked devastating at the restaurant, but this naturally gorgeous version was just as heart-stopping. I cursed Tyler yet again for having to leave her. After I'd explained the mechanics of where everything was, how to reach his vet just in case, and how to walk Boris, I finally paused to take a breath. "Hey," Felicity said softly, walking over to me with Boris right behind her. "I've got this. We're a team, remember? Boris is going to be fine, I swear. Go get Tyler and I'll take care of everything here." "I know you will," I said gratefully as I got ready to leave. "I owe you." "Ooh, I like the sound of that," she teased. "I need to give it some thought before I cash in." I managed a tight smile because the reality of what Tyler had done was kicking in, and I was getting angrier and angrier at him. "I shouldn't be too long, but please make yourself comfortable. If you're hungry—" "I am not hungry at all, thanks to you," she cut me off. "Now go." I opted to drive myself so I could spend the ride home yelling at Tyler without having to worry about Jimmy overhearing. It took forever to get things sorted out at the police station. It seemed that the bar fight had included half of the city. The waiting area was filled with rowdy, angry drunks who were there to pick up their drunker cohorts. By the time Tyler finally came out to meet me, I'd downshifted from furious to exhausted. I was tired from the long day and worn out by the way Tyler was living his life. Something had to change. Tyler looked pale and bruised as he walked through the overcrowded, bright waiting area to me. He gave me a sheepish smile, and for a moment I saw a flash of the talented young kid who'd always been there to help me out during a gig. "Hey," he said. "I'm sorry, bro. Don't call me that right now, okay?" I bristled. "Let's just get out of here." He turned to me once we were out on the sidewalk. "I hate to ask you this, but is there any chance I can grab a bite? I haven't eaten since you got wasted?" "Fine, never mind," he grunted and pointed down the block. "I'll just grab something from the bodega." "No," I relented. "I passed a diner around the corner. Let's have a proper meal." We walked there in silence, and my emotions ran from sympathy to anger and back again, over and over. I knew that lecturing an addict didn't do any good. It had to be his choice to change. But that didn't make it any less frustrating to watch him spiral further and further down the drain. A tired-looking waitress seated us in a corner booth, and we were silent as Tyler scanned the menu. I didn't want anything, not even coffee. I glanced at my phone. 2 a.m. I should be in bed. We both should. "Okay," Tyler sighed after he placed his order and handed the menu to the waitress. "I'm ready. Start preaching." "Are you fucking kidding me?" I asked angrily. "You're going to come at me with that kind of attitude? After you blow off my dog all day and I bail you out of jail? Nice, Tyler. Really nice." "What? I'm serious. Talk some sense into me," I growled. "Like it'll do any good. We've been here before. Too many fucking times if you ask me." He bowed his head. "Yeah, I know." So why are we back? I demanded. I know you've been struggling for a while, but things have gotten worse lately, and I just don't get why. You're booking gigs again. People are loving your music. Why isn't that enough? He stared at the table, and for a minute, I thought he wasn't going to answer. But finally he said, "It would have been my anniversary last month, you know, if we'd stayed together." I let out a sigh. So, this is about Roxanne? He shrugged, still avoiding eye contact. I leaned across the table. Tyler, I don't know how many different ways I can say this to you. Roxanne was no good for you. She brought out the worst in you. The relationship wasn't healthy. But I loved her, he fired back. It was so good when we were together, like I was on the top of the world. Yeah, I wanted to say, because you were, which was the whole reason why she was there. As soon as you stopped being successful and being with you stopped being fun and exciting, she bailed. But how could I say that? He'd lost so much. Of course he missed it. I just wished he'd stop obsessing over that one particular she-devil part of his past. Missing her wasn't going to fix anything, and it sure as hell wasn't going to help him move on. I exhaled slowly, because we'd been through all of this before. Well, I can't give you the top of the world, but in about 5 minutes you'll have enough diner food to choke a horse. For today, that'll have to do. He crumpled into the corner of the booth. It does just fine, he said softly. You always come through for me. Sometimes I think you're all I have. You're my brother, do you know that? The pitiful way he said it was a knife to my heart. Yeah, I know. The waitress delivered an armload of plates. Eggs, bacon, hash browns, pancakes, sausage links, scrapple. There was so much that I wasn't sure he'd be able to finish all of it. I felt like I needed to shift the conversation to something positive, since beating him up wasn't going to work. You still talking to Nina? She seems really nice. Tyler shoveled bacon in his mouth. Yeah, he grunted. That's just it. She's nice. I don't exactly deserve that kind of person. I'd corrupt her. Ruin her with my shittiness. Stop, I chastised. She could be good for you. Give you a reason to move past the shittiness. I didn't want to push him into a relationship, but I sure liked the idea of the kindly librarian being a positive influence for him, because being the sole bright spot in his life was a big load for me to carry, especially when I had my own demons to wrestle. She's pretty special, he finally admitted. And how about her friend Felicity and you? I definitely saw sparks at my last gig. I wanted to point out he'd gotten high as a kite that night and had probably seen unicorns and centaurs too. But I kept my mouth shut on the subject. Oh, her? Everything you saw that night was manufactured, like I told you before. Part of a marketing thing we're doing for work, remember? He stopped chewing to frown at me, holding a sausage link like a cigarette. You sure about that? Because I know you, and that flirting didn't look fake at all. I grabbed my phone, which buzzed with a new wave of alerts. More photos of me with Felicity, this time leaving the restaurant. We were holding hands, and she was gazing up at me like she was mesmerized. Tyler was right. It looked real as hell. I'm not in the market for a relationship, I countered. You of all people should know that. I'm not about to go through that sort of damage again. I didn't even have to mention Carolina's name. Tyler got to work on the eggs. If you say so. But I ain't blind, brother. We sat in silence as I considered it. The very person we were talking about was currently in my penthouse, in cuddly and soft loungewear, taking care of my dog. Yeah, that felt sort of real. Finish up, I said abruptly. I'm tired. The drive home turned into a negotiation, as I wasn't in the mood to trek to Tyler's place. He felt bad about putting me out by staying over at my place, but we both knew that between my multiple spare rooms and housekeeper, it was no inconvenience. By the time we got home, it was after 3, so I held my finger to my mouth as we walked into my apartment. Why do we have to be quiet? He whispered as we crept down the hall. Who's here? Boris hadn't greeted us at the door, which clued me in to the fact that Felicity was probably asleep with my dog nearby, protecting her. We crept into the great room that overlooked the city to find it dim save a small light on the bookshelf. And there was Felicity, curled up in a tiny ball on my sectional, with Boris asleep at her hip. They looked so peaceful that I didn't want to wake them. "Yup," Tyler whispered to me as his eyes bounced from Felicity to me. "Totally manufactured." He made an exaggerated okay gesture at me and winked. Felicity startled and sat up. "Wha?" She inhaled deeply and looked around the room in confusion. Boris jumped off the couch and ran over to dance in front of us. "You're back." "Hey there." She smiled sleepily, and all I could think of was waking up next to her. I cursed my overactive imagination. "We are. Everything go okay with the big guy?" I asked as I petted Boris. "Hey folks, I'm out," Tyler said, flashing a peace sign. "Long day. I'll let you two chat." He left the room quickly. By this time, Felicity had stood up and stretched, her shirt lifted up, giving me a peek at her stomach. I shifted, because just that quick glance was enough to get me going. Boris was great. She yawned and padded toward me, barefoot and adorably sleepy. I took him out a bunch of times, but all he did was mark every tree and signpost. "I think he's totally fine." "Good," I said, feeling like I could finally relax. "I can't thank you enough for stepping up to help." She knelt next to Boris to scratch his neck. "Happy to. This guy is the sweetest. We're besties now." "Well, I owe you." Felicity slipped on her flip-flops. "Oh, I know you do. And don't you forget it." She smiled wickedly and blew me a kiss, then walked down the hallway with an exaggerated strut I knew was just for my benefit. Felicity Rhodes was going to be the death of me, and damn it, I liked it. Chapter 14. Cameron. I woke up to the sound of someone rummaging around in my kitchen, and for a moment my mind drifted to the possibility that it might be Felicity. Maybe she hadn't left, and she'd spent the night on my couch. Tension grew between my legs, remembering the way her ass looked in those leggings, and I let my hand wander down to cup myself through my boxer briefs. The crash of breaking glass made Boris jump up from his dog bed and bark. "Tyler," I grumbled as I hauled myself out of bed and slipped on a t-shirt and sweats. How the hell was he up already? He'd never been an early riser. Then again, I'd slept through my alarm, so the unpleasant wake-up call was a good thing. I was already too late to get in my early morning workout if I wanted to get to the office on time, and being late wasn't an option. I had a busy day ahead of me. "Hey," Tyler greeted me with an apologetic wave. "Sorry about that. I wanted orange juice and I dropped my glass. I'm trying to find a broom and dustpan." Boris ran over to Tyler the moment he heard his voice, but Tyler blocked him before he could get too close to the shards on the ground. "There's a hand broom under the sink," I said. "I'll take Boris out so you can clean up. He needs to go." "No," he said quickly. "Let me walk him. You can get ready for your day, and I'll take care of everything." "Fine," I said. I was back to being frustrated at him. There were times when Tyler was a one-man wrecking ball, and this was one of them. Once Tyler and Boris had left, I went to the kitchen to make myself a quick cup of coffee, taking care to avoid the mess on the ground. Part of me wanted to clean it up, but I also wanted Tyler to face the implications of his actions. I'd been cleaning up after him for too long, last night included. When I opened the refrigerator, I noticed the bottle of beluga vodka I kept in the door moved to a different spot. Was he trying to make himself a screwdriver? I grabbed the bottle and took it to the refrigerator in the butler's pantry. Not a great hiding spot, but at least Tyler would figure out I knew what he was up to. I slammed the refrigerator shut and skipped coffee for now. I needed to get out of my apartment so I could focus on something other than Tyler's problems. I didn't have the time to stay and babysit him, so I finished getting ready and texted him instructions for Boris, seeing as his daily walk was hours earlier than usual. Jimmy was waiting for me at the curb when I strode out of the building. I tried to work on the way to the office, but all I could do was think about the past 24 hours. The amazing meal with Felicity, then the descent into darkness with Tyler, and then his bullshit this morning. Why did he keep fucking up? I let my head drop back against the seat and closed my eyes as Jimmy eased into the morning traffic. This was going to be a long day. "Mr. O'Connor? Cameron?" I jerked my head up with a snort. Had I fallen asleep? "Yup, all good, Jimmy," I said as I gathered my things and got out of the car. First up this morning was a meeting with the PR team, which thankfully would be an easy start. They liked running the dog and pony show, so all I had to do was sit back and listen. Alessandra handed me a cup of coffee on my way into the conference room. Thank God she could read my mind. Sandrine jumped up to greet me when I walked in. All smiles. "Congrats on last night," she said, holding up her phone. "Those photos are perfection." A genuine smile spread across my face at the thought. "Yes, they are. I'd say we're off to a great start. And the campaign is about to get even better," she said. "I can't wait for you to see what we have in store next." I took my position at the head of the conference table, glancing around to nod at everyone assembled. Felicity bit back a grin at me from the far end, and with just eye contact we shared a moment of mutual recognition of everything that had gone down between us the night before. "Okay, let's get moving, folks," I said, hoping my impatience and exhaustion weren't too obvious. "What have you got for me?" "I'll start," Sandrine said, raising her finger in the air. "So, the feedback from the Camlicity campaign is beyond what we'd hoped for." She powered up the smartboard display on the wall to show the latest rankings from my dinner with Felicity. Based on metrics like these, we figured it would be wise to focus on other celebrity couples about to get engaged as well. We have a few ideas, but Glenn thinks he's got our first option all figured out. This is going to be a live reveal for the entire team. Even I don't know what he's planning, so we're all excited to see what he cooked up. Take it away. Glenn stood up already, wearing a smug expression, like he knew he was about to hit a home run. "I've been working on this on my own," he began. I groaned internally. "In this campaign, we've been focusing on the female side of the engagement equation. How many carats she wants, how the ring will look on her finger," he continued. "But I think the male voice needs to be heard as well." If it was possible to hear the rolling eyes of a half-dozen women, I experienced it in this moment. We want to make this campaign as buzzy as possible, which is why I reached out to someone with a Q score that's currently setting records. Glenn walked backward to the door as he spoke. "Ladies and gents, may I present our next romance in the wild candidate?" He opened the door and spoke to someone just outside the conference room, inviting him in. "Mr. Stephen Broodney." Fuck. Felicity's ex. Glenn stepped back, and a vaguely attractive man in a hoodie and blazer walked in beaming confidence, like he owned the place. A few people clapped politely while I swiveled to face Felicity. Her cheerful expression had shifted to that of a person trapped in a waking nightmare. She seemed haunted, frozen in place. "Hey folks," Stephen said as he waved to everyone with what looked like fake humility. "Happy to be here. It's great that Veritique realizes what a force my book has become. I'm a bestseller, yeah." He pumped his fist. "So glad people understand that Unhinged Heart is a masterpiece." Number 1 rose to my feet right as Glenn led Stephen to an empty chair at the table. "Don't get too comfortable, Mr. Broodney." "Excuse me?" He shot me a baffled look, as if it had never crossed his mind that anyone he met would be anything but thrilled to be in his presence. "Did you not get the memo about who I am?" I curled my hands into fists, but didn't let any stray emotion register on my face. "Oh, I know exactly who you are, and that's the problem." Stephen looked around the table like he was hoping to find support among the other people in the room. I saw him twitch when his eyes finally landed on Felicity. "Oh," he said in a more upbeat tone, still locked onto Felicity. "Now I get it." "Well, hey there, Liz. Been a while?" Felicity just shook her head in response, unable to muster up a word. I'd never seen her speechless. I hated it. "Felicity and I are old friends," Stephen said, glancing at the people gathered around the table. "We know each other super well. You could say that I can read her like a book. Right, Liz?" He was getting dangerously close to revealing his connection to Felicity in front of her colleagues. But like hell was I letting that happen on my watch. "Mr. Broodney, there seems to have been a misunderstanding. You see, the core of this campaign is the open and honest love between two people, and you're just about the last person I can think of who exemplifies those qualities," I said to him. "I'm not surprised you didn't even bother to bring your girlfriend with you, since it's clear to me that the only person you love in this world is yourself. And since we're not really looking to grow our share in the self-aggrandizing asshole market, I don't think we'd have any use for you." Steve sputtered, looking outraged and indignant. "Who are you, anyway?" I'm the person who knows what's best for this company, and it's not you. So you can collect your things and head out. I pointed to the door. What the hell? Stephen went whiny. Why am I being treated like this? Liz, come on, you can vouch for me, right? Old friends support each other. I'm not your friend, she finally said in a small voice. Stephen leered at her. Correct, because we used to— Out! I shouted. I'd sucked all the air out of the room with one word. I took a few steps towards Stephen before I realized what I was doing. Instinct had taken over me, and all I could think was protect her. What, you want to fight me, dude? He asked, jumping out of his chair. No, I replied in an even tone. I want you to listen to the instruction I gave you 3 minutes ago and leave. If I have to ask again, it won't be you I'm asking, but the security guards who will drag you out of here and dump you on your ass on the sidewalk, next to the rest of the trash. I finally glanced around the room and realized that the entire PR team looked mystified by what was going on, but not entirely unhappy about it. My employees trusted me, and they understood I would never respond to someone like this without good reason. Is he for real? Stephen asked Glenn in a quiet voice. The realist, he answered. That's our CEO. Stephen finally seemed to clock into the fact that his little spunk-on gig with Veritique wasn't going to happen. Fine. Your rings are shit anyway, he said as he stood up. I bet Barth & Company doesn't treat potential partners like this. Mr. Broodney? I reached for my phone and flicked it on. One last thing. I snapped a photo of him, then dictated a message into my phone to the security teams at all branches of the store, nationwide, saying that the man in the picture was never to be allowed entry into any Veritique under any circumstances. And send, I said, tapping on my phone, which let out a swooshing sound as the email went out. You can go now, I said, waving Steve off. We're done with you. Glenn can see you out. He left the room muttering under his breath, with a sheepish-looking Glenn following behind him. I cleared my throat as I turned back to the team. I apologize for getting loud just then. It's probably obvious to you that I didn't think Mr. Broodney was a fit for our organization in many ways. I don't want to go into the details, but suffice it to say that my decision is final. I'm sure we have many other potential candidates who better exemplify the Veritique core values. Let's move on. The meeting continued for another 40 minutes, as if nothing had happened. I could feel Felicity watching me, but I couldn't bring myself to meet her gaze. Would she think I had overstepped? She'd stopped me before from retaliating against her piece-of-shit ex. Maybe I'd crossed a line. But how could I have done nothing when I saw how she reacted to just the sight of him? The asshole was lucky he hadn't gotten punched. Once back in my office, I tried to focus on the mountain of work I needed to tackle, but my mind kept drifting back to Felicity's broken expression when Stephen taunted her. I needed to see her. My door swung open right as I slapped my laptop closed. It was like she'd been summoned by my thoughts. Felicity, I was just coming to see you. She nearly jogged to me, her eyes trained on my mouth. She crashed into me forcefully enough that it got a woof of surprise out of me, and the next thing I knew, her lips were pressed against mine. If the kiss outside her apartment was good, this one was legendary. She kissed me in a frenzy, like her pent-up emotions from the last hour were all fighting to the surface at once. I, meanwhile, was light-headed with relief. I wrapped my arms around her, hoping she could tell that I would always, always fight for her. Her tongue darted along my lip, a brief experimental flick that nearly got a groan out of me. So much for the contract. I let my hands drop to caress the curve of her hips to bring her even closer to me. Fuck. She tasted sweet. Thank you, she murmured as our mouths melded. Thank you for standing up for me. Speaking the words made her even hungrier. Her hands slid up and threaded through my hair, sending a wave of electricity down my back. I want you, I whispered into her ear. I paused to kiss her there and she giggled. Cameron, I want you too, but not here. We can't. Why not? My couch is nice and strong. She laughed again as I kissed the hollow of her throat. Someone could come in. Let them watch, I insisted. They might learn something. Our mouths found their way back together. Oh, the things I was going to do to her. Then it hit me. I wanted to take my time with her, explore every hidden inch of her. But as much as I wanted to begin right now, I knew it would have to end too soon. The phone could ring at any moment, or we could be interrupted by an impatient knock at the door. I pulled away. "Do you have plans tonight?" Her eyes were shining, and her chest was heaving as if she'd just finished a sprint. And that mouth of hers, that full bottom lip swollen even fuller by our kissing. Felicity shook her head wordlessly. "Come up to my place. I don't want a single interruption the first time I fuck you." She inhaled sharply, hearing me say exactly what we were both thinking. Her hands were clasped behind my neck, so I reached up to gather them in mine, clutching them between us like I had her in handcuffs. "Let's make a deal. If we stop now, we won't have to tonight." I pulled her closer so I could whisper in her ear, "I'm going to fuck you, all night long." She closed her eyes and let out a shuddery sigh. "Deal," she murmured.
Chapter 15. Felicity. I could still hear Nina's silly taunts in my head as I waited outside Cameron's door, jokes about the world's most convenient booty call and being the boss's pet. She was right on both counts. I sure liked the fact that my walk of shame was going to be just a quick elevator ride. I'd piled my hair in a bun and worn a simple t-shirt dress and flip-flops, but what I had going on underneath it was about to blow Cameron's mind. He opened the door a few seconds after I rang the doorbell, as if he'd been waiting for me. "Well, hello there. You look comfy." I pushed past him, giving him a gentle hip check. "You think so?" I kicked off my flip-flops, then walked down the hallway with my fingertips tugging on the hem of my dress, ready to begin my striptease, only to be greeted by a very enthusiastic Boris. "Oh, hey there, mister," I laughed as he danced around me. "Nice to see you, too." The cheerful canine host was derailing my plans a little, and Cameron picked up on that fact. "Hey, B, do you want a bone?" he asked. Clearly, he knew that as awesome as Boris was, he had the potential to kill the mood. The dog juked away from me at the mention of the treat and followed Cameron to the kitchen. While he was busy taking care of Boris, I looked around his much, much bigger than my apartment penthouse to find the perfect spot for my little stunt. I'd been so focused on making sure Boris was okay the night he ate cough drops that I hadn't looked around much, but now, as the sun was setting in the distance, I could really take in the sumptuous space. The walls were dark gray, hung with a few giant scrawly paintings that were probably museum-worthy masterpieces, but the real focal point in the room was the view of the park from the windows. I walked up to enjoy it because all I could see outside my window a dozen floors below was a brick wall from the building across the street. "Hey!" his voice echoed behind me. I turned slowly to face him. "Hey!" We stared at one another across the room in a sort of sexy standoff. Who was going to be the first one to break? Obviously Cameron. Once I put my plan into action, I smiled at him, then slipped my dress off with a quick swish, letting it drop to the ground at my feet. "Holy shit," he whispered in awe. With good reason, because I was wearing a nearly invisible lingerie set that was only a few straps of pink satin and mesh, embellished with delicate lacy flower details by the hips. Cameron crossed the room without another word and pulled me into his arms so forcefully I tripped against him. His mouth was on mine immediately, claiming me with his kiss. "Do you know how perfect you are?" he whispered in my ear. "Tell me." I sighed, letting my head drop back as his kisses trailed down my neck. But instead of telling me, he showed me. For hours. It obviously wasn't the first time I'd been with a man, but it was the first time it had ever felt like that. "That was," I panted. "Just the beginning," Cameron answered, kissing my neck. I could barely form a coherent thought as we rested in the afterglow, but the one persistent drumbeat echoing in my head was how I'd never been properly fucked before. Now I understood what my romance novels were talking about. Our breathing evened out, almost in sync. "Did you hear that?" Cameron asked, picking his head up off my chest. "I don't hear anything," I answered. "Boris is finished with his bone, and now he's nosing around the kitchen trying to find something to get into. He groaned. Guess I need to get up and feed him. The last thing I want is for him to come in here and find us. Yes, he'd be shocked if he knew his father was no longer a virgin, I joked. He chuckled. You're ridiculous. Cameron gazed into my eyes for a moment, then leaned down to kiss me fully on the mouth. The kiss was enough to rev both of us up again, and I started moving against his body with a feral want. No, Felicity, he groaned. Stop. Never. We kissed for a few seconds longer, until Cameron pulled away with a frustrated growl. I need to get cleaned up anyway, he said, padding away. Nice ass! I yelled after him. A few minutes later, I was dressed. I joined him in the kitchen where he was mixing up dinner for Boris. I glanced in the bowl at a mixture that could have passed for human meatloaf. Looks fancy. Nothing but the best for my boy, he said proudly. After he put the bowl on the ground and Boris got to work on it, he turned to me. I'd say we worked up an appetite. Can I make something for you? If dog food could make my stomach growl, then I definitely needed sustenance. Hold on, you cook? He shrugged as he opened the refrigerator. Not all that often, but I can make a mean aglio e olio. Daniel just restocked the kitchen, so I've got some huge fresh shrimp and homemade angel hair from Terra Nova. What do you think? I was practically drooling. Yes, please. Perfect! Can you go to the butler's pantry and grab the big white serving dish? It's in the cabinet by the sink. I usually eat right from the pot, but let's pretend to be civilized tonight. As expected, the butler's pantry was huge and beautiful enough to be yet another focal point of the apartment. There were 4 cabinets, so I started poking through them to find anything resembling a serving dish. The man was stocked for parties galore. I searched through the first cabinet, which was filled with crystal stemware, decanters, stacks of fine china, cheese boards, and flatware sets, but no serving bowls. I opened the second and found stacks of linens. I ran my hand along the top of the sumptuous fabric, wondering if the bright white napkin had ever been used. My finger bumped up against something hard, shoved in between the wall and the stack, so I pulled it out. The frame held a photo of Cameron and a stunning raven-haired woman. She was looking directly at the camera and laughing, and Cameron was staring at her, his mouth closed but smiling. My heart lurched at the joy in the image. Who was this mystery woman who had Cameron under her spell? That's Carolina, he said, making me jump in shock. I'd been so caught up staring at the photo that I hadn't even heard him approach. My ex, he explained. She's beautiful, I admitted, even though it pained me. He smirked, and troubled, which I found out a little too late. Do you mind telling me what happened? I asked tentatively. Cameron let out a weary sigh. Carolina and I had a whirlwind romance. She was wild and impetuous, which was sexy as hell at first. But then I started to realize her behavior was really just a way to get back at her parents. She had a strict upbringing, fire and brimstone stuff. She wanted to break free, and she saw me as her way out. Her parents hated my lifestyle. He smiled wryly. I was known for being a bit of a hedonist back in the day. I squinted at the photo and focused on her hand. Is she wearing... Did you two get married? Cameron nodded slowly. We did. That photo was from our honeymoon. He let out a harsh laugh. It lasted almost as long as our marriage, a 2-week trip and a 3-week marriage. He reached over to take the photo from me, glancing at it quickly, then slipping it back in the cupboard. My eyes went wide. Are you serious? Oh yeah. When I realized she was just using me to make a point to her parents, I had it annulled. But really, we didn't make sense together. We had an amazing time together when it was all new and fresh, and we couldn't keep our hands off each other. I admit I got caught up in how damn good it felt being with her, which is why I proposed. But once we were on that honeymoon, spending all of our time together, we discovered we had nothing in common. We'd sit at the breakfast table and struggle to find things to talk about. I lost my head to love and paid the price. Cameron paused to consider it. Well, not really. The damage would have been much greater if I'd let the whole thing drag on. Better to cut my losses quickly. I'm sorry, I said, unsure of what else to say as I processed this new information about him. It sounded like he was talking about a business transaction, which left a sour feeling in my stomach. "Well, that's what I get for letting my heart rule my brain," he said in a matter-of-fact voice, like it was common knowledge that falling in love would always end poorly. "Look at Tyler. Same thing happened to him in a sense. He picked the wrong person, and she fucked him up in a dozen different ways. I can't exactly blame all the problems with the second album on her. Tyler made some mistakes there, for sure, but she didn't help, running him ragged with all the partying she wanted to do, not to mention all the drugs she was into, and that she got him into before leaving him behind with a load of addictions and a broken heart." I felt myself frowning at the revelations. Was that really how Cameron saw love? As something that tore people up and left them broken in the aftermath? "Anyway, live and learn," he said, gently closing the cupboard door and walking to the one I hadn't checked. He pulled out a white bowl and held it up. "The pasta water is probably boiling. Let's get moving." I followed behind him, trying not to think too hard about what was happening between us. It was nothing more than a fake relationship with a little bit of good sex sprinkled on top. Incredible sex. I needed to keep reminding myself of that fact, to keep the reins tight around my heart, because Cameron O'Connor wasn't the type to make the same mistake twice. As if falling in love could ever be considered a mistake.
Chapter 16. Cameron Marketing had suggested taking Felicity to a popular Broadway show for the optics. Everything was for the optics, but not really, because the two of us were having more than just sanctioned fun. I'd selected Hadestown since they were putting on a one-night-only original cast performance, and the tickets were basically impossible to get. Taking Felicity to the show sold the fantasy that I'd do anything her heart desired. While there was no happily ever after for the main characters Orpheus and Eurydice, the fact that the show centered on the power of love between the two was enough to make it the perfect romantic night out. I'd seen my fair share of Broadway shows and could appreciate the artistry, but I never felt moved by what I saw on stage. This one was proving to be the exception. I stole a glance at Felicity as Orpheus charged into the chorus of "Wait for Me," and saw her eyes brimming. I cleared my throat and tried to focus on the mechanics of the lights swinging dramatically above the stage and not the words of the song, because damn it, I was feeling it too. The devotion between the characters was palpable, and even though I knew enough about Greek mythology to know what happened next, I still held out hope for the two young lovers. By the time the show ended, Felicity had tears streaming down her cheeks. I took her hand and brought it up to my lips as the cast took their bows. "Are you okay?" She looked up at me with her bottom lip trembling. That was the most beautiful and heartbreaking thing I've ever seen. "Maybe it'll turn out differently next time," I said softly, echoing the final hopeful lines of the show. She smiled through her tears. "Maybe." I slung my arm around her shoulder and pulled her tight as we waded toward the exit with the rest of the crowd. We'd arrived late and our seats were right up front, so I was sure no one had a chance to photograph us. But now in the slow slog to the door there was ample opportunity to snag photos of us looking swoony and in love. Felicity was so caught up by what we just watched that she had forgotten that we were also on stage that night. "Hey," I leaned down and whispered in her ear. "Your mascara is running a little." "Oh no," she whispered back in a panic. "Do I look terrible?" She swept her fingers beneath her eyes. "You could never look terrible," I admitted, as I pulled a handkerchief out of my blazer pocket. "Allow me." As if that was her cue, Felicity snapped back into her role as co-conspirator. Her expression shifted to utter devotion as I gently swept the cloth along her cheeks. "Thank you, sweetheart," she said. "You cleaning me up seems to be a thing, huh?" I leaned down and kissed her on the nose. "I'm happy to take care of you, my darling." I could have sworn I heard a squeal from behind us. The stirring inside me after the brief kiss had to be due to the emotional overload of the show and nothing more. What was going on with Felicity was an arrangement, a partnership that had morphed into a colleagues with benefits scenario. And I hoped I'd be able to sample more benefits at the end of the night, because sex with Felicity was unlike anything I'd experienced before. Just the thought of her beneath me sent a pulse through my body. But first we needed to put in a little more FaceTime out in public, to make sure as many people as possible saw us together. "Dessert?" Felicity asked, raising an eyebrow at me. Oh, you know it, I said, glancing around to see if anyone was watching and clocked a group of women with their phones pointed at us. I tilted my head toward them so Felicity would also pick up on what was about to happen next. But all I want to snack on is you. I swept her into my arms and tilted her in a cinematic backbend, then kissed her, long and slow. I felt her mouth shift from surprise to delight. Her arms slowly circled around my neck. When I finally stood her upright, she staggered a few steps. Wow. You ain't seen nothing yet, I whispered in her ear, getting a delighted giggle out of her. A short time later, we were seated at a table at Junior's, a well-known tourist trap that actually had some of the best cheesecake in the city. It wasn't my typical restaurant choice, but I knew the place would be packed. Plus, I had a feeling that Felicity would appreciate something sweet while we performed for our audience. She studied the menu for an eternity. I can't decide between the raspberry swirl, Oreo, or red velvet. Get them all, I said. A sampler. We don't have to finish them. She slapped her menu down on the table. Speak for yourself, mister. I never leave dessert uneaten. Well then, I guess we'll just have to work extra hard tonight to get rid of those extra calories, huh? I winked. Or you could learn to appreciate a little extra junk in the trunk. Felicity gave me a sassy look, and I had to admit that more of her to enjoy sounded like a very good thing indeed. We wound up with a tray of 6 different slices of cheesecake, and I swear Felicity looked like a kid on Christmas morning as she grabbed her fork. She leaned over to take her inaugural bite, and the moment the fork hit her mouth, she closed her eyes and moaned in ecstasy. She tilted her head backward and drew the fork out slowly and with a flourish, and grinned at me as she chewed. Oh, my goodness, Felicity said as she finished. Heaven. Her little show and excitement over something as simple as cheesecake was so damn adorable that my cheeks hurt from grinning at her. I'm so happy you're enjoying it. She pushed a plate toward me. Jump in before I finish it all. I took a tiny bite, but wanted to make sure Felicity got her share of whatever her heart desired. I loved seeing her happy, making her happy, and it was so simple. She didn't need me to shower her in diamonds or take her for a night out at a top-tier restaurant. All it took was some tourist cheesecake in an overly bright and crowded restaurant, which reminded me we probably had more than a few phones pointed our way. I'd been so wrapped up in watching Felicity enjoy herself that I'd forgotten to keep my game face on. It was easy to forget we were performing, because being with Felicity felt so easy, so real. She leaned back in her chair and patted her stomach. I lied. There's no way I can finish it all. I eyed the remnants left on the plate. Same. Still, I'd say that was an impressive effort from both of us. Hold on, she said, fishing her phone out of her purse. This is a cute moment. Give me your hand. She pushed the plate to the center of the table and extended her arm next to it with her palm up. Come on, we're doing it for the gram. Look, Sandrine made me wear the Trésor bracelet, so it's a nice subliminal ad. I slid my hand toward hers and gripped it, taking a moment to admire the delicate platinum bangle set with rows of pavé diamonds. Wait a minute. We need to foreshadow the engagement. Show the negative space on your finger so people can envision a ring on it. I flipped our joined hands over so hers was on top. Perfect. Felicity held her camera over the table to frame the image. Now let me put a little bokeh effect on it so it looks dreamy. And got it. She held her phone out to show me, and I was once again reminded that Felicity was very good at her job. To turn a messy dessert plate into a romantic work of art was well beyond my creative vision. This is nice, she said softly. I realized we were still holding hands. I don't want the night to end, I admitted. Our voices were quiet. We were no longer performing. It doesn't have to. Felicity tipped her head and raised an eyebrow at me. I craned my neck to glance around the restaurant as my body cranked to life. Check, please. A short while later, Carl gave us a knowing smile as we tripped our way to the elevator. Our doorman knew everything, but told nothing. The moment the elevator doors closed, we pounced on each other. I pinned Felicity to the wall, kissing her with a passion built up from acting civilized for the past few hours. She caught my lower lip between her teeth, giving me a little nip. I growled in response, getting a laugh out of her. I've wanted you all night, she admitted as I kissed the hollow of her throat. That dip outside the theater did things to me. What sort of things? I asked gruffly. Why don't you find out? I knew where the cameras in the elevator were, so I angled our bodies, keeping Felicity completely hidden behind me as I let my hands explore. She was more than ready, and so was I. The elevator dinged way too soon, and we untangled from each other and practically ran down the hallway to my door, holding hands and laughing. Boris, I said as I tapped the keypad. Shit. I need to get him outside. Take care of him, and I'll make sure you have something to look forward to when you get back, Felicity said as she kicked off her heels. Maybe I'll even send you some creative photos while you're out there. I'd never leashed up my dog faster. The photos she sent me more than did the trick to have me on fire for her by the time I got back. It wasn't until hours later when I thought to glance at my phone again, sitting on the kitchen counter and catching my attention after I'd gotten up to get some water. It was lit up with texts from Tyler. Fuck, what's wrong now? I'd been so consumed by Felicity all night that I'd never even thought something could be going down with him. Was he in need of a car, trapped in some hellhole apartment God knows where? Or had he forgotten his guitar somewhere again and wanted my help trying to track it down? The fact that he was texting meant he wasn't in jail, at least. Tension built behind my temples as I checked. I was all he had. I needed to be there for him, now more than ever. Bro, listen to this, the first message read. A recording followed, and I could barely make out the song. It was a band playing an old Neil Young song we used to play to close our first set back in the day, and they sounded as amateurish as we did. I laughed softly as the memories came flooding back. The rest of the texts were various remember when strolls down memory lane. I appreciated that he was thinking of me, and tried to ignore that the texts got messier and more disjointed as the evening progressed. I switched to check the hundreds of Veritique alerts. The In the Wild challenge had taken off, and there were photos of us taken from angles I couldn't even figure out. Were people in the trees? The shots of the kiss outside the theater were predictably perfect. In a few, Felicity had her arm draped back, like the famous photo of the sailor kissing the nurse, and in others, she was clinging to me. Once again, the effect was so impressively romantic it looked like the moment had been staged. My hands-down favorite photo was from Junior's. Felicity had just taken her first bite of cheesecake, and her eyes were squeezed shut in ecstasy, with her fork in the air like she was conducting an orchestra. I was gazing at her with pure wonder, wearing a little smile. It was a perfect stolen moment. I saved the photo and walked back to the beauty in my bed.
Chapter 17. Felicity. I snuck back into my apartment the next morning, even though I knew Nina was probably wide awake and waiting for me. It was Sunday, which meant homemade brunch and gossip. Look who's doing her walk of shame, her voice rang out as I shut the door behind me. I laughed. I'm not ashamed of a thing that happened last night. I'm in the kitchen. I've been dying of hunger while you finished your booty call. I joined her, hiding a yawn. Good morning, friend. We hugged and Nina pulled back to study me. Looks like someone had a good time last night. Did you sleep at all? I shook my head. Barely. The man has stamina and I have needs. Well then, sit and I'll cook for you this time. She gestured to the stool at the bar. Waffles, since our bread was moldy. I grimaced. Sorry, I guess I fell behind on grocery shopping. I get it, she said as she found the waffle iron in the cabinet. You're doing double duty as social media badass and contract girlfriend. I frowned, uncertain about the contract part of the equation. When Cameron and I had mapped out the boundaries of our relationship, sex definitely wasn't on the table. Not that I was complaining. I had consented to everything we had done together, but I wasn't sure where that left us now. Was the contract still in effect, with some addenda? Or were we starting something new? What? Nina asked as she opened the refrigerator door. The line from the front desk rang, so I didn't have to talk about my mixed-up feelings about Cameron, at least not at the moment, since she had a way of getting to the heart of things whether I wanted to discuss them or not. Are you expecting someone? I asked as I walked to the intercom. She shook her head and watched me answer it. Hey there, Carl said. A guy down here has a flower delivery for one of you. Oh, send them up, please. My heartbeat sped up a little. Was Cameron actually wooing me after our amazing evening? I tried to envision what sort of bouquet a billionaire might send to thank someone for a night of great sex. Dozens of roses? Some sort of exotic jungle flower? The bouquet that showed up was much more modest, just a simple cluster of pink and yellow blooms, and the card was made out to Nina. "They're for you," I said, walking the arrangement over to her as I tried to figure out what she'd been hiding from me, or, more specifically, whom. I watched her blush as she read the card. "Okay, spill it. Who are they from?" I asked. She turned her back to me to search for a vase. "It's nothing." "Neen," I scolded. "Do you really think you're going to get away with not answering?" She huffed at me as she peeled the cellophane off the bouquet. "Fine. They're from Tyler." "Hold on," I frowned at her. "Are you guys hanging out? I thought the way he acted that night at Frankie's Tavern scared you." "It did," she agreed. "And?" I pressed when she didn't say anything more. "And I still think he's a good guy, even if he screws up sometimes. We still text. I helped him with some lyrics the other night, and I guess these flowers are a thank you." I cornered her in our small kitchen. "So you're talking to him on a regular basis?" She shrugged. "Why are you being so secretive? Just tell me already." Nina sputtered at me. "We've been video chatting nearly every night, okay? It's actually really fun. He's tapping into my knowledge of classic lit, and we're incorporating it into his lyrics. We're uniting my love of books and music, and I'm having a blast with it. Me, being creative, go figure." She looked a little embarrassed admitting it to me, especially because we'd had a long talk about the life of an addict after the night at the tavern. But maybe keeping in touch via the phone and nothing more was fine. A buffer would keep her from getting too invested. "Well, that's really cool," I replied as I took a seat at the bar counter. "Maybe you'll get a songwriter's credit." She placed the flowers in the vase carefully. "Yeah, I'll ask him about that over dinner." "Excuse me, what?" She held the card up with a sheepish look. "He asked me to dinner." "And you're going?" "Well, yeah." Her back straightened a little, and she nodded as if she'd reached a conclusion. "I really like him, and I want to see where it could lead. He's different from anyone I've ever met, Liz. He's got vision, he feels deeply, and he's not afraid to show it. He calls himself a songwriter, but he's got the soul of a poet." Her eyes lit up as she talked about him, and I knew she was already halfway gone. I'd never seen her so excited about someone. It made me nervous, but at the same time, part of me couldn't help being happy for her. Was it really so bad to take a chance on love? Nina wasn't the type to make uninformed decisions, so maybe their talks had convinced her that Tyler was in a better place. Still, I had to make sure she was going into this with her eyes open. "You know you can't fix him," I said simply. "Well, that's fine because there's nothing to fix," Nina shot back at me. She started angrily gathering the ingredients. "He's a former addict," I said in a quiet voice, "and based on how he acted at the tavern, I'm not so sure about the former part. I don't know how often he uses drugs, but from what Cameron says, he drinks. A lot." Nina dropped her head. "Yeah, I know, but he says he's working on getting to a better place now." Her cheeks went pink. "He says it's because he feels a new creative spark thanks to our conversations." If Tyler was trying to charm Nina, he sure picked the right approach. She'd always talked about how she wished she could be as creative as the authors she loved, even though she didn't have an artistic bone in her body. The fact that he was nurturing that ability was probably fast-tracking him straight into her heart. "Hey," I said, waiting for Nina to look at me. "What?" "Just be careful, okay? I can tell he seems like a special guy, but he's lived a different life than you have. He ran with a crazy crowd. That changes people." "Cameron likes him," she fired back at me, stirring the waffle mix and eggs with more vigor than necessary. "You're right," I admitted, "and that means something, but a romance is a whole different equation from a friendship." I paused. "I'm only saying all this because I love you and I don't want you to get hurt." "I know." Her whole body softened, and she gave me a warm look. "Thank you. Now, enough about me. Tell me everything about Bossman." "I don't know where to start." I hugged myself and grinned at her. "It's good," she scoffed. "Details, please. Campaign first. How is the In the Wild stuff going?" Way better than expected, but it's a little freaky because the campaign is set up like people are hunting us, so we never know if we're being watched or not. Sometimes it's obvious, but there are some photos from last night that people took in moments when I had no idea people were onto us. Nina poured batter in the waffle iron. Show me. I scrolled through the joint Veritique file where everyone was sharing images and flipped to one of the pictures of us outside the theater before the big kiss when we were just chatting. Like this one. It's not a big look at us moment, we're literally just walking down the sidewalk. I held my phone out to Nina, and she squinted at the photo, then looked at me. Oh, he's a goner. Excuse me? How in the world can you read that from this dumb photo? And could it really be true? I felt a surge of hope, even as I tried to swallow it down. Look at his body. He's totally angled toward you, like you fascinate him and all he wants to do is watch you. And his eyes. There's something sappy about them, and that little smile he's wearing. He thinks you are the cat's pajamas. I giggled at her old-fashioned phrasing and tried to ignore that she was sort of right about the way Cameron looked in the photo. You're no better, Nina continued. You're beaming at him. You look like you want to swallow him whole. I was in my feelings from Hadestown. I think I was quizzing him on Greek mythology. I scrolled through the images to get to the kiss. Check out this one. Nina leaned closer to examine it. Holy moly, baby. That is hot. You belong on the cover of a romance novel. She fanned herself. I grinned at the image. Yeah, we looked really freaking good in it. So that's the public stuff, Nina said, as she opened the iron and put the cooked waffle on my plate. How's the behind closed doors action? My face got hot as I took it from her. Yeah, that's pretty incredible too. He's good in bed? Good doesn't even begin to cover it. He's mind-blowing. Hands down the best lover I've ever had. It's like he cares more about my pleasure than his own. Creative, too. We wound up in positions I didn't even think were possible. He actually wants to make sure you have an orgasm. Wow. Nina huffed out a laugh at me, unlike someone else we won't mention. I shuddered. I'm still having flashbacks to that day he showed up at the office. Yeah, but Cameron stood up for you. She leaned against the counter and stared at me. Are you two getting serious? Because it sure sounds like you are. I laughed, but even I could tell it sounded a little forced. No way. I know better than to make that mistake. Cameron's got some major issues thanks to his ex. He got married way too fast and had it annulled almost right away, and those scars are still pretty fresh. So you're telling me he's a commitment phobe? Nina said slowly. I think I'm not the only one who needs to guard my heart. She might have a point, not that I was willing to admit it. No worries about that, I insisted as I shoved a huge bite of waffle in my mouth. We're just having fun together. Sure, she said, not sounding convinced at all. Call me overprotective, but what happens if all this fun you're having together starts to shift into something that feels real? What are you going to do then? I propped my fork on my plate and stared into space, chewing through my contemplation. Then we'll sit down and talk about it, I guess. Make sure we understand what the other person wants. If he comes back and says he's not looking for anything serious, I'll move on. Trust me, I learned my lesson. I'm not about waiting around for men who can't commit. Good for you, she cheered. Nina finished cooking her waffle and joined me at the counter. So what's next for the dynamic duo? Not sure, I replied. We need to touch base with Lucy to see what she thinks. The campaign is building to a crescendo, so right now we're just doing cute coupley stuff. The grand gestures are coming. When do you get to the my fake boyfriend is a billionaire stuff? She chuckled. The private plane to go skiing in Gstad stuff? Darling, I said, putting on a posh accent. It's the wrong season for Gstad. We need to be looking to Paris. Or maybe Provence. Ooh, fancy. She swished her hand at me. And we can't forget about that gorgeous dress he bought for you, which I will be borrowing at some point. My closet is your closet, I insisted. In that case, I hope there's more shopping on the horizon. Snag some cashmere for me. Oh, and a pair of leather pants. First of all, you know we can't share pants. And second, where in the world would a librarian wear leather pants? She tipped her head toward the bouquet on the counter. I might need to embrace the rock star lifestyle now that I'm a songwriter. I nodded. So you're a rock star, and I'm a billionaire's girlfriend. Sounds like we're starring in our very own romance novel. Speaking of, have I told you that I started working out the genre distribution for Treehouse Books? Obviously, romance will be front and center. Obviously, I agreed. You know this little partnership with Cameron is bringing us even closer to making Treehouse happen? Yeah, you're really taking one for the team. She rolled her eyes at me. Poor baby over here is being forced into fine dining with a hottie so we can afford to open our bookshop. Stop, I swatted her. But she was right. It was probably the easiest job I'd ever had. Hanging with Cameron was turning out to be the best part of my days and nights. Now all I had to do was make sure my heart stayed out of the equation.
Chapter 18. Cameron. I wasn't used to so much good news all at once. I took a few minutes at the start of the day to survey the response to the latest antics with Felicity in the quiet of my office. After navigating the fallout from my father's mistakes for far too long, the shift to non-stop positivity in everything associated with the Veritique brand was a shock to my system. Instead of doom scrolling through the news, I found myself looking forward to what the public had to say about Veritique, and more specifically, Camlicity. Because they were eating us up. I obviously knew that romance was the cornerstone of our family business. There were too many love stories to count that included a Veritique ring. But standing in personally as a focal point for it had not been on my agenda. I'd expected to chafe against the campaign's ridiculousness, but instead I found myself eager to see what we were going to get up to next. Felicity transformed what should have been an exercise in my ability to tolerate publicity bullshit into an adventure. A very sexy adventure. I placed my phone down on my desk and swiveled my chair to look out at the skyline. The woman had injected herself into my bloodstream. Even when I wasn't consciously thinking about her, she was right there somehow. Anytime there was a lull in my day, my mind automatically went to her on her knees in front of me, or face down on my bed. I shifted to adjust my growing hardness, because I couldn't let fantasy Felicity throw me off track again. Focus on the work. The mantra had always kept me on track, so I turned to my laptop to dive into my day. Only 150 new emails in the past 24 hours. I got ready to dive in, but paused when I saw the OneDrive Memories of This Day message. There was only one period in my life when I took a lot of photos, and it wasn't a time frame I liked revisiting, so I don't know why I clicked it open. I knew what would be waiting for me inside. Sure enough, it was an image of me with Carolina. She was beaming with her head resting on my shoulder, squinting at the camera in the bright sunlight. Fuck. As I studied the photo, I realized that the memory of this day was a major one. Carolina and I were in Central Park. Today was the anniversary of the day I'd proposed to her. Sparks of tension flared up behind my eyes. I'd moved past the pain of the relationship, but I certainly didn't want reminders of it. I wished I could warn the guy in the photo that everything was going to turn to shit just a few months later. I didn't even hesitate to delete the picture. Maybe I could draft Daniel into wiping my photo stream clean of Carolina to prevent reminders like this from popping up. No sense dwelling in the past. Hell, no sense even remembering the part that had her name on it. Cameron? Alessandra's voice rang out from the doorway. I hate to interrupt, but everyone is waiting for you in the conference room. I stood up quickly, angry at myself for letting the past derail my present. I'm on my way. When I walked into the room, everyone started clapping and cheering for me. Had I forgotten my own birthday? What the hell was going on? I glanced at the whiteboard and saw a slide that read, "Celebrating 5 million followers." "There he is!" Lucy shouted over the noise. "One half of the most powerful couple on the internet." She turned to scan the room. "Felicity, get up there." Felicity stood up and smiled shyly at everyone as she made her way to where I was standing. How was it possible that she looked even more beautiful than the last time I'd seen her? She was in a soft purple dress my personal shopper had selected, and all I could imagine was ripping it off her body. "Hey," she said quietly when she reached me. "I guess we're doing pretty good work together." "I guess so," I said, throwing my arm around her and giving her a friendly side hug. Even that little bit of contact was enough to trigger X-rated thoughts. I needed to get a grip. We all took our seats with Felicity right beside me instead of at the far end of the table. Sandrine stood up. Okay, folks, let's kick off this meeting by celebrating how incredible our Camlicity campaign has been. Major thanks to Lucy for coming up with it. The influencer was uncharacteristically modest as everyone clapped for her. I take zero credit, she yelled over the noise. It's all because of those two. Our social media growth is breaking records, folks. We didn't think we'd crack 5 million for months, yet here we are, Sandrine said, gesturing to the whiteboard, which was now flashing metrics and comments from followers. The attention is wonderful, but what's even better are our sales milestones. Monique is here to give us a quick snapshot. But I'm sure you already know the latest numbers, Cameron, she hastened to add. I nodded like I was on top of it and silently beat myself up for not checking them first thing this morning. What was happening to me? Monique stood up, grinning. I have 3 words. Record-breaking sales. The room broke into applause again. We're not even in peak season, yet we're seeing numbers that rival our holiday sales, she continued. Monique went on to explain how the Camlicity campaign was directly impacting our growth, pointing to parallels between what we were posting and what people were buying. Engagement rings were hot sellers, of course, but even the pieces Felicity had casually worn during our moments together were taking off. The Trésor bracelet she had on in the junior's cheesecake photo was now on back order. All that to say, Monique turned to us as she wrapped up. Never stop doing what you're doing, you two, and I hope I get an invitation to the wedding. Everyone laughed at the impossibility of it. I chuckled along as a nagging thought started to take root. Exactly how was this charade going to end? I shook my head. It wasn't the time to worry about it. I needed to stay in the now, the incredibly positive, record-breaking, heart-stopping now. Thanks, Monique, Sandrine said as she took over the meeting. Okay, now let's dig into our projections and how the campaign can factor in. Excuse me, Sandrine, I said, standing. The room went quiet. I was usually more of an observer in marketing meetings, and I could see the stricken looks on people's faces as they wondered what bombshell I was about to drop. We've all been working hard, I said. I'm so proud of this team, and I think I need to show you how much I appreciate your efforts. That's why as of noon today, we're taking the afternoon off for a team-building event. I watched as my employees glanced at one another, raising eyebrows and looking confused and a little apprehensive. I couldn't blame them. Back when my father was in charge, team-building events usually included physical challenges in the woods while being barked at by some grumpy former military dude. At the Black Door Spa, I added. The whoop that went up in the room could probably be heard throughout the entire building. Felicity grabbed my hand and squeezed it. They're closing down the spa just for us, which means you can take advantage of all of their services. The saunas, pool, massage therapists, estheticians, hairstylists, nail technicians, and chef will all be at your service for the afternoon. I'll have a private van service ready to pick everyone up out front at noon. Of course, I hadn't planned for any of it, but I knew Daniel could pull it together within the hour. Everyone had a price, even if it meant Black Door was going to be disappointing their roster of already scheduled clients for the day. I'd make sure to pay for their rescheduled services and upgrades as well, so I doubted they'd kick up too much of a stink. Felicity joined me on the walk back to my office. I can't believe you did that. I'm in shock. I glanced at her, frowning. And why is that? She realized she'd accidentally insulted me. On a workday, I mean. It's just so nice. Are you saying I'm not normally nice to my employees? I picked up my pace, enjoying a little sparring with her. She laughed and sighed at the same time, almost jogging to keep up with me. Nope, we're not doing this. You're trying to bait me, but I'm resisting. We both paused outside my door, and I grasped her shoulders to pull her closer to me. I gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. Good girl, you're learning. I released her with a gentle push. Felicity swatted me on the chest. Don't treat me like Boris. Excuse me? I widened my eyes at her. You just hit me, I said in a low voice. I think I need to take you into my office and give you a paddling for insubordination. Bend you over my desk and teach you a lesson. She bit her lip and looked up at me through her lashes. Ooh, was I a bad girl? Very. Anyone looking at us down the long hallway would assume we were discussing business. I think we need to discuss that further. In my office. Right now, I announced. She gave me an evil smirk. So sorry, sir, but I have some work to finish up before we leave at noon. Maybe, if you're lucky, we can reconvene at the spa? Felicity. I turned her name into a command. You're killing me. I know, it's so much fun, she giggled. She whirled away right as I reached out to grab her, wagging her finger at me. I'll be worth the wait, I promise you. Picture it. You, me, a couple's massage, and then who knows what might happen next. Oh, I knew exactly what I was going to do to her. As expected, Daniel had pulled off a miracle. The spa employees were lined up and waiting for us when we arrived, ready to treat my team to a well-deserved day of relaxation. Lucy flitted over to me as everyone dispersed. Hi, Mr. Camlicity, I hate to ask you this. What now? I sighed. Don't hate me, but this is a perfect opportunity for more coverage, she gestured around the beautiful spa. Obviously, we can't get in the wild stuff here, but maybe Felicity can post some cute BTS content? Did I hear my name? Felicity walked over to us. Lucy gave her an appeasing smile. I'm so sorry to keep you in work mode, but would you mind posting some behind-the-scenes spa content today? You have such a great eye. I'm already on it. She held up her phone and pointed across the room. The plant wall is calling my name. We glanced toward the lush, living wall of greenery, a few feet from where we were standing. Perfect. What have you got on today? Lucy stepped closer to examine Felicity's jewelry. Sandrine keeps me frosted, she laughed, tilting her head and holding up her hands. I'm wearing the platinum Solana diamond earrings, the platinum love toggle necklace, and the infinitus diamond tennis bracelet. No ring? Lucy asked, grasping Felicity's hand. Felicity shook her head. Cameron and I feel like it'll be a bigger reveal to keep my fingers naked. To emphasize, I'm waiting for an engagement ring. She glanced over at me and widened her eyes. I cleared my throat at her word choice. Oh, she was definitely going to be naked soon. Yes, perfect, Lucy cheered. So what are we thinking for today's posts? Plant wall, Felicity listed off. Champagne toast, and then maybe us holding hands between the massage tables? Lucy wrinkled her nose. Can we amp up the sexy a little? I'm picturing both of you in robes, with Cameron behind you, kissing your bare shoulder. So the focus is on you, smiling and gorgeous in your Veritique jewelry, with Cameron looking like he can't keep his hands off you. Maybe in the steam bath for even more ambiance? You can both be a little sweaty, which will make people wonder what you've been up to. Super sexy stuff. Okay, we'll figure it out, I said, making it clear we were done talking. Why don't we get started, Felicity? I could tell by her wicked little smile that I was in for trouble. We changed into our robes quickly and met in the already hot steam room. Are you ready to manufacture some sexy content? Felicity asked in a low voice. She inched her robe down to reveal the top of her shoulder, and just that hint of skin was enough to get me going. There's nothing manufactured about the way you make my body feel, I rumbled, reaching out to pull her closer to me. Chapter 19. Cameron. The setup for our latest Camlicity moment was supposed to look off the cuff, but the number of people buzzing around made it clear that everything was choreographed in the social media influencer space. Felicity and I were going to be doing a casual interview with Lucy on a park bench with Central Park's famous Bow Bridge framed behind us, to answer the top questions people wanted to know about our relationship. We'd already had a coaching session to get our stories straight, so I hoped we'd finish the interview quickly. The last damn thing I wanted was to pretend to be romantic and spontaneous in Central Park, the very place where I'd proposed to Carolina. That had been spontaneous and romantic. It had also been a dumpster fire I could do without being reminded of. But the choice of the location had been out of my hands. Oh, I probably could have put the kibosh on it if I'd really tried, but it felt petty when everyone else thought it was such a good idea. So I'd have to grin and bear it, even though it irked me on a bone-deep level just to be here. I also wasn't thrilled with the level of choreography. On my dates with Felicity, everything had felt so natural. But this was entirely staged, and I wasn't the one doing the staging. This was Lucy's show, which left me powerless, carried along the current without any concern about what I wanted. Lucy had sworn the interview would be quick and casual, but there was nothing casual about the guy outfitting us with mics, and the other one standing a few feet away with a light bouncer, and the armed guard looking after a treasure trove of Veritique rings, not to mention the makeup artist putting finishing touches on Felicity. I had to bite my tongue to keep from barking at a dresser who dared to suggest I switch out my tie to something jazzier. I was so ready to be done with this ridiculous bit of theater. I paced, trying to keep from getting frustrated by how long the pre-work was taking. "Are we nearly there?" I asked no one in particular, my voice tinged with impatience. "Felicity looks gorgeous without makeup, and I'm sure the natural light is just fine. Let's get started." Lucy jogged over to me. "Just a few more minutes, I promise. It's going to be so worth it." I asked my audience to send me questions, and I swear, I got like 500. "People are loving you two together." I frowned. "But the questions you ask will be the ones we already went over, correct? I hope you're not going to surprise us, because I don't like getting caught off guard." Christ, I sounded like my father. But in moments like this, his my way or the highway approach started to make a frightening amount of sense to me. Thankfully, Lucy looked horrified at the thought of springing anything on me. "Of course not. I might switch up the order of the questions, just so your responses sound natural, but that's it. This is a Veritique commercial, first and foremost. The lovey-dovey stuff is a bonus." I gave her a curt nod. "Exactly. I think we forget that fact sometimes. We're here for the company, not for us." Lucy giggled. "Sure, but it's the two of you who are making the company such a hot topic. That photo of you and Felicity in the sauna was the most liked image of the campaign so far. Did you read any of the comments?" "No." Her face reddened as she grinned at me. "Oh, I can't repeat a lot of it, but let's just say people had a good time guessing why you both looked so happy and sweaty." I allowed the hint of a smile at the memory from that day. We'd each had our fun in the sauna, and after the couple's massage, I'd kicked the therapists out of the room and fucked Felicity over the edge of the massage table. It had been a memorable team-building experience. "Hi guys," Felicity said as she joined us. "Finally finished. The makeup artist really had to do an overhaul on me." She looked typically breathtaking, with the sunlight behind her giving her a warm glow. Felicity was wearing a short-sleeve black cashmere t-shirt and a swingy knee-length black skirt with sparkly gold accents, selected to be a perfect backdrop for the gold jewelry we were planning to integrate into the video. "Please," Lucy said, stepping closer to examine Felicity's face. "She barely put anything on you, just a little lipstick and shadow. I'd kill for your skin." "You look lovely," I agreed, then glanced at Lucy. "Okay. Are we ready to begin? Because this is taking much longer than we discussed. I didn't like the feeling of my old life and my current one crashing together. Too many memories of Carolina were worming their way into my head, forcing me to remember all the moments we'd shared in the park. The proposal, yes. But other times too. Like the time we'd rented a double bike and laughed so hard we'd crashed into a trash can. Or taking selfies on the John Lennon Imagine Memorial. I half expected to see Carolina's face among the crowd of people gathering to watch us. It had me feeling more raw than I'd admit. Even though my relationship with Carolina was entirely in the past, being here had me remembering how it had felt, back when I'd been so in love. I'd been swept away by my feelings, back when I was too stupid to realize that was the last thing I should do. "I think we're almost there," Lucy said, craning her neck to see what the crew was up to. I'd reached my limit. "No, enough waiting around. We need to start now," I answered. "Let's go. I have real work to do back at the office." Felicity frowned at me, but didn't say anything. "Oh, okay, sure," Lucy said gently. Hey Frank. It's time to get rolling." A few minutes later, we were situated on the bench with 3 different cameras pointed at us, not to mention the dozens of phones pointed our way from the gathered spectators. I was itchy from the forced cheer of the whole scenario, but I managed to paint on a smile. "Remember," Lucy said, "this is recorded, so if you make a mistake, we can try it again. No pressure." The camera operator pointed at Lucy to signal he was rolling, and it was as if a light turned on inside of her. "Hey friends, can you believe I'm sitting next to the couple of the moment? Yeah, it's your girl, Life with Lucy, hanging out with none other than Camlicity." She turned to us. "I'm totally starstruck, you guys." It's great to be here with you, I said, following the script. I took Felicity's hand, and she gave me a sweet smile. I hear we're going to be answering some questions from your followers today. Yes, we are. People are dying to know all about you. And Felicity, you're going to be modeling some Veritique bling for us. I'm so excited about the chance to show off these gorgeous new pieces, she beamed. They're all just stunning, and I know your followers are going to love them as much as I do. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, the main camera operator's voice rang out. I can't hear Cameron and Felicity. Something's going on with their mics. Let's take 5 and figure it out. Oh, for fuck's sake, I mumbled. I pulled the clip-on mic from my lapel and dropped it in his hand, then stormed away. I had to work hard to keep the anger from my face because people were still watching me. Hey, Felicity called out. Wait for me. I paused so she could catch up. What's going on with you today? She asked quietly. You seem tense. I paused in the shade of a tree, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around us. This is taking way too long, I replied honestly, letting my frustration leak out. I'm not enjoying it at all. This kind of attention is not my thing. You should know that by now. She reached out to run her hand down my arm. I get it. I don't love it either. But hey, we're together. That's fun, right? Not in this setup, I grumbled. She faked a scowl. I'm sorry, did you just say you're not having fun with me? Felicity squinted her eyes at me and shook her head exaggeratedly, like she couldn't comprehend the thought of it. I am the most fun, at all times and in all ways, Mr. O'Connor. And don't you forget it. I chuckled. Okay, you are. Thank you, she said triumphantly. Now give me a kiss to say you're sorry. I leaned down to give her a quick peck on the mouth, but she circled her arms behind my neck and kissed me hard. That's better, she said, grinning at me. Usually a kiss from Felicity was a hit of dopamine. Today, I felt like I'd built up a resistance to it. I'm getting antsy, I said, pacing in a circle. Clearly, Felicity replied. Hey, your shoelace is untied. I knelt in front of her to tie, and immediately heard an ear-piercing squeal echo in the distance. I glanced over my shoulder to discover Lucy holding her camera out and running toward us, chattering something. At first I thought she was talking to herself, but when she finally got close, I realized she was live streaming. She stopped abruptly a few feet away. Oh my gosh, please keep going, she said in a shaky voice. Don't let me interrupt this beautiful moment. I frowned at her. Friends, Lucy said to her phone, sounding like a reporter doing a live spot. We are witnessing something incredible, and you can say you saw it here first. Cameron O'Connor is making Camlicity legit. He's actually proposing to Felicity Rhodes right now. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how many people are jumping on to see this. Keep watching, my friends, because true love is in the air. What in the fucking hell was going on? I stood up abruptly. Now hold on. This is absolutely not a proposal, I said. Lucy stepped forward, like she might actually have the nerve to argue with me about it, and my temper, already strained to the breaking point, snapped. I walked closer to make sure what I was about to say was caught on camera. I know how it looked from a distance, but I was leaning down to tie my shoe for fuck's sake. I opened my blazer and patted my pockets. Look, folks, not a single ring box on me. Got it? We're here to do a Q&A, not for a proposal. Sorry to disappoint you. If I were proposing, it wouldn't happen in a place like this with a pack of gawkers watching me. No fucking way. I glared at Lucy. I think we're done here. I'm so sorry, Cameron, she said, jogging a few steps closer to me with her camera still pointed at me. My mistake. I just assumed. Don't assume, I responded. And end that fucking live stream now. She jammed her finger on her phone, and I could finally take a breath. What the actual fuck, Lucy? I demanded once she dropped the phone to her side. Why would you do that? We've choreographed nearly every aspect of this bullshit relationship, so did you actually think I'd go rogue and just ask Felicity to marry me on the spur of the fucking moment in Central Park? I spat out the words like it was an absurd idea. I didn't know, Cameron. I just thought maybe you got swept up in the moment. Swept up with a camera crew watching, After hours of being styled and lit and mic'd and everything else? And the crowd of fans? Right. Super romantic, I laughed harshly, rolling my eyes. You're supposed to be a professional, Lucy. You should have thought this through. I put up with you going rogue and starting this whole camlicity nonsense in the first place, but like hell am I going to let you use social media to peer pressure me into an actual engagement that I absolutely do? Not. A tremor ran through me at the memory of what had happened the last time I got caught up in the moment. Never again. I glanced at Felicity. Her face looked haunted, like she didn't recognize me. You're right. I shouldn't have jumped ahead. I guess I got caught up in the romance too. Now, with what just happened, we're going to need to do some damage control. Hold on. Do you think this ridiculousness is going to impact the Veritique brand? I demanded. She shrugged. It's definitely going to reflect badly on the Camlicity campaign. The way you reacted isn't the vibe we want. Vibes. Please. This was a business. I'm sure you, Sandrine, and Felicity can come up with a spin that works. It's what you marketing people do, right? Lucy went a shade paler. Yes, we can come up with some crisis management talking points. Lucy went a shade paler. Yes, we can come up with some crisis management talking points. You call this a crisis? I laughed. Please, this entire campaign is just a silly soap opera and everyone knows it. Now if you'll excuse me, I have real work to do. I stormed off, trying to focus on what was waiting for me at the office and not the car crash I'd just been forced to endure.
Chapter 20. Felicity Lucy looked at me with pity in her eyes as Cameron turned on his heel to leave. My stomach churned at his tantrum, on a live stream no less. I could tell he'd been on edge since we'd gotten to the park, and while I knew he didn't like being the center of attention, his anger had felt out of proportion to what was going on. And it worried me that nothing I did broke through his mood. Usually, we balanced one another. Today, he didn't even see me. Like there was something bigger going on he wasn't sharing with me. Our carefully constructed publicity stunt had just gone to hell. Big time. Lucy framing that stupid moment like it was a proposal was ridiculous, and I could understand why Cameron would be upset about it. But did he have to be downright rude? The guy had been through media training, so how could he think that dropping F-bombs and being a surly jackass to a woman with a rabidly loyal following on a live stream would be the right way to tackle the mix-up? There were so many better ways he could have handled it. He could have turned it into a joke, said he was practicing for the real thing, or that he was going to do something bigger and better, so people should stay tuned. No, instead he'd flipped out and come across as unhinged, and made me look like a total loser at the same time. The public rejection was beyond humiliating, but what made it even worse was the fact that Cameron barely acknowledged me. I felt like an afterthought. Number, absolutely not. After everything we'd shared together, I wasn't going to allow Cameron to treat me like a cast-off. He needed to apologize to me. "Hey!" I shouted after him as he stomped away. Cameron paused to glance over his shoulder at me, but kept walking down the narrow path, which flipped my shame to anger. "Wait up," I demanded as I jogged behind him, clumsy in my kitten heels and tulle skirt. We were far enough away from the crowd that no one was around to see us, but given the whole in the wild aspect, I could never be sure we were completely safe from prying eyes. He slowed and I caught up to him. "What the hell, Cameron?" "This was a mistake," he said with a weary sigh, even though I could tell he was still fuming. "We both know it." I calmed down a little because I had never expected him to admit to making a mistake, but at least he realized he'd screwed up by acting like a spoiled toddler when Lucy tried to frame his shoe tying as an actual proposal. I kept my mouth shut, waiting for the inevitable apology to follow. This was supposed to be a professional partnership, and it went too far. "Wait, what?" "Cameron, hold on." My heartbeat sped up. What do you mean?" His face went hard as he stared at me, and I remembered the way he looked at me the first time we met. A shiver rolled through me. Something was very wrong. "We got caught up in the fun, Felicity. We slept together, and that was a mistake. We let our feelings get in the way. Another mistake. We pretended this silly little campaign was real, but it never was, and I think it's way past time for us to stop pretending. My stomach dropped to my feet. Are you serious, Cameron? Do you mean that just the campaign is done, or... It was all I could get out because my brain couldn't process what he was saying. Maybe I was misunderstanding him. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from welling up, because what we'd been doing had felt very real to me. Yeah, we'd never actually talked about where our relationship was going outside of the campaign, but I'd thought we were both happy with it. I couldn't make sense of what he was getting at. I should have listened to my instincts, Cameron continued, ignoring my question. He stared at the ground, like he couldn't bear to look at me. We were never right for each other, Felicity. All we did was fight in the beginning. That should have clued us in that we could never work out as a real couple. You're nothing like the women I've dated in the past. Maybe that's why the public was so fascinated by Camlicity. His voice turned mocking as he made air quotes around our nickname. People could tell we were a doomed relationship and wanted to watch us implode. He shook his head and finally met my eyes again. Well, they got what they were hoping for. It's done. Oh my God, this was Cameron rejecting me. Not the campaign, not Lucy's maneuvering, but me. Waves of humiliation washed over me as everything fell into place. I sniffled and swallowed my tears, because there was no way I was going to let him see how badly his words were injuring me. Cameron, you can't be serious. You and I we were good together. It came out as a whisper. Good or not, I think we lost the message in the madness. The point of the campaign was to highlight Veritique, not get caught up in a silly little romance. We lost control, Felicity, and that's not something I can allow. I think it's best if we go back to colleagues and nothing more. I hoped he couldn't see my bottom lip trembling. My face felt like it was on fire. I'll take part in whatever storyline the three of you come up with to save face, but Camlicity is officially over, in every way. I'm heading back to the office. Just keep me updated with what's next. Trust me, it's better this way. My mouth dropped open because I couldn't believe Cameron was dismissing what we'd shared so easily. Had I been naive to think we were heading toward something real? The tears started flowing down my cheeks the minute he disappeared down the path. I sat down on a nearby bench and allowed myself to cry all the expensive makeup off my face. I couldn't not cry, not when the detached way Cameron ended it meant he'd never been invested in whatever we'd been doing together. He'd been so calm as he rejected me, like I was an underperforming employee he was terminating, but it didn't make sense. He'd been so real with me, so raw and passionate and devoted. Was it all an act? He'd convinced me that he cared for me. Neither one of us had used the word love, but in my heart of hearts, I'd really thought we were headed that way. How could I be so wrong? Again? I banished any thoughts of Stephen before they could make me feel even worse. Lucy's team was waiting for me since I'd given them my purse and phone to hold during the interview. I wiped the tears from my cheeks and hoped I could pass for someone who didn't give a shit about the humiliation that had just happened in front of millions of viewers. As I walked through the park, I kept my eyes downcast, forcing my face into a neutral expression. I wondered how long I'd feel like I was being watched. When I did manage to glance up, no one seemed to notice me, which was surprising and comforting at the same time. Lucy saw me walking toward where we'd set up for the interview and gave me a sad smile and wave. She met me halfway and squeezed my hand gently. "Hey, I was worried about you. Are you okay?" she asked with concern. I shrugged. "You tell me. What's the internet saying about the world's most humiliating rejection?" Her mouth turned down briefly. Well, let's just say the comments so far aren't great. But no one is saying anything about you. All the anger is directed toward Cameron." Lucy widened her eyes. "Obviously, since he turned the moment into a little tantrum, people are confused by what happened, but we can use that to our advantage, I think. Or at least I hope so." "Did you rewatch the footage?" I asked with a pit in my stomach. Was I visible? I had been so caught up in Cameron's freakout that I hadn't put on my game face, and there was a chance I was in the video hovering behind him like a teary-eyed loser. "I rewatched it," Lucy answered with a nod. "You're sort of in the background, but the focus of the video is definitely Cameron." "Let me see it." I held out my hand. "Felicity? I don't know if that's a good idea. Give yourself time to get some distance from it." I gestured in front of her with a frown, and she tapped the screen, then reluctantly put her sparkly phone in my palm. The video started off with Lucy chatting to her followers, answering questions about Camlicity as the text popped up on the screen. I glanced at the viewer count and was astounded that even a quick throwaway live was enough to get thousands of eyeballs within seconds. Lucy was good at her job, and that fact was about to bite me in the ass. She was chatting about which pieces she had on that day, and dozens of people said they were off to the Veritique website to buy the same necklace and bracelet for themselves. Viewers asked about my skirt, my shoes, and who did my hair. It was like every bit of what was happening on screen was for sale, which I guess it was. Then it started to unravel. It was like watching a car accident unfold. My heart rate ratcheted up like I was waiting for a jump scare, even though I knew exactly what was about to happen. Lucy looked off at something in the distance and made a little excited eep noise, and the camera swung around to frame Cameron and me down the lane. My stomach clenched. The on-screen implosion started with our kiss. I felt tears welling because, damn it, we looked so real in that moment. I couldn't help remembering how real it had felt too. "Aw," Lucy said, "look at those two stealing some alone time. They can't keep their hands off each other, you guys. I swear Cameron always finds excuses to touch Felicity. It's giving addiction, y'all. How cute are they? Let's see those hearts." I watched as the stars and heart-eye emojis from her followers flooded the screen. "Is it weird that I'm totally spying on them right now?" she asked her followers in a conspiratorial whisper. "I guess we all are. I love those two so much, and I know all of you do too. Best love story Eva. Camlicity in the wild, my babies." I let out a humorless snort. "Give me the phone," Lucy said in a flat voice that sounded nothing like her on-screen persona. "It only gets worse from this point on. You don't need to go through that again. Once is enough." I shook my head. "Absolutely not. I'm part of this story. I need to see how the world is reacting. Don't forget, it's my job," which Cameron had just made abundantly clear to me. I glanced at the comments as the footage of us chatting played on. People couldn't get enough of us. The comments were almost universally positive, which was unheard of because internet trolls were real. My stomach twisted into a knot when I reached out to touch his arm. I knew what was coming next. Then Cameron dropped to his knee and Lucy started shrieking, "You guys! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! It's happening!" The footage went shaky when Lucy ran closer to us. As Cameron started his little tantrum, I realized Lucy was right. I didn't want to hear it again. I glanced at the comments before handing her phone back and wasn't surprised to see vomit emojis and lots of WTF, so I'd barely even looked to see if I was in the frame as Cameron went off, and most likely no one else had been looking at me either. Why watch me when Cameron was the one putting on the show? Wow. Okay. I inhaled a shaky breath and pushed down all thoughts of the way Cameron had crushed my heart, both publicly and privately. We've got our work cut out for us if we want to recover from that. I was impressed with myself for focusing on my job considering how shattered I was. Hey, don't worry about how we're going to spin the story yet. Sandrine and I can brainstorm some ideas. For now, just focus on you. Lucy studied me for a moment, then pulled me into her arms. The tears started flowing the minute my head hit her shoulder. "It's okay. We'll figure it out," she cooed as she rubbed my back. "No one will be the wiser." Then it hit me. Lucy didn't know what Cameron had said to me once we were alone. She thought I was reacting to his live stream tantrum, not the fact that he'd ripped my heart from my chest, thrown it on the ground, and crushed it beneath one of his Italian leather shoes. I was so lost. I didn't even know if I should tell her the entire truth of what had happened between us, or what I thought had happened. Given how quick Cameron had brushed it off, maybe it really had been nothing more than sex. Everything that had felt sweet and real and meaningful, all of that had been fakery for the cameras, apparently. Camlicity had been a job, nothing more. For that matter, it was still my job. I needed to keep my focus on that, otherwise I feared I'd go curl up in my bed and refuse to get up for a few weeks. Lucy pulled away and gave me a little smile. Don't worry, public support is on your side. You'll come out of this just fine. Who knows, you might end up with a couple of brand deals. I forced myself to fake a smile because I didn't want to make Lucy feel bad, but I didn't want public support or brand deals. It killed me that despite everything he'd just put me through, I still wanted Cameron.
Chapter 21. Cameron. I'd said I was going back to the office, but as I stalked back to my car, I realized it was the last place I wanted to be. I didn't want to deal with my employees pretending they hadn't just watched me freak the fuck out in front of the world. I tried to tell myself it was just a blip that would pass, but I'd seen our numbers. People were fascinated with Camlicity, and this scandal would be even juicier to fixate on. Jimmy held the car door open for me. Did he watch the debacle unfold online? No, the man was in his early 60s. He probably only used his phone for calls and solitaire. I needed to think fast. Where could I go to forget about the world for a little bit? Take me to Tyler's place, please, I said to Jimmy as he slid into the driver's seat. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes on the drive across town, trying not to think about what had just happened. No, what I'd just done. I needed to take ownership of my tirade. Had I been justifiably angry? Sure. But did my reaction go too far? Well, yeah. The Veritique alerts on my phone were nonstop, but I wasn't about to check them. A reflexive part of me thought about Felicity every time the chimes sounded, because I'd made a Pavlovian connection between the alerts and the woman who caused them to go off. I was damn sure Felicity wanted nothing to do with me at the moment, or perhaps ever. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her shocked face. Her disbelief as I explained that what had happened between us was over. I'd been so caught up in my anger that I hadn't exactly been gentle as I'd ended things with her. But still, she had to understand and agree that our relationship had gotten out of hand. Better to end it now, before someone really got hurt. For some reason, I needed to keep reminding myself of that fact. Jimmy eased up to the curb by Tyler's place, and I hopped out before he had a chance to open the door for me. I climbed the narrow staircase to his apartment, hoping he'd be awake enough to have a conversation with me. I knocked on the door, wondering what version of my friend was going to greet me. The door cracked and someone peered out. Yeah? Who are you? I demanded. Who are you? He asked defensively. He checked me out from head to toe. You a lawyer or something? Tyler! I called out in a loud voice. What's going on? He appeared behind the guy and flung the door open. Bro, come in. What is up? The stranger in question was none other than Tyler's buddy from his gig at Frankie's Tavern. Jerry. Seeing him was exactly what I didn't need, especially with his pupils blown like that, showing he was definitely on something. Maybe a couple different somethings. Fuck. I wasn't in the mood to negotiate whatever was going on with the two of them. I desperately hoped it was nothing more than an acoustic jam session, but that didn't seem likely. Hi, Ty. I guess I should ask you the same question, I said as I moved past Jerry and into the main room. I didn't realize you had company. He's always up for a good time, and so am I, Jerry said as he followed closely behind me, as if his wiry frame could intimidate me. I remember you now. We met after Ty's gig. You were sorta uptight that night. He laughed. The main room was messier than usual, with a few empty pizza boxes on the counter, along with a mound of wrappers and unopened mail, and a variety of bottles and cups on the coffee table. Most of them were beer bottles, which explained why the apartment smelled like a frat party. So, what's going on? I asked, perching on a bar stool next to the kitchen counter. Jerry suddenly looked uncomfortable. We're just chilling, Tyler said. It's all good. I took care of Boris today, so don't worry about that. He was slurring and having a hard time remaining upright. I frowned at him, but he locked onto Jerry. Yeah, hey, can I get you a drink, man? Jerry offered. You look like a vodka guy, and we just happen to have some... We? I demanded. Ty, are you guys roommates now? No, he stammered, looking guilty. We've just been hanging out more lately. I should clean up since you're here. Tyler tripped over to the counter and started collecting the trash, but nervously, like I was there to conduct a home health assessment. I focused on what he was doing and saw him sweep a small plastic baggie with a trace of powder left in it and a cut-off straw beneath a candy wrapper, and then throw it in the trash. My heart sank. There was no question, Tyler was using again. "Hey, let me help," Jerry said. He picked up a single dirty napkin from the counter and threw it in the trash, then bent over to rifle through the can. "Oh, my bad. I wrote a phone number on that napkin. Gotta grab it," he said, going deeper into the garbage can. I watched him palm the plastic baggie and slip it in his pocket. Everything swam into focus. Yeah, Tyler was using again, and Jerry was his connection. It was the absolute last thing I needed to have to deal with on an already shitty day. "What did you just put in your pocket?" I asked Jerry, working hard to keep my voice even. "Huh?" His eyes darted between me and Tyler. "I told you, a napkin, buddy. Phone number. A pretty lady I met last night." He smiled and revealed a missing lower tooth. "Can I see it?" "Why?" Jerry backed a few steps away from me. I stood up and walked closer to him, forcing him into the corner. "Empty your pockets," I said. I glanced down and saw that the corner of the baggie was sticking out of his pocket. I snagged it and held it up in front of his face. I looked over at Tyler to find him staring at the floor. "What is this?" "Trash, I don't know," Jerry squeaked out. "I have no idea how it got in there." "You're a piece of shit, you know that?" I growled at him. "Get the fuck out of here, and if I see you anywhere near Tyler again, you're going to regret it." "What are you talking about?" Jerry whined. He looked over at Tyler with desperate eyes. "Ty, come on." Tyler shrugged and stepped out of the room without looking at either of us. "Out!" I screamed in Jerry's face. "For fuck's sake, okay," he whined, hunching away from me. "You're not Tyler's babysitter, you know? He can do what he wants. I might not be his babysitter, but I am his friend, unlike you." The door slammed behind him. I went in search of Tyler, finding him perched on the edge of his couch, like he was ready to jump up and run out of the room if I pushed him too hard. I was furious, but also gutted because I'd wanted so badly to believe Tyler was past all of this. But apparently, getting caught up in Felicity wasn't the only way I'd been fooling myself. "Why?" It was all I could muster up, because if I said anything else, I might regret it. "It's stupid." Tyler dropped his head into his hands. "He's my last connection to her." I sighed when I figured out what he meant. "You're hanging around that loser because he reminds you of being with Roxanne?" "Yeah," Tyler yelled back at me, his body going tense. "I am. All I have left of that time is memories, and being with Jerry brings it back. We can laugh about the good times, how much fun we had. For a little while I can forget about what a pile of shit my life is now. No career, no Roxanne. Yeah, I need help to feel good these days, and Jerry makes that happen for me." "Jerry's drugs make that happen," I corrected angrily. "And?" My jaw clenched as we stared at each other. "Just leave," Tyler said in a defeated voice as he sank back against the couch. "I know you're disgusted with me, so get out of here. I'm not in the mood for one of your lectures." I shook my head angrily. "Fuck that. I'm staying to clean up and to force you to take a break. You look like you haven't slept in days." "Whatever." I got up and started cleaning the trash from around the place, keeping an eye on Tyler. He seemed exhausted, and I watched the tension slowly leave his body. Before long, he'd collapsed on his side, fast asleep. It didn't matter that I was wearing a $5,000 suit. I took off my blazer, rolled up my sleeves, and got down on my hands and knees to clean up the grime from his floor. I stacked up his mail, scrubbed down his counters, and tossed out the spoiled food in his refrigerator. It felt like therapy for me because staying busy kept me from thinking about the state of my own life. I had a job to do with an identifiable endpoint, when Tyler's trashed apartment started to look presentable again. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had to clean anything, and I was surprised to discover the hands-on work felt good. I could only hope that when he woke up, maybe he'd see his tidy place and decide his world could use an overhaul as well. After about an hour, I admitted to myself that I was procrastinating. The place looked better than it had in ages. Tyler was sleeping off his high, and there was nothing more I could do for him in the moment. I set up a food delivery of chicken soup and crusty bread from Jean-Georges for a few hours later and left, reluctantly. On the way back to my place, I stupidly checked the Veritique alerts and felt my blood pressure rise. Just when things were on a good track, I had to go and blow up. It was going to take a while before things evened out again. I assumed we'd take care of the PR crisis somehow. But the Felicity aspect? There was no coming back from that. The way she looked at me as I ended things nearly made me change my mind. But of course I didn't, because there was no way we could have made our relationship work out long term. Between my history and Tyler's, I had more than enough proof that relationships were doomed to end in disaster. I stalked into my building with frustration and anger swirling inside of me once again. I wouldn't admit to the other sensation, deep in my gut. I didn't do sadness. "Hey, Cameron," Carl said with a quick salute. "Carl," I nodded back at him. Carl was good at many things, and reading the room was a big one, so instead of trying to start our usual sports and weather chat, he opted to busy himself on the computer behind his desk. I smashed the elevator button and waited with my head down because my phone wasn't the sort of distraction I wanted. I heard heels clicking across the lobby toward me, and hoped that whoever it was would divert to the mailroom, because I was in no mood to make pleasant small talk on the ride up to my penthouse. "Well, hey there, Cameron." Damn it. Nina. I scanned her quickly to determine how much she knew about what had gone down earlier in the day. Based on her cheerful expression and friendly smile, she didn't know a thing. "Hello," I answered with a tight smile. "Hey folks," Carl called from across the lobby. "One elevator is out of service and the other is running slow, so the wait might be longer than usual." "Great. So, what's new in your world?" Nina bubbled at me. "How's Camlicity doing today?" I bristled. It was only a matter of time before she found out, but I couldn't bring myself to be the one to tell her. "Not sure," I answered quickly. "I have a lot of other concerns on my plate at the moment." "I bet," she laughed. "Felicity keeps me up to date on everything. You guys are busy." I hoped my nod would be enough to clue her in that I was in no mood to talk. "I heard about Spa Day," she giggled. "Maybe I need to come work for Veritique. If you need a kick-ass librarian, I got you. I'll keep that in mind." Nina sighed and pushed the elevator button again as if it might summon it faster. "This elevator is taking forever. Maybe I need to take it up with building management." She elbowed me with a wink. I cleared my throat and took a step away from her. Thankfully, the blasted thing finally beeped, and the doors opened. I held my hand out to gesture for her to get on ahead of me. "How's Tyler?" she asked as the doors slid closed. She pushed the button for her floor. "I texted him this morning, but I haven't heard back. We talked about me possibly joining him on a walk with Boris today." "He's already taken care of Boris," I said through gritted teeth as I activated my keycard so the elevator would go all the way to my penthouse. Nina's brow furrowed. "Well, that's weird. I wonder why he didn't reach out to me. Do you know what he's up to today?" My jaw clenched at her relentless cheer and endless inquisition. Abruptly, I decided she needed to know the facts about Tyler, the sooner the better. "You really want to know what Tyler's up to today?" I fired back at her. "Sleeping off his latest high, that's what. Remember his friend Jerry from Frankie's Tavern?" Nina's eyes were wide. She nodded slowly. "Well, it turns out that Jerry isn't just a friend, he's Tyler's dealer. I caught them with a bag of heroin, so between that and all of the drinking, you could say Tyler is pretty fucked up at the moment. When I left him, he'd nodded off on the couch. Who knows how long he's going to be passed out. So that's why your little buddy is missing in action today. He's an addict, Nina." She processed the information in silence for a few seconds. "But he told me he was doing better." I let out a harsh laugh. "Yeah, that's what addicts do. They lull you into believing they're okay and then they relapse. And the cycle repeats, over and over, until you lose all hope." I took a step closer to Nina, and she shrank back. "Want my advice? Forget about Tyler. He's a lost cause. You're better off with your book boyfriends. No one can compete with them anyway." My speech ended right as we hit her floor, and Nina got off without saying another word to me. Good. The rest of the ride was mercifully silent. I'd had just about enough of the rest of the world for the day. The only being I wanted to connect with was waiting for me at the door. A quick walk later, and Boris and I were back in my dark apartment. It felt right, keeping the lights off. My dog seemed to understand I needed comfort, so when I took to the couch, Boris joined me, resting his head in my lap. Not dozing, but watching me, as if he was trying to figure out if I was okay, which I most certainly wasn't. I was hungry but not, exhausted but wired. I hated feeling out of sorts like this. Aside from the Veritique PR bullshit my father had left behind for me, my life before Felicity had been even keel. Predictable. It had balance. Now? I snorted softly, causing Boris to pick his head up and stare at me. Now nothing made sense, which was too close to the way I'd felt when everything went to shit with Carolina. Our breakup had been hell, and the aftershocks had lasted longer than I ever could have imagined. I wasn't about to put myself in that position again. I needed to remain in control of my life, my emotions, if I wanted to keep moving forward. Look at Tyler, for fuck's sake. Roxanne had left him ages ago and he was still pining for her, despite the way the breakup had gone down. Tyler and I had both handed over our hearts and were left worse off because of it. I wasn't going to make that mistake again. Breaking up with Felicity was the right decision. All I needed in my life was my focus, my business, and my dog. Boris seemed to read my thoughts. He reached out to slap my hand, to ask for more pets, and I was happy for that moment, stroking his soft fur. It helped me forget about the ache in my chest I couldn't understand.
Chapter 22. Felicity. I stared at the TV screen in shock. This wasn't just salt in my wound, it was lemon juice, battery acid, nuclear waste. After the nightmare in the park with Cameron yesterday, watching Steven charm his way through an interview on the AM show made me feel like the entire world was against me. Okay, maybe not the entire world, because I had a pretty vocal majority of support online from women who kept calling Cameron boss baby. But still, this interview was the last thing my battered spirit needed. Steven had clearly hired a stylist because his teeth were whiter, his hair looked coiffed, and he was wearing a burgundy cashmere sweater he wouldn't have been caught dead in back when we were together. The changes made him come across like one of those reality TV personalities. All style, no substance, spouting off the same practiced lines on every show they appeared on. "Congrats to you, Steven," the host Jody Richards said as the segment began. "Unhinged Heart is a mega hit." "Boo," I said under my breath, because Nina was still asleep for some reason. "Yeah, it sure is," Steven grinned at her, trying to look humble. "It's so rewarding when hard work is acknowledged. I'm really gratified by the response." "I bet," Jody said. "And am I hearing rumors about a possible film adaptation?" My jaw dropped. "No, please no." "I can't say a word about that." Steven laughed flirtatiously and mimed locking his lips. "But I've heard the rumors too. All I'll say is we have to wait and see. Stay tuned." "Well, I'm on pins and needles about that possibility." Judy adjusted her expression from a wide smile to faux concern. "Now let's shift gears a little, Steven. Obviously your book is a fictionalization, but it's based on your real experiences from before you and Kira got together, is that right?" she said in a gentle tone. The camera cut to Kira, who looked like someone had pieced together the best parts of every popular influencer of the moment. Smooth chestnut hair that gleamed under the studio lights, big black eyes ringed with a feather duster's worth of eyelashes, a mouth of gorgeous chiclet teeth. "Yeah," Steven said, frowning at the floor. "Honestly, I was really freaked out after I broke up with Felicia. She was unhinged about me, hence the title of the book, and I wasn't sure what she was capable of." I yelped at the screen in anger as Kira reached over to grab his hand. "Were you scared for your life?" Jody asked. Steven chuckled. "I mean, no? Look at me, Jody. I'm not exactly a weakling." He laughed harder at the thought of it, and Kira joined in. "Physically, I wasn't worried at all. Felicia was a large woman, but I'm a much bigger man. No, it was the mental torture Felicia put me through that had me on edge, and I didn't know if she was capable of hurting Kira. My princess is like a baby bird, look how tiny she is. Isn't she precious?" Kira giggled as Steven held up her delicate wrist as proof of her unthreatening petiteness as compared to my hulking big ladiness. "No, but seriously," Steven continued, "I was also worried that Felicia could somehow damage my good name in the publishing world by convincing trolls to sabotage my reviews. She worked in social media, she knows how to game the system." I winced, remembering how Cameron had offered to get the buzz behind the book killed. Back then, he'd seemed like he gave a damn about me. But then there was a time when I believed Steve loved me, so maybe I was just hopelessly naive when it came to love. Jody turned to Kira. You had to be concerned, Kira. I'm sure Felicia saw you as her replacement. Competition. You're a stunning woman. Who wouldn't feel threatened by you? Did the two of you ever meet? No, I screamed at the TV, answering for her. We didn't meet because I was already over that jackass by the time the two of you got together. Steven's timeline is just one of the many things that are total and complete fiction. Nina came running into the room, still dressed in leggings, and froze with her hands in karate position. What's going on in here? Who are you yelling at? I wordlessly pointed at the screen. Oh, she said, her shoulders slumping when Steven's stupid face appeared on screen again. Shit. He made it to the AM show? He's made it to every show. Nina stared at the TV. He looks plastic. Right? And she looks, amazing, I sighed. Just say it. Manufactured, Nina corrected. She's very put together, but she looks bored out of her mind. See how her eyes are kind of glazed over? My guess is she checked out of the relationship months ago, but then the book became a hit, and now she's just sticking around for the free publicity. Could she be right? I took a closer look at Kira and saw her try and fail to hide a grimace when Steve called her honey bun. Maybe everything wasn't so perfect in paradise after all. It didn't make what he'd done to me any less humiliating, but there was a hint of satisfaction in knowing that his life might suck at least a little bit too. Call me petty, but I'll take my schadenfreude where I can find it. Nina joined me on the couch, wrapping me in a hug before she leaned over me to grab the remote and turn off the TV. That's enough of that. Thank you, I sighed. It was a car crash that I couldn't stop staring at. Nina squeezed my hand in solidarity. Sort of my life these days, just a series of rubbernecking car crashes, I sighed. I closed my eyes, hoping it might prevent them from welling up. What's the world saying about the girl who got dumped on a live stream? Stop, Nina chastised me. He didn't dump you during it. No one knows what happened afterward but the two of you, and the only person who looked bad in that video was Cameron. The ache in my chest returned. He's a terrible person, Nina continued. I told you how he talked about Tyler. What kind of friend says those sorts of things? I shook my head. Honestly, it doesn't sound like him at all. He treats Tyler like a brother. Better than a brother, based on how he acted about Aiden and Megan. It doesn't make sense to me. Why are you standing up for him? Nina punched me in the arm. You're right, I replied glumly. I'm done talking about him, thinking about him. Good, Nina said, hopping up off the couch. I need to keep you busy today, so meet me in the kitchen once you're dressed. What do you mean? And why are you still in your comfy pants? You have to leave for work in like 30 minutes. I'm off today, just like you, she replied, her eyes going soft. I hated the thought of you calling in sick and spending the day all by yourself, feeling miserable. I'll be your comic relief to keep your mind off, everything. Are you serious? I asked. You did that for me? Liz, of course I did. I will always be here for you when you need me. In the treehouse, our dorm room, here in our future bookshop and beyond. It's you and me, kid. I wanted to cry, but this time they were happy tears. Neen. I jumped off the couch and ran to her with outstretched arms. Thank you. She folded me into a hug, and we clung to one another for a few seconds. Fuck both of them. Yes, fuck them, I agreed. Now what are we doing in the kitchen today? Brownies? Cupcakes? Barley soup, I made a gagging face. Stop it, she chastised. You don't have to eat it if you don't want it. Anyway, it's not all for us. There's someone else I know who had a rough day yesterday. She headed for the kitchen and I followed behind her. Don't say Tyler. Nina whipped around to face me. And why not? Come on, he's a mess, we both know that, I said gently. Cameron said as much. I thought you weren't going to get involved with him. Tyler is going through a tough spot right now, so I want to be a friend to him, nothing more. Neen, I gave her a pointed look. What? He needs to know he has people in his corner. I'm not going to do anything stupid, I just want to be there for him. Anyway, I know he's not in the right headspace to get involved in a relationship, so don't worry, this is friendship soup and nothing more. I hope he knows that. Nina shrugged and started digging through the cabinets. Where's the big pot? We have like one cabinet big enough for it. If it's not there, then I have no clue. Ah, I know where it is, she exclaimed. I used it to dye those white velvet shorts I thrifted. It was my dunk tank. You couldn't use a sink or tub? I laughed at her. She jogged to her room. It didn't occur to me. Anyway, I used beet juice, so it was totally food safe. How did they turn out? I asked. Revolting pale pink, but it was a cool experiment. While Nina rifled through her room, I scrolled through the streaming movie options and finally settled on Bridget Jones's Diary, even though we'd both seen it 1,000,000,000 times. The universal music started and I heard a whoop echo out. Yes, she said, holding the pot above her head triumphantly. Soup and Darcy Day. Perfection. The movie would be the perfect background noise as we worked. The TV was visible from our kitchen, but we didn't even need to watch it to absorb the rom-com vibes. Although I realized too late I probably should have picked a movie that didn't focus on a perfect happily ever after, since mine was in the trash can. We met in the kitchen and Nina started pulling out all the ingredients from the cupboard. You do realize we could just send food to him? I asked as I watched her pile up vegetables on the counter. You don't have to go through all of this. She was shaking her head before I even finished the sentence. Anyone can do that. I want to show Tyler I care for him and that I'll put in the work. I glared at her. As a friend, she added quickly. I sniffed. Okay. Make yourself useful, she said. Start dicing onions, please. This is supposed to be a day of moping and napping, I complained, dragging my feet over to where she'd set up the cutting board. Why are you forcing me to work? Because I want you to be too busy to feel sad. The only tears you should be crying today are because of those onions. Now dice! Okay, I laughed. Meanwhile, Bridget fumbled and charmed her way through the movie, and we yelled out lines about stuff like well-timed blowjobs. Focusing on the work of peeling potatoes, mincing garlic, and chopping carrots was indeed a great way to not think about the way Cameron had drop-kicked my heart the day before. Before long, our cozy apartment was filled with the scent of a home-cooked meal. Nina and I sat on the couch and watched the final few moments of the movie with tears in our eyes. Ugh, I smacked the couch. Why doesn't real life turn out like that? Kissing the perfect man in a swirl of snow, with Van Morrison crooning in the background? In your zebra print undies, Nina added. It's not fair, I pouted. I really thought it was happening for me. Under the most unusual circumstances, of course. Hey, fake dating is a thing in our world. How many romances have we read with that plotline? Those are fiction, I fired back at her, and that's where that whole idea should have stayed. Now I know better than to believe it can happen for me. I'm not that lucky. So let's focus on what can happen, Nina replied. The shop. I rolled onto my stomach and balled up a pillow under my chest. Oh, I love thinking about that. Same. The dream we're making a reality. Everything is falling into place. Nina paused to frown. Well, everything but the location. We've got our work cut out for us finding a place. It'll happen. I feel it in my bones. What's the timeline looking like for you? She asked. I frowned and dropped my head to the pillow. I'm not sure now. Everything was on track for me to have saved up enough in another few months, thanks to Veritique and all the bonuses, but I feel like there's no way I can keep working there. It's too messy, and I'm not sure how it would be seeing Cameron every day. I sniffled because even just saying his name brought all of the dark feelings back. Listen, don't make any snap decisions right now, Nina cautioned. Don't do something you might regret, like deciding to quit. I mean, you have to admit it's a pretty sweet gig. It was a sweet gig, I corrected, until my boss and fake boyfriend broke my heart. Ah, Nina said. She leaned over to rub my shoulder. You know, what happened kind of reminds me of that scene in Betting on the Baron. I frowned at her. That's a Regency romance. Cameron's hardly landed gentry. No, she drew out the single syllable. But he does run an empire his family founded, and just like Baron Bartholomew Seagrave, he lost his shit in front of a huge audience. the Baron in front of the ball attendees, and Cameron in front of, well, the whole world, I added helpfully. Nina giggled. Yeah, I guess. I forgot how that one ends. Is the Baron the one who bought all of those horses for Lady Alva? She shook her head. No, Baron Seagrave won back the plot of land that used to belong to Alva's great-grandparents. The ancestral grounds her family had to gamble off. He gifted it to her and wanted nothing in return. But you know what she gave him? Her virginity? I laughed. No, they had sex the night of the big snowstorm. Did you even read the book? Nina sniffed at me. Lady Alva gave him the freedom to be himself, to make mistakes. He was held to such an impossible standard that it was hobbling him, but the woman he loved allowed him to be fully human, fuck-ups and all. Now that's what I call romance. I sighed. It's like the definition of love, accepting someone for who they really are. A silent tear slid down my cheek. Oh no, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have gone down this path. Let's talk about alien sex, vampires, werewolves. Nina poked my shoulder. Yeah? Yeah, I agreed. I rubbed the tears out of my eyes. I want our romance section to be no holds barred, all love accepted, no kink shaming. Exactly, she cheered, and no guilty pleasures. If you like it, it's a pleasure. I'm in, I cheered weakly. The post-stress fatigue was settling in my bones. I just wanted to sleep. I closed my eyes. Oh no! I woke up with a startled snort when Nina's voice echoed out of the kitchen. I hadn't even realized I'd dozed off. Nina was in the kitchen clutching the pot lid, staring at the barley soup. What's wrong? Did it burn? It doesn't smell burned. I hurried to the kitchen and joined her, staring into the simmering pot. My jaw dropped open when I saw what had set her off. Neen, are those potatoes? Purple? She said. Yeah, they are. She stared at me. But how? I asked. The beet dye I made, she moaned. I must not have scrubbed the pot as well as I thought. The white potatoes picked up the remaining color. Oh my God, I ruined it. All that work. No, the rest of it looks fine, I said. I grabbed a wooden spoon from the jar by the stove and spooned out a potato. And it smells amazing. Careful, it's steaming, Nina warned. I blew on the light purple potato, then took a cautious bite. Nina watched me chew with a worried expression. And, I chewed. And it turns out leftover beet dye is more decorative than flavorful. It tastes great. No hint of beets at all. Are you serious? She grabbed the spoon and dug a potato out of the mix, then blew on it. Oh my gosh, I'm so relieved, she said as she chewed with her mouth open, because she couldn't wait until the potato had cooled off. It's yummy! I guess life does imitate art, I said, nodding toward the TV. Nina frowned at me for a moment, then realization spread across her face. Bridget's blue soup. We laughed together, even though I knew deep down that life didn't imitate art in the important ways. There was no cinematic happily ever after waiting for me.
Chapter 23. Cameron. The last place I wanted to be was at the Glenhaven Club NYC, given my state of mind since the Central Park incident a few days prior. But I was at the club for a meeting I couldn't refuse. Vincent Ford of Summit wanted to talk business. Vincent and I had run in parallel circles for years, but never actually met, despite the fact that we were both charter members at Glenhaven. We knew many of the same people who all swore that Vincent's fragrance empire was the perfect fit for Veritique. Coordinating a time to meet was surprisingly difficult, considering we were both based out of New York, but we'd finally found a day that worked for both of us. Our schedules were each chaotic in their own ways, mine more so than ever, which meant I needed to work hard to drown out the ancillary stress in my life and focus on what he was presenting to me. The hush of Glenhaven was a welcome respite after the non-stop drama of late. The Veritique office felt stilted. My penthouse felt empty. I was in no mood to connect with Tyler or Aiden, so losing myself in the quiet luxury around me to consider a new direction for Veritique seemed to be my only option. The club was nondescript from the outside, like any other old brick building. The only sign was a discreet brass plaque near the door. Glenhaven outposts could be found in every major city around the world, and each one was unique to that location. Glenhaven, London had a posh patina. Glenhaven, Paris looked out on the Eiffel Tower. And Glenhaven, New York could not be more sleek and sexy. The club had something for everyone, including a full gym complete with an Olympic pool in the basement, a library, soundproofed pods, and meeting rooms of various sizes on the first floor, a Michelin-starred restaurant on the second floor, hotel rooms on the third, and a roof terrace at the top. I was one of the few Glenhaven members to have visited every location, and Manhattan remained my favorite. Vincent's assistant had texted to say he was running late. I had a half hour, so I wandered up to have a drink while I waited. "Mr. O'Connor," the longtime maitre d' said with a smile as I walked in. "We don't have you on the books this afternoon, but we're delighted you're here. How many people will be joining you? We'll get your favorite table ready." "Oh no, I'm just here for a quick drink at the bar, Wally," I said. "Excellent. Your friend James will be delighted to see you, I'm sure. He's right over there." I strained my eyes to see who he was pointing to, and recognized the sandy-haired man sitting alone immediately. James Branson? I haven't caught up with him in forever. I strode over and stood behind him. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask where you bought your suit?" James laughed as he turned around. "Cameron O'Connor. It's been too damn long. Good to see you." We shook hands and leaned in for a quick bro hug. James opened his blazer to show me the label. "This is a Branson original. If you like the look of it, I just might know someone who could hook you up." James Branson had taken over his family's successful clothing design company and grown it into an absolute powerhouse. But he didn't deserve all the credit for the exponential growth in the past few years. His wife Natalie had started their couture bridal division, and it now rivaled Vera Wang. Plus, after the birth of their beautiful daughter Olivia, they'd added a groundbreaking children's line to their portfolio. The Branson brand just couldn't stop winning. But the best part? James and Natalie were two of the kindest people I'd ever met. I slid onto the chair next to him. "How are you, my friend? How's fatherhood?" James beamed at me. "Cameron, it's the best thing I've ever done. Let me show you a photo of Liv." He pulled out his phone and scrolled through a series of images of a truly adorable baby who had his blue eyes and her mother's fair coloring. The pride in James's face gave me a pang. I'd never given much thought to fatherhood. Lord knew. I never wanted to be like my father in any way. But more than that, I'd never been able to imagine a future with anyone before. Not even with Carolina. Everything had happened so fast with her that there hadn't been much time for planning, which was for the best in the end. I couldn't miss a future I'd never truly imagined with her. And with all the other women I'd dated, I'd never bothered looking ahead any further than the next weekend. None of them had ever made me feel genuinely excited to find out what came next. Except for, well, I'd never had a real relationship that made me feel that way. But seeing James so chuffed about it made me reconsider settling down for a split second. "You're really happy, huh?" I asked him, studying his face as he answered. He smiled. "You don't even know. Man, I thought I had everything before I met Natalie. Running an empire, living fast. But it got old. I was getting old. The clock was ticking, but I kept ignoring it. Nothing was making me happy until I met this spitfire of a woman who turned my world upside down. My Natalie." He shook his head, smiling off into the distance at the thought of his wife. "Let's just say she has no fear, because she's the only person I know who can stand up to me." He chuckled. "Well, her and Olivia." A vice tightened behind my eyes. I knew someone like that as well. Despite my best efforts to put her out of my head, my thoughts immediately conjured up Felicity's beautiful face. Then, just as quickly, the image shifted to how wounded she'd looked that day in Central Park. The bartender delivered a glass of Glenlivet I hadn't ordered, but then again, it was my usual drink. Glenhaven thought of everything. I took a huge gulp, hoping it would smooth down the jaggedness inside of me. "Where is Natalie today?" I asked. "She had a meeting about our new sunglasses line, but she's swinging by here any minute. Will you still be around? I know she'd love to see you." I glanced at the time. "I should be. I'm meeting with Vincent Ford shortly, but he's running late." "Finally," James said. "I've been trying to hook the two of you up for ages. What's he got up his sleeve?" I shrugged. "That's what I'm here to find out." James polished off his pint. "Enough about business. How's your real life these days? Dark? Depressing? James didn't seem to know any of the recent drama, and I didn't feel like going there at the moment. I was at Glenhaven to forget it. Fine, I said, taking another draw from the glass. Doing fine. Usual stuff. James narrowed his eyes. What does that mean? It means I've got nothing interesting to report. Liar. The vice in my head inched tighter. James opened his mouth to continue the inquisition, but we were interrupted by a sprite of a woman who was dressed like she'd stepped out of a vintage Branson lookbook. Natalie Branson was the perfect advertisement for the brand. Oh my gosh, is that the Cameron O'Connor? She squealed as she hugged me. How is it possible I haven't seen you since our wedding? I know, I'm awful, I smiled at her. But you know, life is busy. She scooted onto the bar stool between us. Do I ever? And it's about to get busier, because we just signed Percival Banks to be the face of Branson Eyewear. Break out the champagne. I watched James and Natalie as we toasted their latest success, and what struck me was how synchronized they were. When Natalie searched for a napkin, James handed one to her without missing a beat in the conversation. When they told a story about Olivia, they practically spoke in unison. His hand rested on her thigh beneath the bar, and she kept finding excuses to touch him, like smoothing his hair or resting her palm against his cheek. Watching them together physically hurt. Fuck. I missed Felicity. Any ladies we should know about? Natalie asked, wiggling her eyebrows. Who's keeping you warm these days? I snorted. Boris? Oh, come on, Natalie said. She slapped my hand lightly. When are you going to settle down and add to the O'Connor clan? I shook my head and drained the rest of my glass. Not in the near future. Too much going on. Maybe someday. 20 years down the line. Cam, James said. You don't want to miss this. I'm serious. It's easy to get caught up in work, but there's more to life than that. Trust me. He slid his arm around Natalie's shoulder, and they jointly stared like they felt bad for me, which made me feel even worse. Maybe talking about Felicity with them would help me clear up what the hell I was doing. I thought about how the conversation would go and opted to keep my mouth shut. They'd both push me to track her down and admit I'd been wrong about us, but I hadn't been wrong. Not all relationships led to the blissed-out happiness James and Natalie shared. My experience proved to me that relationships were far more likely to be nothing more than a distraction from what really mattered. Natalie started to ask another question, but a text came through on my phone. Looks like Vincent is here. I need to run, I said, standing up slowly. So wonderful seeing both of you. I hugged Natalie, and when I shook James's hand, he held on for a beat longer than necessary. Don't forget to live your life, he said, staring hard. Trust me. There's so much more beyond the boardroom. Don't forget it. I'll do my best, I said with a curt nod. His words echoed in my head as I took the elevator to the library. I was living my life. I was about to embark on a potential new business venture. Wasn't that what life was all about? I strode into the library, which was more of a sophisticated lounge, and spotted Vincent waiting for me in one of the high-back leather chairs in the waiting area. Cameron, he said, crossing the room to meet me. Glad we could make this happen. Pleasure to meet you. Vincent was the definition of tall, dark, and handsome. I watched women's heads swivel as he walked toward me, because not only was he an impressive-looking man, he also had a commanding presence. I could tell his suit was bespoke, and the light stubble he sported was cultivated, not careless. There was an air of mystery about him, like he was someone who had secrets. But then he smiled, and my concern disappeared. I was good at sizing people up quickly, and Vincent didn't trip my alarm. We shook hands and found a quiet space with a table where we could spread out. Vincent pulled an iPad from his briefcase. We both have plenty on our plates, so I'm going to get right to it. We're developing a limited edition line of fragrances that pair with gemstones, and we think partnering with Veritique could amplify both of our messages. We're looking for input during the development stage of each fragrance to make sure we're hitting the right fragrance notes, then embarking on a joint marketing message, both with traditional media as well as influencer marketing. My jaw tightened at the mention of influencers. I wondered how much he knew about the current Veritique debacle. It's clear that Veritique could use a redirect at the moment, he said, elegantly answering my question. This partnership could be a way to redirect the conversation. Veritique is a venerable brand, as is Summit. The two of us joining forces could help each of us dominate new market segments. Interesting, I answered. What exactly are you suggesting? Vincent opened the tablet. The exact financial terms still need to be addressed, but here's the rough creative concept my team is proposing. He handed over the tablet to show me a mock-up of an ad with an elegant, multifaceted perfume bottle alongside a Veritique engagement ring. The eternity, of course. There was just no escaping Felicity. The fragrances would contain trace elements of the actual stones, which is something we've never attempted before, but they would also evoke the feeling of it. So this scent would conjure up the sparkling brilliance of a diamond. Vincent scrolled to the next photo. A lush, deep red image of our ruby calico bracelet next to a claret bottle. The ruby scent would be darker, more mysterious, and so on. He paused to scan me. Thoughts? The only thought I could focus on was the memory of holding the eternity ring out to Felicity. It's an intriguing concept, I offered. I'd like to continue the conversation with our teams present. Can we make that happen? Soon? Even with just a brief meeting, I had a good feeling about Vincent. He had the seal of approval from James, which told me all I needed to know about him. The partnership could work. Of course, I'll have my assistant Roger get started on setting it up. Vincent paused. Hey, I've been on the run all day and I haven't had a bite to eat. Do you have time for an early dinner? No business talk, I promise? I shook my head. Wish I could, but I have another meeting now. I'll take you up on it next time. We'll be in touch. I held out my hand. Great to meet you. I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation. Agreed, he said, shaking my hand and wearing a genuine smile. I walked out of the club, but the positive feelings from our productive meeting dimmed as James's words echoed in my head. You don't want to miss this. It was too late. And that was fine. All I needed was Veritique. And Boris, the meeting I needed to get to. I headed home, hoping a walk with my best friend would lift my sagging spirits.
Chapter 24. Felicity. The weather was just starting to break, which meant all of New York was taking to the great outdoors to drink in the first rays of sunshine after a dreary winter. I couldn't resist it myself, but there was no way I was going back to the emotional crime scene that was Central Park. I wound up walking along the water's edge at Riverside Park, trying not to focus on anything but the warmth on my face. I'd been running away from reality for the past few days, but I had to deal with it. My life was a mess. I'd called in sick to work every day. Sandrine and Lucy had been reaching out to me to make sure I was holding up okay. Sandrine making sure to tell me there was no pressure for me to return to the office, but I knew I needed to make some hard choices about my next steps. Just not right now. I paused to take in the view of the skyline across the water. They say there's no such thing as bad press. And after the live stream debacle, I shockingly had a million other possibilities open to me. That was good news, since the one thing I was sure about was that I didn't have to stay at Veritique, in the shadow of the man who'd broken my heart. I mean, how could I go back and pretend everything was normal? I closed my eyes and tipped my head back, trying to remain in the moment instead of spinning out about what I had to do to get my life back on track. The punch against my back jolted me into fight-or-flight mode. It was broad daylight and I was surrounded by people. Who the hell was assaulting me? I spun around to find a panting, waggy-tailed assailant who must have recognized me from a distance. "Boris," I said, reaching down to grab his leash. "What did you do? Did you run away from Tyler?" I scanned the crowd looking for him and felt my stomach bottom out when a group of people parted to reveal Cameron jogging toward me, the absolute last person I wanted to see. "Hey," he said when he reached me, slightly out of breath. "Sorry about that." I handed the leash back to Cameron. He couldn't look me in the eyes. "I guess he recognized you from a distance. He does that with people he likes," Cameron said. "All of a sudden he took off running and I wasn't holding onto the leash tightly enough, so—" He gestured to me. "Anyway, thanks for grabbing him." "I guess he didn't hear about us not being real," I snipped. "You should probably let your dog know there's no reason for him to pretend to like me any longer." His brow creased. "Boris isn't pretending. He drifted off. I glanced around to see if anyone was watching us, but my sunglasses and baseball cap had rendered me unrecognizable. Cameron was wearing sunglasses as well, along with a hoodie and jeans. His billionaire persona was folded up and hidden away, but the aura surrounding him, as intense as ever. He managed to fit in and look like everyone else, and simultaneously better than he had any right to. I needed to get away from him. I have to get back home. Good to see you, Boris. I gave him a quick scratch between the ears. We're walking home too. Cameron didn't have to say it, but unless we were going to awkwardly ignore one another on the walk to the building, we were sort of stuck together. I considered making up an errand to give me an excuse to go somewhere else, but I decided I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. I sighed. Let's go. We walked side by side in silence, dodging joggers and cyclists until I couldn't stand it any longer. I'm fine, by the way, I blurted out. Thanks for asking. I could tell, Cameron replied calmly. As you should be. There's nothing to be upset about. I flip-flopped between seething and wanting to cry at the statement. Oh no? You mean it's totally cool to act the way you did that day in Central Park? He sighed. Fine. Okay. I might have overreacted about the proposal thing. I didn't say anything, waiting for his apology, which never came. It's for the best, you know, he continued. When couples get stress-tested and don't make it, that means they weren't meant to be, which doesn't even apply to us since we were never a real couple. My face contorted with disgust at his ridiculous logic. Excuse me? So you think one little trial is enough to end a relationship? Have you ever heard of working through adversity or getting therapy? Therapy is pointless, he said, kicking a rock out of his path, which Boris tried to chase. I snorted. You sound like my parents. It was an intriguing enough confession to get him to finally look over at me. What do you mean? I wasn't expecting to go there with him, and it wasn't a conversation I liked having, but the moment felt right. He needed to see that his logic was flawed using a real-life example. I lived in a home of prize fighters, I began slowly. Both of my parents knew how to verbally destroy each other. Perfectly constructed insults designed to wound, screaming, flying dishes, storming out the door. I think I heard my parents say, I hate you, more often than I love you. Cameron let out a shocked huff. Needless to say, I didn't like being home much. And that's where Nina came in. She could tell I was desperate to escape my real life, so she helped me create our own safe little world up in her treehouse. I basically navigated their entire divorce up there. I'm sorry you had to go through that, he said softly. I steeled myself against him, trying to be nice to me. It wasn't great, but things got better after the divorce. They weren't horrible people, but they figured out every possible way to be horrible for each other. Boris paused to sniff a lamppost, and we both stared at him rather than looking at each other. I felt vulnerable revealing that part of my story, but I also felt like he needed to hear it. That's what I mean, you know, Cameron said as we started walking again. Huh? I asked. About relationships. That's how most of them end up. Fights, pain, divorce. We all know the statistics. No, I fired back at him. It's not true for everyone. That's how my parents' relationship ended because they refused to even try. And that's what started our whole conversation. Your argument that therapy doesn't work. My parents never even considered it. But here's the crazy part. I know they were in love when they got together. I've seen the old photos of them with their arms around each other, so giddy and happy it's almost embarrassing. But life happened, and instead of facing the troubles that came along with it as a team, they let the challenges fracture them. And I'm not talking about big stuff, like cheating, but the normal bumps in the road. Money problems, career challenges, parenthood. And each new problem turned them into rivals instead of teammates. A good therapist could have helped them figure out what they needed to work on, but they refused to even consider it. So a family was ripped apart. I'm really sorry, Felicity, Cameron said. What people don't realize is that trauma echoes. Thanks to my parents, I didn't have a model of what a good relationship looked like, so I was willing to take whatever bullshit my partners gave me, like Steven. I thought we weren't allowed to talk about him? I'm trying to make a point, I said with a frustrated sigh. Stephen was withholding with his affection. His love felt almost transactional, like he had to decide whether I was worthy. That was fine with me for way too long because I didn't know I was worthy of more. But when I finally started asking for what I needed from our relationship, like validation and a real commitment instead of stringing me along, he bailed. I choked out a humorless laugh. No, it was worse than just bailing. He built a career on lies about me. Felicity. All of that was just to say that you're wrong, Cameron. A relationship can work, but only if you're willing to work at it. I'm not saying you should try to stick it out in a situation that's all stress and drama. That's not healthy. What I mean is that running away at the first sign of trouble is giving up. I glanced over at him, but he refused to look at me. You work harder than anyone I've ever met. You run an empire, Cameron. Clearly you know how to get things done. That's why I'm sort of in shock that you gave up on us so easily. We had something good. I know you felt it too. But instead of sticking things out, you opted to walk away. I thought I knew you. Clearly, I was wrong. It's not the same thing, Cameron sighed. You just don't get it, do you? I asked, with anger tinging my voice. He didn't answer. After that, I gave up. We both retreated into our own thoughts, walking side by side but worlds away. Excuse me? A teenager ran up to us clutching her phone, her eyes shining. Shit. We'd been spotted. Oh my gosh, I love you guys so much and I'm super excited to see you together, she said quickly, mashing her words together. Can we take a picture? No one will believe I ran into you without proof. Are you guys back together? I really hope so. Cameron started to answer, but I cut him off since the man didn't know how to handle an unexpected social media run-in. Hi, I replied in a syrupy voice. What's your name? I'm Maddie. Her cheeks went pink. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're talking to me. I could feel Cameron glaring at the side of my head. You know what, Maddie? We're both so happy to meet you, and we're honored that you've enjoyed our story. But right now we're talking about some work stuff that's really important. We're trying to stay undercover, so would it be okay if we skipped a photo? Her face fell. How about this? What's your Insta handle? I'll follow you back, and you can use that as proof that we met. Really? Maddie jumped up and down, and Boris joined her. Okay, yay, I'm Maddie Magnificent on every platform. She glanced at Cameron, probably expecting him to make the same offer. Cameron doesn't do social media, I explained for him. He's boring, right? I laughed harder than necessary, and Maddie joined in. Thank you, she said. You two are the best, and everyone is hoping you figure stuff out. Good luck. She placed her finger to her lips in a shush gesture, then ran off. Why did you give her hope that we're reconciling? Cameron asked in a strained voice. What did you expect me to do? I hissed out of the corner of my mouth. It's not like Veritique has given me an action plan about how to respond to stuff like that. It's to be expected that people are going to stay interested in Camlicity, at least for a little while longer. I didn't confirm or deny. If you'd come back to the office, maybe we could hammer something out, he responded. And anyway, I thought you were sick. You don't look unhealthy. I was sick, I lied. Now I'm taking vacation time. For how long? Don't know. Sandrine told me it's fine, I added. He grumbled something unintelligible. It finally hit me that I didn't have to walk with him. I didn't owe Cameron O'Connor a thing when we were off the clock. I could take off in a different direction and enjoy the beautiful day without a frowning boss hole beside me. You know what? I changed my mind. I'm not going right home. I need something sweet after all this saltiness. He frowned at me. Yeah, I said mainly to myself. I need some levain cookies. I knelt in front of Boris and kissed him on the head. Bye, mister. You're the best boy. Take care of yourself. It sounded like a final goodbye, because it was. My future was starting to swim into focus, and it didn't include Cameron, which also meant it was probably the last time I'd see Boris. Well, he could use a longer walk. We'll go with you, he said, shocking the hell out of me. He pushed his sunglasses on top of his head and stared at me. No, that's not necessary, I replied. In fact, I don't want you to. It turns out you were right all along, Cameron. I'm better off without you. I walked away before he could answer, hiding a little smile of victory. Once he was out of sight, lost in the crowd, I called Nina. Hey, I'm going to Louvain. What do you want? I picked up my pace at the promise of being comforted by the world's most addictive chocolate chip cookies. Ooh, your favorite, she cheered. What's the occasion? I'm celebrating the first day of the rest of my life. What? She squawked. That sounds a little ominous. What do you mean? I just ran into Cameron and I realized I'm okay. My voice came out shaky. Or I'm going to be okay. Oof, did you cry? Was it awkward? The feelings I'd been suppressing as I talked to him were finally taking over. I wanted to seem strong in front of him, and I'd succeeded, but it was all an act. Damn it, I still missed him. I didn't cry, and it was awkward. Someone clocked us as Camlicity. I handled it. Just saying the name made me glance around furtively, but no one on the sidewalk noticed me. Was he a jerk about it? He just seemed grumpy, more than usual. But here's what's weird. When I told him I was going to Louvain, he offered to tag along. Talk about mixed signals, she laughed. No, I shook my head. He's still firmly in the relationships are pointless camp. He just wanted to walk Boris farther. I told him not to bother. Good for you. Yeah, I agreed. I feel okay. Now I just need to figure out what to do career-wise. So you're quitting for sure. I slowed down behind a trio of tourists taking up the entire sidewalk, which gave me time to consider it. The thought made me a little queasy because I loved my job, but I didn't see a way to do it with the ghost of Cameron haunting me at every meeting. Yeah, I think so. Guess I need to find a new job. Treehouse, she sang. I laughed at her relentlessness. Yes, of course, but we're not quite there yet, you know. I don't have as much saved as I'd planned to, and we need to find a space. We will, it's coming. I feel it in my bones. Okay. Tell me what kind of cookies you want. Nina gave me her order and I hung up, feeling more clarity than I'd had in ages. I wasn't exactly happy or positive, but I figured the good feelings were on the way now that I was starting to make peace with my life and the end of my relationship with Cameron. But there was one little persistent thought that kept popping up, no matter how many times I tried to ignore it. Cameron did a great job of pretending he didn't care about me, but I knew him. He'd revealed himself to me whether he liked it or not, and when I looked in his eyes I could see it. He missed me too.
Chapter 25. Cameron. Coffee. Cameron? I wordlessly shook my head at Alessandra. I'd already downed 2 cups. A third wasn't going to do me any good. I felt like I was coming down with the flu. I woke each day groggy and exhausted, and I spent my days unable to focus. It wasn't bad enough to keep me at home, but it was enough to make me surly as fuck. My team was assembled in the conference room, minus one very important employee, trying to brainstorm our way out of our PR nightmare. The social media response to what I referred to as the event in Central Park had been swift and brutal. But what was worse was our continued downward sales trend. I refused to say our poor numbers, because doing so would mean admitting that Veritique was once again in crisis mode, and I couldn't blame this one on Dad. I sighed and pushed my phone farther away from me on the conference table. Lately, it only delivered bad news. Let's begin, I said as I glanced around at the wary faces surrounding me. The low chatter in the room died immediately. Who's up first? Everyone shifted their attention to Glenn. That's my cue, I guess. He paused to shuffle a few papers in front of him. So, I pulled the latest numbers from our physical locations and, they're not great. I had to work to keep from grinding my teeth together. I already knew that fact. We're still getting looky-loos in our flagship shop, you know? Mostly tourists, and the people who aren't addicted to social media and missed the thing. Glenn's expression went sheepish. But serious buyers? Not so much. As for online sales, they're also down. The About Us section of the website is getting the most hits, obviously looking for more information about you and... Glenn cleared his throat. And we're noticing trending of clicks from our main page through to our social media accounts, then rapid drop-off. A couple of scrolls, and then they bounce. Sandrine can talk about what's going on there. He fell back against his chair, grateful to be done speaking. We've had to do an unplanned for social media about face, Sandrine said. She seemed exhausted as well. Lucy and the team had booked out weeks' worth of content centered around our former campaign, which we had to scrap. She went a shade paler. We've diverted to repurposing some old content in the meantime, and we're hoping to create behind-the-scenes images and videos from our upcoming spring campaign. She pursed her lips together for a moment. Now, I'm going to be honest here. We've discovered our old approach is no longer working. Photos of beautiful hands wearing beautiful rings is over for us. Our audience got hooked on a real love story, about real people, and now nothing else will do. At least, that's what the traffic is telling us. So, what we need to do now is agree on a different direction that caters to this new version of Veritique, for better or for worse. I had an idea, Glenn said, raising his hand like a damn kindergartner. I snorted softly to myself. Of course he did. I think we have the chance to turn what happened into an opportunity, he said. Oh, this ought to be good. How about we try a pivot, he began. We start a new campaign called Breaking Up is Hard to Do, where we track our fearless leader as he navigates the dating world post-Camlicity. We could go with him on dates and have followers suggest possible matches. Who the hell hired you? I interrupted him. I'm serious. Who thought it was a good idea to add you to the team? Because all you keep delivering are strikeouts. Absolutely not, Glenn. My outburst pulled all the air from the room. It had been a long time since I'd exploded, and clearly everyone had gotten used to the kinder, gentler Cameron O'Connor. Well, that sucker was long gone. I closed my eyes and rubbed my temples as everyone around me tried to be as quiet as possible. I think we need to do something totally unexpected, I said. Who's been working on the pet products line? Maybe pictures of cute dogs in leather collars with platinum buckles will bring people back? That's me, a voice squeaked out. I squinted at a terrified woman at the far end of the conference table. Do I know you? Sort of. We met on my first day, she said quickly. She sank lower in her chair. I'm Becca Pearson. I'm the new team lead for the pet products line, and we're basically ready to go. We were just waiting for, the right time to launch it. I knew she meant that they had been waiting for the Camlicity campaign to come to an end. Well, no better time than the present. What are the plans? I sent you an email. I didn't get it. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked the question. Becca looked like she was about to cry. Okay, I was thinking we'd introduce the line with Boris modeling everything. One piece a day until we've highlighted all of them. Ginny, the new staff photographer, is ready to shoot the images when we are. Once we intro the line, we can open it up to user-submitted content, which always brings tons of eyeballs. People can send in their pets wearing our stuff. Those kinds of call-outs always bring lots of traction. Finally, I gestured toward Becca. This is what I've been talking about. I love it, Becca. Let's bump everything else off the calendar and make pets our focus. I turned to Sandrine. Can you work with Becca to get this rolling ASAP? She nodded. Of course, on it. Anything else? I glanced around at my employees, and their terrified expressions finally woke me up. With sinking shame, I recalled that this was how my father used to run the company. Since taking over, I'd always kept a tight ship, but I never used fear and intimidation to keep my staff motivated. No? Okay then. Before you all leave, I just want to say thanks for helping me navigate this storm. It hasn't been easy for any of us, but we'll pull through. Let's focus on the future, okay? We're done here. I slapped the table and stood up. Hold on, Alessandra said, grabbing my arm. I just got an alert. There's something you need to see. She scanned the room. Sandrine, I think you should be here for it as well. Sandrine approached us warily. What's wrong now? I'm not sure yet, but my alerts are saying that something was posted. I let my frustration get the better of me again. Alessandra, plenty has been posted lately. What's different about this? She held out her phone wordlessly, and I saw a still of Felicity on the screen. She posted a video, on her personal account, Alessandra said, and tagged Veritique. I sank back into my chair, Fuck. This was going to be bad. I dealt with my fair share of tirades thanks to Carolina. Rant-filled tantrums that attracted a ton of attention. If the livestream incident had happened with her, I could only imagine the press coverage she'd be demanding. I never believed Felicity was capable of sinking that low, but I was about to get proof she could. I wouldn't have thought she'd be the kind of person to air our dirty laundry online, but it wouldn't be the first time I'd been wrong about a woman. I waited until Alessandra, Sandrine, and I were the only people in the room. "Put it up on the smartboard," I said warily. "Let's deal with this together." Alessandra nodded, and then Felicity was on the wall in front of me. It hurt to see her. "Ready?" Alessandra asked. "I suppose," I sighed. She pushed play, and the video began. Felicity was sitting cross-legged on the couch in her apartment, hugging a pillow to her chest, smiling softly. She was barefaced, with her hair in a ponytail, dressed in leggings and a worn t-shirt, and never more beautiful. My heart pinched with longing at the sight of her. "Hi everyone," she said with a little wave. "Been a while since I've posted on this account, but I figured it was the perfect place to try to get my message out. My follower count has tripled in the past few weeks, no doubt because of recent events." She frowned for a moment. "No, Liz, just say it," she muttered to herself. She reoriented to the camera. "By recent events, I mean the Camlicity campaign. We've all seen what happened by now, right?" A shadow passed over her face. "I know many of you are disappointed by the way our story ended. I've seen the comments, and I've gotten a ton of supportive messages." She clutched her hands over her heart. "Thank you, friends. Your care means the world to me." It was my turn to frown. The only messages I'd gotten were brutal takedowns. I tried to keep up initially, but Alessandra eventually stopped forwarding them to me. But here's what I really want to say. No matter how things ended up with Cameron, I want all of you to know that I'm glad I took a chance on love. She paused to take a breath, because it was magical. Felicity smiled, and I found myself smiling back, dazed, until I realized this was not at all what I expected. I experienced a fairy tale. I had the best time, as you probably witnessed. She giggled. "We attracted a lot of attention, you know. There's more to it, though." Her expression went serious again. "It wasn't just fun. Camlicity gave me a new understanding of what it means to be in a relationship. I learned about how it felt to have a supportive partner. Someone who encouraged me to achieve my dreams. Someone who listened, really listened to me. He made me feel important and special, needed, wanted." Felicity looked down and fiddled with the fringe on the pillow. "Trust me, I haven't always been that lucky." She smiled again, and I smiled back despite the pain in my heart. Why was she being so kind? "So yeah, guys, Camlicity is no more. I know you're all disappointed, but sometimes you play the game and get your heart broken." She shrugged. "That's life." She was trying to look nonchalant, but I could see she was hiding pain. "But here's the thing. When you come out the other side of a heartbreak, you have to look for the good things you can take from your time together. It might feel impossible at first, especially when you're still feeling all those bleak emotions." She made a swirling gesture in front of her chest. "But I promise, if you do, you'll wind up stronger in the end." Felicity slid off the couch and moved closer to her phone, filling the screen with her beautiful face. "One last thing. Ladies, I'm here to tell you that you don't have to wait for someone to buy you jewelry. You're worth it. Go get that sparkler you've been eyeing. Like this. I bought this piece for myself." She leaned closer and held up a gold necklace with an infinity symbol on it. "It will always remind me of my time with Veritique, and how my work there helped me to believe in myself. Isn't it beautiful?" She chuckled. "This is not SpawnCon, I promise you, but I did get it from Veritique, if you want your own." Sandrine laughed and cheered. Ever the marketer. "Anyway, that's it for me," Felicity said. "Just remember, love makes you stronger, my friends. I hope that's a message we can all remember." The video ended with a close-up of Felicity's face, and despite all of the upbeat cheerleading, I could see sadness in her eyes. "Wow," Alessandra sighed. "Yeah," I agreed. "That was unexpected." "Very much so," Sandrine agreed. She's a class act. We're lucky to have her. My mouth went tight. Why did I have a bad feeling about her tenure with Veritique? We need to connect with her, to put together some sort of united message, Sandrine said. She was studying the still image of Felicity on the wall. Her video was a good start, but we should do something official. She paused. Honestly, I've been holding off on broaching it with you, but we really can't wait much longer. No one had ever come out and said it, but everyone knew Camlicity had grown into something deeper than just a publicity stunt. Fine, I replied quickly. Why don't you draft something, and I'll take a look. Well, I was hoping that... She broke off and looked at Alessandra. Okay, I'll put together a few options for you. When I left, the pair were standing close together, talking softly, and no doubt dissecting everything in Felicity's video. I was too weary to give it any thought. I noticed people scurried the other way as I walked back to my office. It was as if there was a storm cloud hanging over my head. The mountain of work waiting for me felt impossible. What the hell was happening to me? I couldn't focus on a damn thing. I swiveled in my chair to look out at the skyline, hoping inspiration might strike me. Nothing. My phone buzzed and I jumped at it, which was strange since lately it had been the bearer of bad news only. A text from my brother. Lunch? I frowned. We hadn't talked since the blow-up at the tavern, so why was he reaching out now? Maybe he'd gotten wind of Felicity's video? He was like that, willing to look past our differences when he sensed I needed him. Why couldn't I do the same? That works. Your choice. Aiden knew I preferred fine dining, but he was more of a dark pub kind of person. It was no surprise that he sent me a pin for a gastropub. Now good? Typical Aiden. 11:30. Sure, meet you there. It wasn't a quick walk to the spot, but the weather was beautiful. It felt like everyone outside was in a good mood. And I didn't blame them. Spring was in the air. Renewal. I hoped it would rub off on me, eventually. The Camlicity campaign had me assuming that every time someone's gaze lingered on me, they were trying to figure out if I was who they thought I was. When was that going to stop? I had enough to worry about without feeling like I was being stalked. I kept my head down and barreled toward whatever fresh hell awaited me with my brother. Chapter 26. Cameron. I strode into the restaurant a few minutes late. It was better than I expected, with the typical industrial meets farmhouse vibe common in these types of pubs. Not that it mattered, though, since I had zero appetite. Hey, Aiden said as I slid into the booth opposite him. Hi, I said quickly. What's wrong? Why did you want to meet? Wow, you never change. He smirked and shook his head slowly, staring at me. Hi, brother. Nice to see you too, he said in an exaggerated voice. Sorry, just got a lot on my mind. His expression softened. Yeah, Megan told me about the video. I haven't had a chance to watch it. You okay? Why wouldn't I be? I snapped at him. He threw his hands up in front of him. Whoa, hold on. I'm just trying to be supportive. After seeing you together, I assumed you and Felicity were real. Guess I was wrong. Exactly, I said in the voice that signaled we weren't going to be talking about it. It was one of those places that made you scan a QR code to get the menu, which pissed me off even more. But I was glad to have something to focus on for a few minutes, other than talk about Felicity. Deep-fried Cajun pickles? Seriously, Aiden? It's called eating local, instead of having rare meats shipped from across the globe. I glowered at him. Now's not the time for a climate change talk. He scanned the QR code without answering me. We were off to a fantastic start. I studied the menu for way too long and finally settled on a burger. Orders placed, all we could do was sit in silence. You look like shit, he finally said. Not sleeping? I shook my head. Not much. And thanks for that. You're looking well. It pained me to admit that my brother seemed happier and healthier than ever. How's Boris? I finally managed to smile. Best boy ever. I wished my dog was all we needed to talk about. A long time ago, when life was simpler, Aiden and I were tight. But time, circumstances, and choices had turned us into little more than strangers. "So, I have news," Aiden said. This was what I'd been waiting for. I tipped my head at him, waiting for the bomb to drop. "I bought a ring." I paused a beat as the news settled into my bones. "Aiden, no." He burst out laughing. "Megan wins the bet. I said that you were going to explode, but she swore you'd be quietly disapproving. Smart girl." I didn't appreciate that they were making me the butt of a private joke. "It's too fast," I retorted. "Cameron, I love her." There was something in his expression that slowed me down. "We're good for each other," he continued. "Just because it's fast doesn't mean it's rushed. There's a difference." I shook my head, barely able to believe my ears. I held on to one thing. He said he'd bought the ring, not that he'd popped the question. Maybe there was still time to save him from himself. "I just don't get it. Since I know next to nothing about her, other than the fact that she's a business rival, give me one example of how you two are good together." His eyes took on a devilish gleam. "Other than sex." He chuckled and took a swig of beer. "Okay, sure. We look out for each other. Put the other person first. You know how I fractured my wrist? The roller skates she wanted?" I kicked myself for not even asking about his wrist. I nodded. "The first thing she did when we got home from the hospital was put our skates out on the street with a free sign on them. She gave them up because she knew I wouldn't want to try skating again. And she's the one who researched the best physical therapy facilities so I wouldn't have lingering issues." "Kind of her." "Okay, it was a start." "That's something she did for you." I eyed him. "What about vice versa?" Aiden smiled. "How about a million little things? I make sure her heated blanket is on before she gets into bed. I know how she likes her coffee and which mugs are her favorites, so I fix it for her every morning. I give her the best side of the couch. I hug her every chance I get. I pay attention to the little stuff she mentions, like a lotion she likes, or new restaurants she wants to try, and I surprise her with them. All I want to do is delight her. It makes me happy to make her happy." He smiled, almost woozy with whatever he was feeling. "But it's more than just stuff. We're each other's biggest cheerleaders. We truly listen to what the other person is saying. We give advice when it's asked for, or provide an ear when that's what's needed. She's got my back, and I've got hers. I'm the best version of me when I'm with her." Aiden now seemed sheepish, like he was afraid he'd said too much. "I don't know how to respond to that," I offered. "Things might be good now, but that could change." "No, fuck that. It always changes. So what's gonna happen when the shit hits the fan between the two of you and her daddy comes after Veritique in retaliation?" He slammed his hands on the table in frustration. "Damn it, Cam! Can't you get past your own fucked up history and realize that just because you had a rough go doesn't mean the rest of the world will? True love exists. You can deny it all you want, but I'm living it. Every day. And I'm marrying Megan whether you like it or not." I'd never seen easygoing, affable Aiden so pissed off. "Did you at least buy the ring at Veritique?" He glowered at me. "No, I didn't." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "I sourced the diamond myself and had Clara design a ring based on my specs. I wanted it to be a representation of my love for Megan without any outside influence. One of a kind." My stomach twisted. It was anger at my brother. Or possibly hunger. Or maybe something else? "Sort of crazy that I hoped you'd come around," Aiden continued. "But I should have known better. You never change, Cameron." I struggled to find a way to respond to him, but I was too tired to fight. "You know what? I just lost my appetite." He stood up abruptly. "I'm going to cancel my order and pay for your lunch. Enjoy your time alone, Cameron. You're probably used to it by now." He stormed off before I could say anything. I was tempted to leave as well, but I hadn't eaten anything since dinner the night before. Solo lunch was fine. I sighed and checked my email. Nothing pressing, but I had to blink hard when a new message popped up as I was sorting through them. The subject line read, "Letter of Resignation. From Felicity." Damn it, I muttered to myself. It didn't matter how much bullshit had gone down between us. She was incredible at her job. And she loved it. Veritique needed her. I scanned the cursed message. Typical bullshit about how her time at the company had been a valuable work experience with her, stating how much she appreciated the opportunity, and promising a smooth transition for her successor. What successor? No one could come close to her. I fired off a quick reply, taking HR off the chain. A short, direct message. Please don't let what happened between us impact your career. You need to reconsider this choice. I sent it off and waited, refreshing my inbox a few times. Nothing. An uncomfortable thought crept into my head. I'd done this to her. It was my fault she was quitting. Maybe if I'd handled her heart with a little more care, we could have come to some sort of understanding? Or maybe, just maybe, I'd been a little too quick to jump out of our relationship. Seeing Aiden so happy did something to me. If I put my thoughts about Megan aside and just looked at how happy he was, I could admit I'd been lucky enough to feel that way for a short time. Or at least close to it, because I wasn't in love with Felicity. Right? I practically swallowed my lunch whole and called for Jimmy to come pick me up. I was in no mood to go back to the office. Maybe Tyler could get me out of my funk. He'd seemed more stable the few times I'd reached out to him since the Jerry nightmare, so I hoped he'd be in a good headspace when I showed up unannounced. His door was cracked open when I arrived. I assumed the worst. Ty? I knocked and walked in at the same time. In here. The voice that echoed out of his bedroom was surprisingly strong and coherent. I'd assumed he'd be napping the day away, but when I walked into his tiny bedroom I found him packing. Suddenly, everything I was dealing with evaporated because this wasn't normal Tyler behavior. Hey, what's up? I asked. You going on tour or something? He snorted out a laugh at me. Sort of. I'm calling it the Great Rehab Experiment. I froze. No, I'm not kidding, Tyler said. He knew what I was thinking. I'm blown away. Seriously? Tyler placed a couple pairs of jeans in his duffel bag. Yup. It's time. I'd been dropping hints about rehab for years now, looking up programs I thought would be good for him, researching what methods seemed to be the most effective. But every time I brought it up, he'd always shut the idea down. He'd claim he could handle himself, even though we both knew it was a lie. He grabbed his guitar case and threw it on the bed. They allow you to bring that? He nodded. It's part of the therapy. How'd you find this place? I didn't. Nina did. I was now shocked in a totally different way. The last time I'd seen Nina, I'd called Tyler a lost cause. I figured she'd get scared off and never try to contact him again, but she'd apparently done the opposite. So you two have been in touch? Tyler smirked at me because it was a stupid question. Yeah, Nina's been coming around, checking up on me. It all started with some soup. I raised an eyebrow. She showed up here with this giant container of barley soup because she said she'd heard I was going through a rough patch. I wonder who could have given her that idea. I might have mentioned something to her, I admitted sheepishly. She wanted to drop it off and run, but I insisted she come in and share it with me. As a friend. So she did, and we talked. And then we... Tyler? Seriously? Oh, come on. We wrote some lyrics together. Did you think I was going to say we had sex? I mean, maybe? He shook his head. I like her. I really like her. She's an incredible person. But I'm not in a place where I can be a good partner to her right now. I'm still fighting some demons, and to start a relationship with my current state of mind would be a recipe for disaster. She helped me see that. Any reservations about Nina evaporated. She'd done the impossible. I've spent too long feeling like shit. No, scratch that. I made myself feel like shit, Tyler admitted. I did this to myself, and I need to acknowledge that. So, what's the plan? The corner of his mouth kicked up. Well, I'm going to go to rehab where I'll talk about my baggage. Then I'll get clean and sort out my life. After that, I'll come back and make that girl mine. Huh. Tyler had his life all figured out, and I was the one spiraling for a change. He stopped packing. What's wrong? I thought you'd be happy to hear the news. Ty, I am. You can't even imagine how happy it makes me. I don't believe you. You look like shit. You're the second person to tell me that today. Thanks. Sit down. He pointed to a chair-shaped mound of clothing in the corner of the room. Just throw all that stuff on the ground. Normally, I'd beg off getting into a deep discussion about my life. Tyler was usually the one in need of counseling. But this time? Yeah, I needed his help. I placed the clothing on the ground and eased myself onto the chair. Talk to me, he said. I was exhausted, and I didn't feel like going into my mess. But there was something about Tyler's face that struck me. He wanted to help me for a change. Well, you know about the whole Camlicity fiasco, I began slowly. He perched on the edge of his bed, studying me. Yeah, I know that turned into a mess. But you've been through tough Veritique stuff before. It's not just that. Well, there are memes calling me boss baby. So I'd say this one hits a little closer to home than most. He tried to stifle a laugh and wound up snorting. Boss baby? Are you serious? That's pretty fucking funny. I frowned at him. Sorry. Anyway, I'm not going to beg you to tell me what's wrong, but I am going to sit here and stare at you until you do. I opened my mouth to start talking, but couldn't figure out how to piece my racing thoughts together. It's Felicity, right? I let out a long exhale. Yeah, she's quitting. Oh, come on, dude. Man up and admit what's really bothering you. Yeah, it sucks that she's quitting, but the way you're moping has nothing to do with work. You're pissed at yourself for what went down with her, at how you handled everything. I nodded. Cam, you've given me enough pep talks to last a lifetime. Now it's my turn. Okay. I gave him a wry smile. I'm all ears. Here's my summary. You're being stupid. Just fucking admit you still care about her. I struggled with the thought. I'd tried to deny it for too long, and look where it had gotten me. I needed to try being honest, starting with myself. I do. Okay, now we're rolling, Tyler said eagerly. Time to go deep, brother. Is it more than care? I frowned harder at him. I wasn't ready to go there, with him or myself. I don't think I can answer that question right now, I said, starting to feel defensive. Besides, she wants nothing to do with me. She won't even respond to a work email. I quickly checked my email on my phone and saw that I was right. No response. Oh, please, Tyler said. If anyone knows about second chances, it's me. You have to at least shoot your shot. I didn't respond. So you'd really be okay with letting her go? Not fighting for her? Try picturing her with another man. See how that feels. My hands clenched into fists. Pretty shitty, right? Yeah, I finally admitted. Cam, look at what the hell I'm doing in the pursuit of a happy ending. The one thing I swore I'd never do. Rehab me. He grinned. And it's not even because she pressured me into it. It's because I'm finally ready to take this step for myself. I think you need to do some work of your own. Figure your shit out. Deal with your ghosts. And remember, your past is not your future. Again, use me as your example. Because I'm about to win a blue ribbon for best rehabber, and then I'm going to get out and start my new life with Nina at my side. He paused. You can win like that too. All you have to do is try. I leaned back in the rickety chair and crossed my arms. Damn it, he was right. I'd hate myself if I didn't try. I had to. So? He asked. Did my pep talk work? Are you feeling inspired? I laughed at him. Yeah, it worked. I'm going to see what I can do. He punched the air. Go me. Maybe I'll give up this rock and roll shit and become a motivational speaker. Don't you dare, I growled at him. You're right, I'm pretty good at music. He leaned over and grabbed his guitar. Check this out. It's the beginning of the song Nina and I worked on. He strummed what was undoubtedly his next hit and started singing about finding strength in the one you loved. Yeah, I knew what I had to do.
Chapter 27. Felicity. This is fine, I said, thinking about the meme of the dog in a hat sitting inside a burning building. I was in my new glass-walled office in Brooklyn, which looked out on the common area that featured multiple creatively designed work nooks, a beanbag pit, and a foosball table. The little incident in the park and my subsequent follow-up video had turned me into something of a marketing rock star. I'd wound up with too many work options and found a new job within days of beginning my search. But the problem was, I got overwhelmed and picked the one that seemed the most different from Veritique, an upstart sneaker company named Ideal. The initial days had been fun and frenetic, but I assumed it was just the nature of being a young company. Sure, the CEO had forgotten we had a meeting scheduled on my first day, and the HR guy had lost my paperwork. But whatever. They were figuring stuff out. The problem was that the lack of attention to detail was a constant for them. No matter how hard I pushed for the absolute basics of running a marketing division, like formulating our SEO strategy and creating posting milestones, they resisted. They claimed rules restricted creativity, so I was left pivoting and trying new concepts every week. The good parts of my new job? The office was basically an arcade. My fellow employees looked and acted like baristas who'd just graduated, which meant I could live in my comfy pants, and I was given unlimited free sneakers. But I hated it. The messiness made me miss Veritique's structure. We had a plan, even if the last one blew up in our faces. But still, everything flowed. We worked well together. Okay, not all of us. Although Cameron was trying to make up for the disaster in the park. He'd started off with an email campaign to me, but he probably assumed email was too easy to ignore, so he'd moved on to calling me once a day and leaving messages. When I ignored those, he'd switched to texting. I didn't want to talk to him, and he knew it, which is why he leveled up his game. I glanced at the coffee sitting on my desk. Each morning, I woke to find a cup of Dutch chocolate mocha waiting for me outside my door. No note, but the only person aside from Nina who knew I drank them was Cameron. I'd mentioned it to him once the first time we'd met about the Camlicity campaign, and he'd obviously never forgotten, and other little gifts kept showing up. A Levain cookie delivery with so many boxes Nina and I had to freeze the extras. A Veritique bracelet with the infinity symbol to match my necklace. A small crystal bottle of bespoke perfume named Felicitas that smelled like wildflowers and sunshine. And today, I'd posted on my private Instagram account about being excited for the flowers of spring, and a stunning wisteria topiary had shown up at my office. The exact flowers that ringed the window during our first date. He didn't include cards with the gifts, but he didn't have to. Each one was a way of him letting me know he'd paid attention to everything, down to my preferred coffee drink. The gestures were thoughtful, but I didn't let the gifts move me. Sure, they were creative and probably expensive, but it was easy to throw money at heartbreak and expect it to mend the fracture. I was still too raw, and honestly, I wasn't sure Cameron was capable of giving me what I needed. Buying presents was easy. Being a real partner took work, and he'd shown me he wasn't capable. My phone rang, and I saw that it was Nina. "Hey, what's going on?" I answered. Can you get away for lunch, like, right now?" I checked the time. "I guess. Are you okay? You sound like something's wrong." "I can't get into it now, but yeah, I'm good. Just meet me at Opa Grill." It was an odd choice for lunch, much closer to home than to where either of us worked, but I was used to following her whims. I glanced around the office and saw half of my colleagues deep in a foosball tournament. "Yeah, sure, I'll be there." I could tell something big was going on the minute I saw her pacing around on the sidewalk outside the restaurant. "Hey!" I wrapped her in a quick hug. "You okay? You look pale." "I need to show you something." She grabbed my hand and pulled me down the block, coming to a stop outside a vacant building. It was a beautiful space with 2 giant windows beneath a green-striped awning. "Pretty," I said. I peered in and could see that the space stretched deep, with a shiny, worn-looking wood floor that signified it had been well loved. "Should we add it to our list of possibilities?" I pulled out my phone. "I'll look up the details. What's the address?" 801 East Callahan, she answered, reaching into her pocket. "But it might be easier if we just go in." "Huh?" She walked past me, jingling a key, slid it into the knob, and walked inside. "Nina, what's going on?" I asked, following her into the space. "How did you get a key? Did you schedule a viewing? Shouldn't we be with a realtor?" I shut my mouth the minute I crossed the threshold because it was even prettier inside, with clean white walls and a bright vibe that was exactly what we were looking for. I felt like I'd walked into Treehouse Books. I don't know who you talk to in order to get that key, but now that I see the size, I know we can't afford this place. I don't even want to look around. It'll only break my heart when I find out how much it's going for. No, take a peek with me, she said. This way. Neen, no, I groaned. This is going to make me sad, and I don't need more sadness in my life right now. She spun around and gestured upward. Look how high the ceiling is. Can you imagine how tall the shelves can be? We can get one of those Beauty and the Beast ladders. Stop, I pleaded. Over here. She ignored me and walked backward, pointing to a small side room. Can be our children's book section. Plenty of space for it, then we can transition it to young adult right here. She pointed to a long wall nearby. And look how much room we'll have for author events. Maybe we can even do other stuff too. Poetry jams or open mic nights. There's tons of space to get creative. Nina, enough, I commanded. I don't know why you're going on, but we can't afford it. This is a fantasy space, not reality. Maybe we can find something similar that's actually within our budget. She walked closer to me, wearing a little smile. We don't need to find anything similar because it's ours. She took my hand and dropped the key in my palm. I shook my head as if it might settle the thoughts racing around in my brain. What are you talking about? Come here. She hooked her hand over her shoulder and walked to the front room, taking a seat on the wide windowsill. We need to talk. I'm so confused, I answered, following behind her. She took a breath and looked at me, wearing a mischievous expression. Cameron reached out to me. No, I whispered. When? And why didn't you tell me? I can't believe you'd keep that sort of secret. Whose side are you on? You should have hung up on him. She pointed at me. This is why I didn't tell you. I knew you'd freak out. I tossed the key on the windowsill and fumed silently. I don't want to feel like I owe him anything, I finally said. I want nothing to do with him. You know that. But why? He keeps reaching out, and he's been sending you all those thoughtful gifts. It's obvious he still cares about you. He never apologized, I said, a little too shrilly. Nina frowned at me. He didn't? Well, that's surprising. Whenever we talk, he mentions that he's really upset about how things went down, and that he misses you. I closed my eyes and leaned back. Just tell me what's going on with this place. I want to know every detail so I can figure out how to back out of it. He called me about a week ago to say thanks for helping Tyler with his rehab journey, and we got to talking. I didn't bring you up on purpose. I waited until he did. Okay, whatever. I shrugged. It was guilt, I'm sure. He asked about our plans for Treehouse, what sort of neighborhood we were hoping for, the size, the vibe. He offered to help with our search because he obviously has tons of connections, but I told him I needed to talk to you. Well, an hour later he sends me the listing for this place before I had a chance to call you. Obviously I told him I loved it, but that it was out of our budget. I gestured around angrily. Duh. It's perfect. Nina leaned closer and took my hand. Liz, he asked me if I thought this location would make you happy. I said yes, and he barely took a breath and said, Then it's yours. I'm picking up the first 2 years of your lease. My mouth dropped open. What? Nina nodded, grinning like she knew she was winning. We met with the property manager, did a walkthrough, and here we are. Wait, you saw Cameron? She shook her head vigorously. No, he sent his assistant Daniel. I think he was worried you might come with me. I stood up slowly and walked around the empty space, trying to ignore the fact that I really, really loved it. It was everything we'd dreamed of, and more. But it came with strings that led back to Cameron, and that made it impossible. He's not going to be involved, Nina said, like she could read my mind. He swore he'll never set foot in here unless you invite him. Consider him a vampire. I whirled around, unable to hold back any longer. I'm really mad at you. I was so furious at Nina for the betrayal that I felt like I was going to cry. Okay, I get it. Understood. She put her hands in front of her in a gesture of surrender. Then let's talk about it, we can figure it out. You went behind my back, my shrill voice echoed off the walls in the empty space. You never would have agreed to even think about it, she answered quickly. You let him pay for our rent like he's a sugar daddy or something. Now hold on a minute, I had no idea he was going to do it. I never would have asked him for something so generous. It happened really fast, and I got swept up in it. You have to know that's how he operates. Cameron O'Connor can snap his fingers and make anything happen. Yeah, well, he couldn't make me happen. I stomped around the room, at war with myself. On one side, I hated Cameron for butting into my life, but on the other, I couldn't stop imagining how our dream could take shape in this space. A long cash wrap counter on the wall beside the front window, a beautiful mural of a treehouse, and all the fictional characters we loved clustered near it, bookmarks and reading lights and other little book-related gifts in baskets near the arched doorway, mismatched rugs along the floor, a water bowl for visiting dogs, comfy chairs, the perfect playlist, a packed calendar of events with every type of author stopping by to hang out with our readers. I don't know what to say, I finally managed. The anger was drained out of me. I was exhausted from feeling too many feelings. I'd been doing okay, pushing down the happy memories I'd shared with Cameron and focusing on the way he'd made me feel at the park. Say yes, Nina said. I'm sorry I went behind your back, but I did it because I love you, and I want this dream to come true for you, for both of us. So say yes to making our dream a reality. This is what we've been working toward, and it's right there, just waiting for us to make the call. I stared down at my new orange creamsicle sneakers. My life felt like a series of knots I couldn't untangle. I wanted to jump into Treehouse with both feet, but I couldn't get comfortable with the fact that our dream would forever be linked to Cameron. It wasn't fair that he could step in with his bags of money and expect that it would make everything okay. Saying yes to the bookstore would also be saying yes to Cameron, and he didn't deserve any sort of acceptance from me. He'd humiliated me, and worse, just minutes later, he'd kicked me when I was at my lowest. Nina could run Treehouse without me. We'd drawn up a strong business plan, and she had tons of book industry background thanks to her job. With Cameron's help, she wouldn't have to worry about rent, so she could focus on the joy of the work. It was completely feasible for her to do it on her own. Maybe that would be the best option, the one that would keep me from falling apart. But I didn't feel comfortable having that conversation with her yet. I need some time to think, I said. I leaned against the wall and stared down at Nina, watching her emotions flash across her face. We knew each other so well I could tell exactly how she was feeling without her even saying a word, disappointed and trying to hide it. Nina cleared her throat. Okay, I had a feeling you would. Take as long as you need. But just promise me you'll think about the good things that could come from this, and not only the bad, okay? Not every story has an unhappy ending. I know. Just give me a day or so, I answered. I pulled out my phone to check the time. I need to head back to the office. A harmless lie. She didn't realize no one at Ideal gave a shit about where I was. No matter what you decide, I'm with you, okay? We'll get through this together, Nina promised me. I managed to muster up a smile. Yeah, I know. Love you. Love you too. See you after work. Maybe we can go do something fun. Clear our heads. Forget about Cameron and just think about what makes us happy. I nodded with my hand on the doorknob. The back of my nose prickled. I didn't say that no matter how hard I tried, there still was no way for me to separate my dreams from Cameron O'Connor.
Chapter 28. Cameron Hanwell Park was more of a parkette. A pocket park that was easy for the busy New Yorkers rushing by to miss. The tall iron gate obscured the beauty inside, which meant it was mainly a spot for in-the-know locals like me. And more importantly, Felicity. Hanwell was part of a preservation movement in the late 1960s to introduce a new kind of public space in the city. An urban oasis that featured shade trees scattered around and English ivy coating the brick walls of the adjacent buildings. Most visitors didn't realize there was an additional empty parcel beyond the vertical walls of ivy. I hadn't noticed it either until the day I'd come to the park with Boris, and I'd spotted the weed-filled plot just out of sight. Boris and I had hung out for longer than we should have that day. probably because I was hoping Felicity would come by. It was depressing that my only hope of connecting with her had been an accidental run-in. Until now. The day before, I'd called Ideal on their main line and asked to be transferred to Felicity, so she'd have no chance to screen me. She'd come close to hanging up on me after she heard my voice, but I managed to get her to agree to meet me in Hanwell. I hadn't expected to feel so damn nervous about seeing her. Nothing made me sweat. I'd dined with kings and presidents, given speeches in front of thousands of people, appeared on live television defending Veritique during our bleak days, and negotiated million-dollar deals without a noticeable change in my heart rate. But this meeting had my gut turning inside out and my palms damp. What if I was wrong? What if I'd taken this crazy leap of faith for nothing? I turned to glance behind me. Well, it wouldn't exactly be for nothing. There would be beneficiaries to what I'd done, even if Felicity decided to walk away from a future together. I glanced around the park. As usual, there were moms and nannies chasing after children, people on laptops sitting at little metal tables, and couples wrapped around each other. It was a place of happiness for anyone who visited. Hopefully for me as well. There was a chance Felicity wouldn't even show up. But she was a woman of her word. If she said she was going to be here, I believed her. I turned to pace and stopped dead when I saw the silhouette watching me. Felicity was standing in the entrance, arms crossed and back straight like she was headed into battle. How could she be even more beautiful? Despite the sadness I could read in her eyes from across the park. She didn't look like the Veritique Felicity I'd gotten used to, though. She was dressed in a black hoodie and black leggings and was wearing the most ridiculously colorful sneakers I'd ever seen. Was it camouflage, to keep Camlicity truthers from noticing her? There was something fragile about her as she waited just beyond the gates, like she was afraid to set foot in the park. I understood why. We didn't have a great history in New York's green spaces. I smiled at her, and she took a deep breath and headed for me. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I'm glad you're here." I was way more than glad, but I didn't want to scare her off by being overeager. Her mouth went tight. "I'm not sure why I came, to be perfectly honest with you." I ignored the wariness in her voice. "There's so much I need to say to you, but before I do, I want to show you something." I resisted the urge to take her hand. "It's right over here." She frowned but followed behind me anyway. I led her to a vine camouflage door in the iron gate on the far corner of the park. "This is for you," I said as I swung it open. "And everyone." Felicity stepped through the entrance and sucked in a shocked breath. "What?" I watched her expression as she walked closer to the fairy tale treehouse perched about 3 feet above the ground, between 2 old trees. This was the empty patch of land. "Did you—" I braced myself for the speech I'd practiced a dozen times. "I know you and I have a terrible track record when it comes to parks. I wanted to change that." I thought this might be a start. It was like she couldn't hear me as she examined the treehouse. "It's magical," she said. "Like gingerbread, and the Swiss Family Robinson, and Peter Pan, and Tarzan, all wrapped into one structure. It's incredible." "I'm glad you like it." I still refused to allow myself to be hopeful. I pushed on. This patch of land was basically forgotten, so I did some research to figure out who owned it. I made the offer to buy it with the stipulation that I would donate the land to the city, so long as they let me design and build what went on it. Felicity had turned away from the treehouse to watch me as I explained. I didn't dare hope that I saw softness in her eyes. "I know that a treehouse was a special refuge for you when you were younger, and I wanted to provide that same sort of space for children in the neighborhood. And you too, if you ever felt the urge." She hid a smile. "This treehouse is designed by a former Disney architect, and if you look closely, you'll see characters from all sorts of fairy tales and books worked into the design." She stepped closer to it to examine the details along a railing. "May all of your dreams come true." Her smiley expression slipped for a moment, and I wished I knew what she was thinking. That perhaps it was possible for her, or that her dreams were out of reach. Felicity climbed up the steps to check out the inside. I let her explore on her own, hoping that she was as taken with it as I'd been. When she came back out, she had tears in her eyes. "It's wonderful, and incredibly generous." It's just the beginning, actually. Come sit with me. I pointed to a bench tucked between two shrubs. There's more I'd like to say to you. Felicity walked like she was in a daze. First, I want to apologize for how I acted that day in Central Park. I was childish and rude and hurtful. There's no excuse, but I would like to give you an explanation. I told you about my relationship with Carolina. Well, Central Park was where I proposed to her. Felicity's eyes widened. Whatever she'd been expecting, it hadn't been this. Being back there had me thinking about my relationship with her, I continued. How perfect it seemed at first. How awful it was when everything fell apart. How much I hated myself in the aftermath for getting caught up in all the parts that felt good and ignoring all the ways it was bound to self-destruct. So when Lucy thought I was about to propose to you, be spontaneous and romantic and reckless the way I was back then, I flipped out. I lashed out at you when you were the last person who deserved it. I'm mortified that I put you in that position, in front of so many people. I obviously can't take it back, but I want you to know that I regret every second of it. Her eyes welled. You don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that, she whispered. I know, I said, my voice raw with emotion. Damn it, I needed to keep it together. I had so much more to get through. And I'm sorry it took me so long to say sorry. She bit her lip and stared at the treehouse. I jumped on the excuse to run away from what you made me feel because I was afraid that love would hurt me again the way it did with Carolina. But you know what? We all have been wounded by love. I knew I was falling for you, but I didn't want to admit it. I fought it. And all it did was hurt me even more. Because I lost you. And I thought it was too late to make things right. That's why I'm so happy you're here, Felicity. So I can say something I should have said ages ago. The tears were now flowing silently down her cheeks. She sniffled and looked up at me with a heartbreakingly open expression. I took Felicity's hands in mine. I need you to know that I fell in love with you. Her body hunched with a tiny sob, and she brought her hand up to her mouth. There's more. I reached into my jacket pocket. I want to make a promise to you, using this ring. I had Clara design it just for you. I held up the delicate platinum band set with diamonds that looked like constellations in the night sky. And Felicity gasped. This is a symbol of my promise to wait for you as long as you need. Until you're sure you know you can count on me, always. You can wear this ring on your right hand, and when I finally convinced you that I'll do anything for you, that I'll put in the work and stay right by your side forever, switch it to your left. I held the band out to her so she could put it on herself. It wasn't an engagement ring, so it wouldn't feel right slipping it on her finger. Hopefully that day would come very soon. Cameron, she whispered, staring at the sparkly band, and then up at me. It's stunning. But I have to be completely honest with you. I'm just not sure yet. No matter what you say now, I'm still worried that when things get tough, you'll walk away. Her bottom lip trembled. Like before. I steeled my heart. I knew she'd react this way. I was ready. I understand, and I'm going to do everything I can to prove you're wrong, including making myself accountable. I stood up and walked over to balance my phone on the treehouse ledge so that I was framed on screen. Felicity was out of the shot but could see what I was doing. I wasn't much for social media, but I'd figured out the basics of the Veritique social media accounts. I navigated to the proper app, took a deep breath, and pushed the live button. Hey, Veritique friends, it's me, Cameron O'Connor, coming to you live for the first time ever. I'm sure many of you recognize me from the Camlicity stuff. I struggled to maintain a neutral expression. I wanted to first apologize for how things went a few weeks ago. I behaved badly. No, let's be honest. I acted like an asshole and I hurt someone I care about. I paused a beat and watched as the viewer number quadrupled by the second. I glanced over at Felicity, and she was gazing at me with her mouth hanging open and her eyes shiny with tears. I take full responsibility. I'll admit I have some baggage, and it made it hard for me to handle my feelings in a healthy way. My past made me afraid of love, and that fear made me lash out. but I don't want to be afraid anymore, so there's something I need to say. I'm in love with Felicity Rhodes. Did you hear that? I'll say it again. I caught her eye and held her gaze. I love Felicity, and that love has made me stronger, strong enough to face any of the challenges that might come and to see them through, because the love I hope I'll be rewarded with in return will be worth it. I expected to feel buzzed and jittery as I confessed my feelings, but I was totally calm, because I knew every word I was saying was true. I glanced at my viewer count and nearly choked at the number. Was the entire world watching me? The comments were flying so quickly it was impossible to read them, but there was no missing the non-stop hearts and kissy emojis crowding the right side of the screen. That's everything I wanted to say, I continued. Thanks for listening. I hope I'll have an update for you. I felt a hand slip up my back, and before I could even pause to think, Felicity was kissing me, hard. I pulled her closer, circling my arms around her waist and lifting her into the air as our mouths connected. It was the sweetest kiss I'd ever known. It was proof that I'd won my Felicity back. She finally pulled away from me as I set her down on the ground. Felicity placed her palm against my cheek. I can't believe I waited so long to say it, but I love you too, Cameron. So much. We crashed against each other again, and within seconds all I could think about was getting her home and making love to her. My hands roamed her back and slipped lower, and right as I grasped her perfect ass, I remembered that we were still being watched. We have an audience, I murmured against her mouth. She started laughing, which made me laugh too. We pulled apart reluctantly. Hi everyone, Felicity waved at the camera. We have to go now. We have a very important, business meeting we need to attend. I growled softly against her ear, making her laugh again. She pushed the end button on my phone. Look, she said simply, holding up her left hand. The ring sparkled on her finger. Yeah? She nodded, smiling shyly. Very much. I dragged her to the doorway of the not-so-secret park. Hey everyone, I said to all of the people gathered in the old section. Consider this a ribbon cutting for the new Rhodes Treehouse Park. Please go in and enjoy yourselves. I heard a few people whisper about Camlicity as we sped from the park and down the sidewalk, holding hands and giggling like fools. We were just blocks away, but we couldn't get back to the building fast enough. We waved at Carl as we jogged through the lobby, and we could hear his laughter echoing behind us as the elevator doors closed. He knew exactly why we were in such a hurry. I can't wait, I said, pressing Felicity against the wall. She kissed me back with a pent-up passion, which made me want to strip her down right then and there. I picked her up, and she wrapped her legs around my waist. I couldn't believe how much I'd missed this, and that I'd almost lost her. I carried Felicity down the hallway to my apartment, kissing her the entire time. Daniel had offered to take Boris, so nothing was going to slow me down once we got home. The minute the door shut behind us, we tore at our clothing, like we were in a race to see who could get undressed first. I was a little too impatient and got tangled up in my jeans. By the time I extracted myself, Felicity was out of sight. I followed the trail of sneakers, leggings, and a sweatshirt, and discovered a gorgeously naked Felicity waiting for me in my bedroom. A second later, I joined her, sweeping her back into my arms and showing her with my body that there was no way I was ever going to let her go again. We were the lucky ones.
Chapter 29. Felicity. 1 year later, I felt absolutely giddy as the string quartet played the opening notes of Canon in D by Pachelbel. It was the perfect song for a walk down the aisle, past friends and family on a stunning autumn afternoon. The road to the altar had been a bumpy one, which made the big day that much sweeter. Cameron caught my eye and beamed at me as I made my way down the aisle. I'd been living in comfy pants lately, so seeing me looking sparkly was probably a shock to his system. Sure, I still dressed up when he had a function I needed to attend with him, or when Nina and I were hosting an author event at Treehouse Books, but for the most part, comfort was the name of the game for me. Today, I was thrilled to be decked out in seafoam silk with my hair in an updo and sporting fake eyelashes for the second time in my life. I joined the 3 other bridesmaids at the altar and gave Cameron a quick wink as the music switched to the bridal processional. The guests turned to watch as Megan and her father paused at the end of the aisle, but I looked over at Aiden as he held his fist to his mouth and tried to blink away his tears. Cameron stepped up to do his best man duty, offering his brother support with a slap on the shoulder. I still couldn't believe we were here. Several months ago, the brewing tension between the brothers had erupted in a fight during a dinner at our place that nearly came to blows, but Megan and I worked together to cool them off. The conspiring we'd done behind the scenes had helped us bring the guys to a point where they could talk through their differences and finally realize that in the end, love really does conquer all. Eventually, both Megan and Aiden stepped down from their respective boards to prove to their families that the only thing that mattered to them was each other. The bride was a showstopper in a billowy, tiered ball gown I'd watched her try on. Megan's sisters, Abby and Gia, openly sobbed as she floated down the aisle. We'd all gotten close during the year of wedding planning, and I felt like I'd found 2 new families. Granted, those families by choice didn't include any parents. Cameron didn't have much of a relationship with either of his parents, and Megan had had a somewhat fraught relationship with her dad ever since her mom passed away years ago. But it wasn't like I was in any position to judge. I only saw my parents once or twice a year, and that was plenty for all of us. In the meantime, though, it was great to feel like I had a whole crop of siblings, in addition to Nina, of course. I shed a few tears myself as Megan and Aiden recited their vows. The promises to always be one another's best friend and never miss the chance to hold hands sounded familiar. My thumb went to the band on my ring finger, a little gesture of comfort I caught myself doing whenever my emotions got the best of me. The promise ring that helped me find my way back to Cameron and the guarantee of so much more. When I looked over at him, I realized he'd been watching me. I whispered my love to him, and he mouthed it back. How did I get so lucky? A thriving business, a deliriously happy best friend who'd found her own true love with a former rock star, a goofy dog who was finally learning some manners thanks to me, Veritique setting new records, 2 people promising to be true to one another forever. Life was good. After the ceremony ended and we posed for a zillion photos, we could finally get to the business of celebrating. "Hungry?" Cameron asked me as he took my hand in his, and we walked into the airy holding room just past where the outdoor ceremony had been held. Absolutely starving, and thanks to all the planning, I know exactly what they're serving during cocktail hour, so let me at the crab puffs and blue cheese phyllo toasts. I craned my neck trying to spot a server assigned to take care of the bridal party prior to our introductions. He laughed at me. "May I bring you some champagne?" "You even have to ask?" "Got it." Cameron saluted me and headed for the bar that had been set up for us while we waited. Megan sidled up to me and leaned to whisper in my ear, "I need your help." Her expression was pained, a bad look for the happiest day of her life. "Of course, anything. What's going on?" She bit her lip. "Abby and Gia are missing. I think they snuck out to see their boyfriends, and I need to pee." I threw my head back, laughing at her dilemma. We'd talked about the difficulty of getting out from the layers and layers of fairy tale tulle at her fitting, and now we were living it. "I've got you. Let's do this." Thankfully, the venue had a large private bathroom for us, so the 2 of us got to work. I collected an armful of fabric and stood off to the side of her while Megan did what she had to do. We giggled like idiots because of the absurdity of the whole thing. "You know you're next up at the altar, right?" Megan asked when we finally finished and met at the sink. "You're already halfway there." She nodded at the promise ring on my finger. "It's funny. We haven't even talked about it," I mused. "We're just enjoying our life together so much that it's not a consideration yet." "I get that," she replied. "But you do want to marry him, right? You don't have doubts or anything?" "Oh my gosh, no. I'd marry him tonight if he asked me." "Does he know that?" Megan asked as she leaned closer to the mirror to check her eye makeup. I opened my mouth to answer her, then snapped it shut. "You know what? I haven't outright said it." Megan turned to look at me. "Maybe you should, especially if there are babies on the horizon." "Excuse me? Babies?" I squeaked back at her. "Oh my God, no, not for a long time. Why are you even thinking about that?" She watched me in silence for a few seconds as a smile spread across her beautiful face. "Can you keep a secret?" "Megan!" I breathed out in shock. Are you? She nodded. I started hopping around her like a fool, screaming silently because I was sure she'd just given me classified information. I finally pulled her into a hug. Oh my gosh, congrats, this is amazing! She squeezed me, then pulled away. It's also a major secret. Hardly anyone knows, but I wanted to tell you today. Did Aiden tell Cameron? Megan shook her head. Not yet, but I'm sure he'll let him know by the end of the night, before we leave on the honeymoon. It's still really early. We probably shouldn't even be talking about it, but I'm just too darn excited. I'm so happy for you, I beamed at her, for both of you. Thank you. She reached out to grasp my hands. Like I said, you're next. But first you have to talk to Cameron. Tell him what you want. You're right. I will. I promise. And don't worry, your secret is safe with me. I want Aiden to be the one to tell Cam. It's going to be a special moment. We both have so many adventures ahead of us, sister-in-law. I laughed and wagged my finger at her. To be. We stumbled out of the bathroom to find the groom and his best man waiting for us right outside the door. You took forever, Aiden joked. I was about to send a search party in there for you. Maria's freaking out about the timing. Their wedding planner was the physical manifestation of a type A personality, armed with a clipboard and headset. Have you seen my dress? Megan asked. Lots of petticoat action going on in this region. She gestured around her midsection and winked at her new husband. Let's get moving, I'm starving, he said. That makes two of us, I added. Cameron held out the champagne glass to me. You have about 3 seconds to down this before the introductions start. Think you can? Your girl can still party. Let's go. We clinked glasses and threw back our drinks like a shot, then got in line with the rest of the bridal party. Megan's advice kept echoing in my head as the night wore on. It was such a simple suggestion, but she was right. Without expressing what I wanted from our relationship, Cameron probably wasn't sure about how I hoped our future would unfold. I'd been wearing the promise ring on my left hand since he'd given it to me. Tonight was the night I'd hint that it was time for a new ring there. No, not hint. I was going to tell him. I loved wedding receptions, and Aiden and Megan's was one for the books. Every detail was elegant and perfectly over the top, from the celebrity performers to the surprise choreographed dance Megan did for Aiden, but the event still felt like a celebration of their love at the core. I could tell that getting married in a field by themselves would have left them equally thrilled. Once the meal was over, I spent the better part of the reception on the dance floor with the other bridesmaids. Cameron was practically glued to his chair no matter how much I pleaded with him. I pulled out all my tricks to try to get him to dance with me, swinging my hips and shimmying just for him. I could tell he appreciated it, but nothing I did was enough to get him out on the floor. The only reason we'd danced once was because he'd had no choice during Megan and Aiden's first dance when all of the wedding party was required to join them. That is, until The Very Thought of You by Billie Holiday came on. I was gossiping with Gia, barely paying attention to the music, when I felt a hand on my back. May I interrupt? Cameron asked. I beamed a huge smile at him. I've only been waiting all night. We found a spot at the edge of the dance floor, and Cameron wrapped me in his arms. Why do you hate dancing so much? I asked him as we started moving to the music. You're surprisingly good at it. I'm good at everything. You should know that by now. I stared up at him, ready to give him shit for his arrogance, until I saw his expression. He still reverted back to his boss-hole personality every now and then to rile me up and make me laugh. Right, Romeo, I summoned up the old nickname, which was now just a reminder of us in a different life. Cameron O'Connor can do no wrong. He pulled me a little closer. Exactly, Fagin. He sniffed and raised his chin, maintaining the persona. Pay attention, I've got plenty to teach you. Hit the subscribe button to stay up to date on all my tips and tricks for dominating the dance floor. I laughed at him. He still hated social media, but he knew how to fake it. We both turned as a round of applause rippled across the dance floor. Megan and Aiden took a spot in the center with eyes only for one another. It was a perfect day, I said as they swayed together. Agreed. He nodded as he watched his brother. I was wrong about them. I admit it. I drew back and gaped up at him. I'm sorry, what? Did you actually just say that? He circled his arms tighter, drawing me close again. Liz, you should know by now that I'll always admit to my mistakes. Hell, I did it in front of a few billion people on a live stream. His jaw tightened. Sometimes it just takes me a while. It's true. You do admit when you're wrong, I said, nestling against his chest with a sigh. And it's one of the many things I love about you. I hummed the song as we moved together. Have I told you how stunning you look tonight? Cameron murmured. I giggled softly. About a dozen times, but I'll never get tired of hearing it. I tipped my head coquettishly. Say it again, please. He leaned down to whisper in my ear. You are the most breathtaking woman I've ever seen, and I feel so lucky to be with you. Thank you. And same, I said quietly. He stroked my back as we danced, and all I could think of was the naked fun we were going to have once we were home again. It didn't take much for my mind to flip to naughty thoughts. I considered sneaking off to the bathroom after the song was over to take some suggestive photos, which was one of my favorite ways to tease Cameron. His hand slipped lower to cup my ass. Yeah, he deserved to be tortured with a filthy pic, although he wasn't above dragging me to coat closets or bathrooms to have his way with me once he saw my messages. But first, before any sexy fun, we needed to have an important conversation. The song ended, and I pulled Cameron out to the deck with me, which was empty now that the band had cranked up a dance song. What's going on? Cameron eyed me suspiciously as the rest of the crowd headed in the opposite direction. Do you suddenly hate ABBA? I shook my head. I just want to talk, and I figured we should enjoy this beautiful night. I glanced up. Look at that moon. He looked at it for a second, then back at me. Yup. Beautiful. Now talk. We were side by side, leaning up against the barrier and looking out at the endless Manhattan skyline. I glanced down at my hand. I love this ring, I said, holding my hand up near my face. I'm glad. You're my shooting star, so it felt appropriate. Yeah, it did, I mused as I turned my hand from side to side. I glanced at Cameron out of the corner of my eye and saw his face shift to a worried expression. What do you mean, did? Is there something you want to say to me? I bit my lip and tried to look nervous. I still enjoyed toying with him now and then. I think it's time for something new. Cameron let out a sigh. Okay, that's easy enough. Did you want to try gold? Or we could even do something in a rose gold that would really complement your skin tone, whatever you want. He really wasn't getting it. What about an upgrade? I paused for a beat. To a diamond. Hold on. He staggered a step backward. Are you serious? You mean that? I do. Cameron swept me into his arms and spun me around, kissing me the whole time. I take it you're happy. I laughed as he finally set me down on the ground again. Liz, he grinned. You don't know how long I've wanted to hear that. I told you I'd wait until you were ready. I wasn't going to push. But holy shit, it's been killing me holding back from suggesting we look at rings. It is my job, after all. I walked back into his arms and snuggled against him. Well, now it's time. Should we set up an appointment with Bernard at the flagship store? His laugh rumbled against me. Oh no, Clara is dying to design something just for you. I think she's more excited than I am. I leaned away and narrowed my eyes at Cameron. I certainly hope not. Stop. He chastised me as he kissed me on top of the head. You have no idea how happy I am about this. For the ring and saying I do. And for the rest of my life with you, my dear. I snuggled against Cameron's chest, feeling like the luckiest person in the world, because I knew exactly how he was going to respond when I said the next part. I love you, Cameron O'Connor. He placed his thumb beneath my chin and gently lifted it so he could stare into my eyes. And I love you more, forever. Always trying to top me, but this time, I was happy to let him win. Epilogue. 1 year later. Felicity. Why am I so nervous? I asked Nina. I smoothed the front of my white lace sheath dress. It's stupid to be nervous, right? She grinned at me mischievously and shook her head in disagreement. Oh, you have every reason to be nervous considering the crowd out there includes 2 former presidents, a Grammy winner, and the #1 lifestyle Instagrammer in the world. I'm nervous for you, and all I have to do is walk down the aisle and stand there. You have to recite vows. Thanks. I smacked her playfully. I hate you. Liar. Only Cameron O'Connor could get the movers and shakers of Manhattan to make the 25-minute trek out to Wave Hill Gardens in the Bronx. The grounds were always stunning, but our wedding planner Dana and the floral team had leveled up the place to create a sumptuously dreamy setting for our big day. I tried not to let the fact that Nina was right about the mega high-profile crowd rattle me. The day was about Cameron and me. The other stuff was background noise. "Hey there, special delivery," Megan said as she slipped in the room holding a small box. "Cam asked me to give this to you." My eyes preemptively swam with tears. I was going to be a mess at the altar. "I can't believe how gorgeous you look," I told Megan as I took the package from her. "How do you have a newborn? Look at that body." She swiveled back and forth, modeling the blush halter gown for us like a pro. "I didn't really have a choice. You picked a killer dress. I hope my Spanx hold up." We all laughed with her. She was right. The dresses were form-fitting, but both of my bridesmaids looked perfect. "Do you want to open that in private?" Nina asked as she pointed to the package. "No, I need to practice holding back my emotions thanks to all this makeup. Stay, please." I walked to the window and perched on the wide ledge. The box was wrapped in pink and silver paper and had a thick white bow wrapped around it. I took my time taking everything off, and Nina fussed at me. I know, I answered. "I just want to enjoy every second of today." "Please do," Megan replied. "I'm glad I have the photos and video because I remember nothing from my wedding." I took a breath before lifting the lid off the box. Cameron was a generous gift giver, and I had a feeling that whatever was inside was not only going to be magnificent, but also truly meaningful. When I saw what it was, I realized I was right. Sitting on a navy pillow was a small silver locket in the shape of a book. The cover showed our initials in tiny diamonds. "Oh, it's perfect," I sighed, pulling it out by the delicate silver chain. Nina and Megan crowded around me. "It looks like an antique. Does it open?" Nina asked. I gently clasped the book and pulled it apart to reveal 2 small black and white photos inside. One was of the 2 of us in profile with our foreheads touching, and the other was of our clasped hands. I'd never seen either of the beautiful photos, but that was Cameron, always finding new ways to delight me. "Check out the back," Megan said. I turned the locket over. The tiny script read, "May our love story never end." "Aw," they both said in unison. I blew out a breath between pursed lips. "Keep it together. Keep it together," I chanted as my heart nearly spilled over with happiness. "Oh, I know what'll distract you," Megan said, pulling out her phone. "Have you seen the latest video from Kira?" "A new video?" "Gimme," I said, making grabby hands. I loved Kira's videos. Had I really thought she looked delicate and demure when I saw her on that morning show with Steven? She'd been anything but demure since their very public split, and I was here for it. She'd titled her vlog "Unhinged Asshole," and every new entry broke down another way that Steven Brudney was the scum of the earth. There were 30 videos so far, and she showed no signs of slowing down. Of course, he absolutely had it coming after cheating on her with the starlet who'd been hired to play her in the movie adaptation of his book. The news of the affair broke before filming even started, and it caused such a public backlash that the project ended up falling apart. There wouldn't be any movie now, just a string of videos from Kira making it abundantly clear what being with Steven had really been like. She laid it all out, the pettiness, the manipulation, the way his love was always conditional on her fluffing his ego and pretending to be wild about his boring conversation and mediocre performance in bed. Steven had tried to counter, but Kira was owning the breakup narrative and she wasn't letting him off the hook about anything. It was awesome. Dana peeked her head in the room to see us all laughing over Kira's latest takedown. "Hey ladies, we're almost ready. Can I get you anything?" "We're okay, thank you," I answered, "and I'm ready to go when you are." As fun as it was to watch Steven get torn to shreds, I was more than happy to put down the phone and get on with what really mattered. I'd been ready to marry Cameron for a long time now. The final getting ready moments were a whirlwind, and the next thing I knew, I was beneath a cloudless sky, walking down the aisle to my one true love. I wasn't surprised that the mighty Cameron O'Connor teared up as I got closer to him. The roles were reversed this time, with Aiden reaching over to squeeze his brother's arm. Tyler leaned in to give Cameron a pat on the back. When I joined him at the altar, he gave me a quick kiss, prompting laughter from the crowd and a light scolding from the officiant. I couldn't stop staring at him. I'd seen him in a tux before, of course, but Cameron in this tux on this day? It was all for me. 20 minutes later, we were husband and wife. We sealed our vows with a real kiss that took my breath away. Cameron squeezed my arm against his side and placed his hand on top of mine as we made our way down the aisle together. "I'm the luckiest man alive," he whispered in my ear. I bit my lip and smiled up at him, hoping the happiness in my face would suffice as an answer, because every time I tried to talk, I got choked up on tears of joy. When we'd planned the reception with Dana, we told her we had one goal for it. We weren't looking for pure elegance, although that was a given considering the event's price tag. All we wanted to ensure was fun. That's why the band was cranking from the cocktail hour through dinner. Sure, we had them throw in a few ballads and standards, but the upbeat party vibe meant that people danced the whole time, even Cameron. He was by my side through the ridiculous line dances, Lindy hops, club songs, and cheek-to-cheeks. We laughed, sweated, switched partners, and grooved the whole night. Megan had warned me that the one thing she regretted about her wedding was not actually enjoying it with Aiden, which was a lesson Cameron and I took to heart. A wedding was a party, and we were going to enjoy every last second of it. The band finally paused toward the end of the night, and the crowd ran to grab their drinks to cool off in between songs. "Hey everyone, can I get your attention for a minute?" A familiar voice rang out over the mic. Cameron glanced at me wearing a shocked expression. "Tyler!" I craned my neck and spotted him in front of the band with his guitar slung over his shoulder. I scanned the crowd and spotted Nina with her hands clasped in front of her mouth, looking exactly as she did the first night we'd seen him in concert. I'm only supposed to be a groomsman today, but I couldn't resist taking over for a quick song. "Cameron, Felicity, I wrote this one for you. Get out here, you guys." I couldn't tell who was more shocked between the two of us. Nina caught my eye and nodded as Cameron led me back to the dance floor. I had a feeling she'd helped Tyler with the song since the pair were now writing together all the time. Tyler's song was an upbeat ode to love that hinted at our personal love story, but still focused on the universal experience of finding the one. It wasn't a weepy first dance song, it was hopeful and filled with joy. The chorus was a dynamic call and response that had everyone singing along by the end of it. "I think our boy has a hit on his hands," Cameron said in my ear as we danced. "I'm not sure he'll ever play it again," I mused. "It's ours in this magical moment, and once it's over it might be gone forever. Ephemeral." "That might be what he wants, but look over there," Cameron replied, nodding over my shoulder. "Lucy is up to her old tricks." I glanced where he was looking and spotted Lucy filming Tyler and wearing an excited expression. "Oh no," I sighed. "I guarantee he's going to get a zillion new followers, and some label is going to come knocking on his door." "He'll figure it out," Cameron replied. "I'm not worried." Tyler and Nina had found balance in one another. They'd navigate whatever came next together. The party raged on, and the venue nearly had to kick us out at the end. Hours later, after the cake and fireworks and tearful farewells, Cameron and I were finally alone in our honeymoon suite at the Four Seasons, exhausted and blissed out. "I love this dress, but I need it off now," I said, contorting myself to try to reach the buttons. "Can you undo it for me?" I turned so my back was to Cameron. "Hold on, not so fast," he said. "I need to look at my wife once more before you take it off." He walked around me slowly, like a tiger on the prowl, letting his eyes trail down my body. "You are flawless, my love." Suddenly, I was no longer tired. "You have got to be the sexiest bride I've ever seen. That dress—" Cameron had hinted he wasn't a fan of princess bridal gowns, and anyone who knew me understood I wasn't going to be that type of bride anyway. The girls had helped me pick a showstopper of a gown, a form-fitting, strapless lace dress with subtle beading. "I knew you'd like it," I said. "And you. Come on, you're basically a model." He grasped his lapels and struck a pose. "That's what I'm talking about," I laughed. We both moved together at the same moment, finding the familiar spot in one another's arms. "Best day ever," he murmured. "Agreed." I snuggled closer to him. Cameron kissed the top of my head, then sputtered, "I'm sorry. Is your hair shellacked?" I pulled back, laughing and mortified at the same time. My hairdresser wanted to make sure the updo held since we were outside. I guess she went a little crazy with the hairspray. That's why I want out of this dress so I can shower and, you know. I winked at him. "Maybe I'll join you in there?" "Or," I said as I stepped away from him, "or you can wait out here for your blushing bride to come out in her sexy new boudoir set. I mean, I put some thought into it. I'd love to actually use it. And since I am a virgin..." I glanced down shyly. "Ooh," Cameron played along. "That's right. It's going to be our first time." "Be gentle with me." I fluttered my lashes at him like I was a helpless maiden. He closed the distance between us and cupped my cheek gently. "I will, my precious. When we finally make love, the heavens will sing." We dissolved into laughter. "Unbutton, please." I turned around for him. He traced kisses down my spine as he did it, and I came close to forgetting about my new lingerie and jumping his bones right then and there. "Hurry up," Cameron said. "I'll be the naked guy out here." He swatted my ass as I tripped toward the bathroom. I turned on the shower and realized I'd never felt so deliriously happy. It had been the perfect day, in so many ways. Sometimes I still had to pinch myself to prove everything I was experiencing was real. The man who'd made my life miserable was now the best part about it. I'd intended to take a leisurely shower, but it was late, and the adrenaline was starting to wear off, so I rushed through it, dried off quickly, and piled my damp hair in a clip on top of my head. The diaphanous white chemise I'd packed had wide lace inserts along the side, so I was as good as naked in it. Perfect. I walked out and posed against the door. As promised, Cameron was in bed, his gorgeous bare chest signaling that he was likely naked below the sheets as well. He was so busy smiling at his phone he didn't even notice me. I cleared my throat. He looked over, still smiling, and when he saw me, he dropped his phone. His reaction was one of the many things I loved about him. Here I was, scrubbed clean with wet hair, and it was enough to take his breath away. Cameron loved every version of me. I strutted over to the bed and climbed in. "What were you watching?" "I forget." Cameron sounded like he was in a trance as he answered me. "Because look at my bride." He kissed me. "Something had you grinning," I said as I pulled away. "Tell me." "It was Lucy, saying she was right about us. She edited together a bunch of clips of us over Tyler's song from the night in our flagship when you were trying on rings tonight. She was gloating, saying she'd called it." I straddled him. She was the only one who believed it was possible. He pulled me closer to kiss me, sliding me against his hardness. Not true. We kissed, getting more feverish with each second. "I knew I was going to make you mine from the first moment I saw you, all grumpy and feisty out on that sidewalk," Cameron murmured. "Liar." I laughed against his mouth. "You hated me." "Maybe." I felt him grin. "All that matters is we're here now, and this is the first day of our journey together." "Lucky me," I sighed. Cameron kissed me harder. "No. Lucky us, my love."